Chapter 351 Martial Soul Naming, Star Casting Dragon King, the Upcoming Ennoblement Ceremony. 1/2. In the early morning, the fiery red sun rose from the east sky, and the warm sunlight fell on Bai Ji's face through the window. Feeling the warmth on his cheeks, Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes. After waking up in a daze, Bai Ji propped his hands on the bed and subconsciously prepared to get up, but as soon as he exerted force, the bed broke. He used too much force with his right hand and pressed a big hole in the bed board. Bai Ji fell on the bed with a confused face. The sudden accident made Bai Ji completely sober up. Thinking of everything he experienced yesterday, Bai Ji couldn't help but slap his head hard. Oh my god, I actually forgot. After receiving the Galaxy Dragon Clan's martial spirit yesterday, he went through a transformation. Not only did his body strength increase greatly, but his strength also became several times stronger. If Bai Ji's power was only at the peak of Soul King before, infinitely comparable to Soul Emperor, then now, Bai Ji has already stood at the peak of Soul Emperor, infinitely close to Soul Saint. Of course, this refers to Soul Saint who has not activated the martial soul true body or other amplification soul skills. With the power suddenly increased several times, Bai Ji found it difficult to control it for a while, so he accidentally pressed a hole in the bed board. This time he pressed the bed board, and next time he accidentally hurt a few girls, that would be bad. Thinking of this, Bai Ji got out of bed carefully and began to get familiar with the new power in the room. Not to mention controlling the power to the point of lifting a heavy weight in a short period of time, at least he had to avoid hurting people. After half an hour of familiarity, Bai Ji finally controlled the power to a proficient level, at least he should not accidentally hurt people anymore. This made Bai Ji breathe a sigh of relief. But after getting familiar with the transformed body, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of the second martial soul he had just obtained, the Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul. With the thought, Bai Ji summoned the second martial soul he had obtained. In a burst of star blue light, a star blue dragon with an image very similar to that of the star-forging Dragon King or Lion Soul, but without the stars surrounding it, emerged from Bai Ji's body. Controlling the summoned Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul to meander and swim in front of him, Bai Ji began to carefully observe the Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul in front of him. In terms of appearance, the Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul is a typical Oriental dragon image, with a slender body, star blue scales growing all over the body, blue-purple mane, and a somewhat transparent body. In the position suspected to be the heart, there is something like a star, perhaps a dragon ball? Martial Soul, possess. With a low shout in his heart, Bai Ji tried to activate the Martial Soul possession. As the star blue dragon suddenly sank into his body, star blue scales began to grow on Bai Ji's body, his hair completely turned blue-purple, his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and a pair of golden dragon horns grew out of his hair. At the same time, a majestic dragon power surged out instantly, but as soon as it left the body, it was controlled by Bai Ji and blocked 3 feet outside the body. After the martial soul was possessed, my strength increased tenfold. Feeling the increase in physical fitness after the martial soul was possessed, Bai Ji was a little surprised. Ordinary martial souls, such as wolf martial souls, only increase the physical fitness of soul masters by about 2 times after the martial soul is possessed. The stronger the martial soul, the stronger the increase in the physical fitness of the soul master. Top beast martial souls like the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex can increase the physical fitness of soul masters by 4 or 5 times. But the increase in physical fitness of his martial soul at the beginning was actually 10 times. If he could have a martial soul real body, this increase might be dozens of times, or even 100 times, which is simply invincible. And this is just a simple increase in physical fitness. If you add the defense brought by dragon scales, the attack power brought by dragon claws, and the restriction brought by dragon power, it will be even more terrifying. More importantly, according to the information sent by the Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul, the current Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul is still a juvenile body and needs to absorb enough star power to grow. When the Galaxy Dragon Clan Martial Soul transforms to the juvenile stage, growth stage, and mature stage, how terrifying will it be? After cancelling the spirit possession state and recalling the Star Blue Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul back to the body, Bai Ji felt a little hot in his heart. According to the information sent by the Galaxy Dragon Martial Soul, the Galaxy Dragon Clan is born with the talent to attract star power. In other words, Bai Ji can now not only practice by refining spiritual energy, but also by through the Galaxy Dragon Clan Martial Soul to receive the Jotyen star power. Whether it is sunlight, moonlight, or starlight, combined with the Biming divine art and the energy absorption ability of the Moyun vine itself, this will undoubtedly allow Bai Ji's cultivation speed to be rapidly improved. However, does it sound a bit too popular to call such a powerful martial soul the Galaxy Dragon? The name of the dragon feels overused, and it should be given a more resounding name. Suddenly, Bai Ji thought of the Starforging Dragon King mentioned by the system before. Why not call it the Starforging Dragon King Martial Soul, hoping that in the future I can also become a low-level powerhouse like the Starforging Dragon King or Lion Soul. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Bai Ji had completed the application procedures for graduation and learned about Tang San's departure. The members of the Shrek team were the same, and they all applied for graduation one after another. In fact, not only Shrek Academy, but also the 5 Elements Academy including Tian Shui Academy and Blazing Academy were the same. In the 5 Elements team, almost all the players have already exceeded level 30, and they should have the qualifications to graduate. However, in order to participate in the Continental Soul Academy Elite Exchange Competition, no one applied for graduation. Now that the competition is over, and they no longer meet the qualifications to participate in the next session, they naturally applied for graduation. After all, according to the previous promise of Emperor Shuiyat, they can participate in the canonization ceremony as long as they graduate. The captain and vice-captain of the championship team can obtain the title of Earl, and the rest can obtain the title of Viscount. The captain and vice-captain of all qualified teams in the preliminaries can obtain the title of Viscount, and the rest can obtain the title of Baron. Unlike some free soul masters, the members of the 5 Elements Academy team are basically from noble families. They are not as resistant to the title as free soul masters such as Ma Hongjun and Oscar, so after returning, almost all the members of the 5 Elements Academy team applied for graduation. It's just that because the best performing Shrek Academy has not returned, Emperor Shuiya has not held the canonization ceremony. And it was not until now that he came back and learned that Shrek Academy had won the final victory of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition that the extremely surprised Emperor Shuiya prepared to officially hold the canonization ceremony in 3 days to confer the titles on all the players of the finals teams. Chapter 352 Return to the Royal Hunting Ground, the canonization ceremony begins. 2 halves. The canonization ceremony was not held in the palace, but in the Royal Hunting Ground where the promotion competition was held before. In addition to a large number of knights from the Royal Knights, there were also members of the royal family who came to watch. Although Bai Ji was not familiar with the Tiandu royal family, he did not know the other royal family members, but he knew Shui Qinghe and Shui Beng. Seeing Bai Ji coming, Shui Qinghe smiled at Bai Ji, while Shui Beng pretended not to see him and continued to chat and laugh with his friends around him. When Bai Ji arrived, other people also came, such as Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan from the Blazing Team, Shui Binger and Shui Wu from Tian Shui College, Yu Tiangzhen from the Thunder College, and Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Team. Bai Ji, congratulations to Shrek College for winning the championship of the All-Continent Soul Master College Elite Exchange Competition. Huo Wushuan walked over with Huo Wu and said with a smile. Thank you for your help. Without you playing friendly matches with us, we couldn't get into the state so quickly and finally win. Bai Ji also smiled. This is also because you are strong. We are just icing on the cake. Huo Wushuan shook his head. Bai Ji, why did your hair and eyes become like this? On the side, the straightforward Huo Wu asked in confusion. This is because there was a problem with the practice a few days ago, so it became like this, but it's not a big problem. Bai Ji laughed. Oh. Huo Wu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Bai Ji, are you the only ones from Shrek Academy here to attend the title ceremony? Shui Binger came over with Shui Wu and asked. Well, Daimyo Bai has returned to the Xingluo Empire, Ma Hongjun and Oscar have returned home, Tang San and Xiao Wu have also left, and they are unwilling to accept the title, so only a few of us are here. Bai Ji smiled as he looked at Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling beside him. By the way, where is Shui Yuer? Bai Ji asked in confusion when he found that Shui Yuer was not next to Shui Binger. Her? Don't you know? Shui Binger's eyes were a little complicated. What? Bai Ji was stunned. She left for the Xingluo Empire with Daimyo Bai from your academy, and left a letter before leaving. My parents are still angry now. Shui Binger sighed. Bai Ji didn't know what to say. The knighthood ceremony will begin soon, please get ready. On the stage not far away, a man in a formal attire, the minister said loudly. Hearing the minister's words, Shui Binger said apologetically, the ceremony is about to begin. Let's go first and talk later. In fact, there is no need to prepare much. The players of each college team just line up from left to right according to their respective colleges and their rankings in the competition. In the first row on the left are Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling. In the second row are Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu, and a group of members of the Blazing Fire team. In the third row are the Divine Wind College. In the fourth row are the Thunder College, and in the fifth row are the Tian Shui College. Play music. After seeing that everyone was ready, the minister who presided over the ennoblement ceremony announced loudly. Following the words of the presiding minister, the guard of honor on the side immediately took out their own instruments and began to play the national anthem of the Tiandu Empire. Not far away, a team of graceful palace maids also walked slowly to the bottom of the stage with a tray covered with red cloth in their hands, and began to wait quietly. The music is over. Now please invite our great emperor to speak. Hearing the words of the presiding minister, Emperor Shuiye immediately stood up from his seat and walked from the VIP seat to the podium. This time, the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition was a complete success. You all achieved satisfactory results. This time, our Tiandu Empire not only included 2 of the top 3, but also won the championship of this competition. This has never happened since the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition started. This makes me very proud. Let us applaud the champion of this competition, Shrek Academy. Emperor Shuiye put down the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand and took the lead in applauding. All around him, everyone responded and applauded. After a long time, the applause stopped, and Emperor Shuiye raised the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand again. I promised before that all the teams that advance from the preliminaries will be awarded with titles of nobility by the Empire, and those who win the championship will have their titles upgraded by 1 level. Therefore, the captain and vice-captain of the Shrek team will be awarded the title of Earl, and all ordinary players will be awarded the title of Viscount. As for other teams, your captain and vice-captain will be awarded the title of Viscount, and ordinary players will be awarded the title of Baron. Now let's start the ceremony of conferring titles. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye returned to the throne at the front of the VIP seats, and the presiding minister picked up his loudspeaker soul guide again. Well, our great emperor has finished speaking. Now we welcome His Royal Highness Prince Shui Qinghe to confer titles on the outstanding soul masters of our empire. After the presiding minister's words, Shui Qinghe stood up from his seat and came to the podium. Please invite the members of our Tian Shui Academy team to come on stage to be conferred the title. The presiding minister said loudly. Under the stage, under the leadership of Shui Binger, except for Shui Wu, all other members followed Shui Binger to the stage. A beautifully dressed palace maid sat in front of Shui Qinghe with a tray in her hand. Shui Qinghe unveiled the red cloth, under which were covered exquisite golden medals. There were 9 medals in total. Among them, except for Shui Wu, the other members of the Tian Shui team, whether regular members or substitutes, had their own medals. The silver hook and iron painting on the top of the medal were engraved with the word Tiandu, and a feather was engraved below. Because the martial spirit of the Tiandu Empire's royal family is the swan, many medals and certificates of the Tiandu Empire are closely related to feathers. A feather pattern is a baron's medal, and among them, there are 2 medals with 2 feathers. This is the Viscount's medal, which belongs to Shui Binger and the girls of the Tian Shui Academy team on the other side. Among them, the second Viscount medal originally belonged to Swu, because Swu was the vice-captain of the Tang Shui group, but Swu was a princess and did not need a title at all. Although Swu did not need a title, the royal family could not use this as an excuse to erase a Viscount title of Tian Shui College, so after discussion, the royal family finally decided to give this title to another female member of the Tang Shui group. Chapter 353, The Division of Territory, Prince Xuexing's Attack. 1/2. The Tang Shui group's ennoblement ceremony ended quickly. After the Tang Shui group, the Thunder team came on stage, followed by the Kamikaze team, the Blazing team, and finally the Shrek team. Now, please invite our champion team, the Shrek team, to come on stage to receive the title medal. Following the announcement of the presiding minister, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling to the stage. Congratulations on winning the championship, Bai Ji. Shui Qinghe chuckled, reached out and picked up the Earl's medal with 3 feathers engraved on the tray, and then pinned it on Bai Ji's chest. Smelling the orchid-like musk fragrance coming from Shui Qinghe, looking at Shui Qinghe's masculine outfit, Bai Ji suddenly felt an inexplicable weirdness in his heart. Bai Ji, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bai Ji's strange expression, Shui Qinghe was a little confused. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Bai Ji smiled awkwardly. Oh. Shui Qinghe nodded in confusion, and then successively awarded the title medals to Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling. However, unlike men, the title medals of men are pinned on their chests, while the title medals of women are pinned on their left shoulders. After awarding the title medals, Bai Ji took the 4 women back to the stage and stood. After the efforts of our prince, all the title medals have been awarded to you. Now please ask our great emperor to divide the territory for you. Following the words of the presiding minister, Emperor Shuiye stood up from the throne again and came to the front of the stage. His eyes swept over everyone, and Emperor Shuiye suddenly clapped his hands. With the sound of clapping, a team of palace maids came slowly over with a huge rolled-up map in graceful steps. After walking in front of Bai Ji and the others, the maids unfolded the huge map in their hands. This is the city distribution map of our Tiandu Empire. The distribution and size of all cities in the empire can be seen at a glance through the distribution map. Your Majesty, please grant fiefs to the earls and viscounts. The presiding minister said loudly on the side. Hearing the words of the presiding minister, Emperor Shuiye slowly took out the amplifying soul guide. You are all the pillars of the empire. Since you have all chosen the empire will not treat you unfairly. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye's face suddenly became majestic. Tian Shui College, Captain Shui Binger, granted the fief. Blue Moon City, Shiwo College, Captain Huo Washuan, granted the fief. Qingfeng City, Deputy Captain Huo Wu, granted the fief. Xian City. The majestic voice of Emperor Shuiye continued to sound, and finally, it was Shrek College's turn. Shrek Academy, Captain Bai Ji, granted the fiefdom. Black Steel City, Team Member Ning Rongrong, granted the fiefdom. Nodding City, Team Member Meng Yuran, granted the fiefdom. Sishui City, Team Member Zhu Zuqing, granted the fiefdom. Black Steel City? Nodding City. Hearing the words of Emperor Shuiye, Bai Ji was stunned. This is too coincidental. Ning Rongrong's fiefdom is exactly Nodding City, and his fiefdom is Black Steel City, the most valuable city near Nodding City. Black Steel City is located on the border of the Tiandu Empire, not far from Nodding City. It is named because of the rich production of a mineral called black steel ore. Black steel ore is a very high-quality iron ore that can be used to manufacture various high-quality tools and weapons. In addition, other resources in Black Steel City are also very rich and of high value. Meng Yuran Sishui City has an estuary, which can build a port and develop shipping. It is a very valuable fiefdom, and Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling's fiefdoms are also very good. Moreover, these 5 cities are not only near Nodding City, but also close to each other. The area of the 5 cities combined is almost as large as the territory of a duke. Is Emperor Shuiye showing goodwill to us? Bai Ji couldn't help thinking in his heart. Just when Emperor Shuiye finished speaking, suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Your Majesty, Black Steel City is an important mineral city in the empire. It might not be a good idea to divide it out rashly like this. Hearing this, Bai Ji couldn't help but frown and looked over. The person who made this discordant voice was not someone else, but the old acquaintance Prince Xuexing. When Emperor Shuiye heard Prince Xuexing's words, he frowned immediately. He knew what this younger brother was thinking, and it was not the first time he had wiped his brother's ass. But the problem is that Bai Ji is not an ordinary person, but the captain of a team that won the championship of the elite exchange competition of Soul Master colleges across the continent. Not only does he have extraordinary potential, but his background is also very powerful. As the son-in-law of Ning Fengzi, he also established a big force, attracted Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, to join, and also obtained the loyalty of Meng Shu, the newly promoted title Douluo. Douluo is aside, Meng Shu's face must be given a little, and Ning Fengzi is added. He also wants to befriend Bai Ji. If he follows Xuexing's wishes, not only will his dignity be hit, but he will also offend Bai Ji. It will be difficult to explain to Ning Fengzi in the future. This Xuexing is constantly offending others now, and he may have a hard time in the future. As his thoughts flowed, Emperor Shuiye was ready to scold Prince Xuexing, but as soon as he opened his mouth, as if he thought of something, Emperor Shuiye regained his calm. Offended? It doesn't necessarily mean offending, and even if it is offended, it is Shui Xing who offended, and it has nothing to do with him, Shui yet. As the saying goes, people never cherish things that can be easily obtained. Although my purpose is to show goodwill, if there are no twists and turns in the process, the effect will not be good. It is better to let Shui Xing make a fuss, and then I will take action and scold Shui Xing. This way, the effect may be better. Under Shui Xing's strong opposition, Bai Ji may realize the preciousness of Black Steel City. When I speak up for him, he may be grateful to me. This is a sure win business. Thinking that if I stand up for Bai Ji now, the effect may be far better. It would be better to let Prince Xuexing jump around for a while longer, which would have a greater effect. With the Emperor's mind, Emperor Sui immediately made a decision in his heart, and his face returned to calm. On the side, Prince Xuexing was still talking about how far-reaching the impact would be on the Tiandu Empire if Black Steel City was given to Beg as a fiefdom. In the audience, Beg frowned. Although he knew that Black Steel City was very famous, he did not expect that Black Steel City was so important to the Tiandu Empire. But the problem is that this Black Steel City was not chosen by him, but was granted by Emperor Sui on his own initiative. Now saying this, isn't it a slap in his own face? He is not worthy of Black Steel City? And Beg glanced at Emperor Sui with the corner of his eyes. Emperor Sui did not intend to stop Prince Xuexing at this moment, which made Beg speechless. As an emperor, doesn't he know that the golden words are as good as the golden words? Or is this a double act for him? Chapter 354, The fiefdom is done, and we are ready to go to Notting City. 2 halves. Uncle Xuexing, what you said is wrong. Black Steel City is indeed very important to the Empire, but it is not just Black Steel City that provides minerals to the Empire, right? Father has already given Black Steel City to Bai Ji. Now you are saying this, are you trying to put father in an unjust position? Aside, Shui King He stood up. King He, as the crown prince, you have to consider the Empire, and as the Emperor, your Majesty has to consider the Empire even more. Although this matter is small, it has far-reaching impacts, so you must not start this. After hearing Shui King He's words, Prince Xuexing argued. It's the beginning? Haha, but if you really do that, where will the prestige of my father be? According to what you said, many of the fiefs of the Emperor's uncles should be returned. After all, there are many cities and their fiefs that are very important to the Empire. I remember that there is a grey iron ridge in your fief, Shui Xing, and 2 years ago, it was discovered that there is an important soul guide material, dark iron ore. Dark iron ore is very important to the Empire. Please return the grey iron ridge to the Empire. Shui King He sneered. This Prince Shui Xing wanted to say something, but Emperor Shui Ye suddenly said, okay, don't say anything more. Since I have already sealed off the Black Steel City, it will not change. Shui Xing, don't say anything more. Seeing that Shui King He was about to quarrel with Prince Shui Xing, Emperor Shui Ye stopped him in time for the sake of the royal family's face. Although things did not develop as he imagined, it was not a loss to make Bai Ji owe a favor to Prince Shui King He. Yes, my brother. After hearing what Emperor Shui Ye said, Prince Shui Xing stopped his attack. He knew that his nagging would not succeed this time. Bai Ji had great potential, great power, and great background. His smart brother would not offend Bai Ji for such a worthless matter. His nagging was just to make things difficult for Bai Ji. My brother Shui Ye was so smart that he would not give up this opportunity. He would definitely use his nagging to be a good guy and win Bai Ji's heart. However, he did not expect that Shui King He would get the advantage. This made Prince Shui Xing a little depressed. After the ennoblement ceremony, Bai Ji received the ennoblement document. He successfully obtained the fiefdom of Black Steel City and became the Lord of Black Steel City and the towns in the area radiated by Black Steel City. Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling also received their own ennoblement documents. Black Steel City plus the fiefs of the 4 women, these 5 cities together basically include the border counties of the entire Fanos province. To some extent, Bai Ji is the lord of the border counties of Fanos province. Thank you, Your Highness. After the ennoblement ceremony, Bai Ji found Shui King He to thank him. No need to thank me, it's just a small favor, but my uncle has always been a fussy person. You offended him before, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Do you really not need my help? Shui King He shook his head, and while speaking, he looked at Bai Ji with burning eyes again. No need, I'm about to leave for my fiefdom, he shouldn't follow me to my fiefdom to find trouble, right? Bai Ji wiped the sweat off his face. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Xue Qinghe's words. It turned out that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had not given up recruiting him. However, in Bai Ji's opinion, Prince Xuexing could only disgust him with this. If he dared to play, he would really kill him. Not to mention anything else, let Meng Shu beat Prince Xuexing every day. Prince Xuexing dared not say a word, but he was too lazy to care about it now. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with it in the future. Are you ready to return to the fiefdom so soon? Are you ready? Being a lord is not as simple as being a soul master. Xue Qinghe asked with concern. I'm ready. Thank you for your concern, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Bai Ji smiled. Oh. I almost forgot that you are not an ordinary person. The Dragon Snake family, the Bailan family and the Juxin Haitang family are now under your command. You should not lack talents under your command. Xue Qinghe shook his head with amusement. But if you have something to do, you can still write to me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely come to help you even if we are thousands of miles apart. Xue Qinghe said solemnly. I know. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Bai Ji nodded. As soon as they left the royal hunting ground, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan chased after them. Looking at Bai Ji, Huo Wu said a little embarrassedly, well, Bai Ji, I'm sorry, we didn't talk just now. It's okay, I can understand this. Bai Ji smiled indifferently. Xue Qinghe has always wanted to recruit him, and it is expected that he is willing to stand up for him. Moreover, Xue Qinghe also has the identity and status to argue with Prince Xuexing, but Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu are different. Although the two are genius soul masters, their status is too different from Prince Xuexing. Whether they dare not or have no ability, Bai Ji can understand. Moreover, Bai Ji could see through Prince Xuexing's purpose, which was just to make things difficult for him. Even if Xue Qinghe didn't stand up for him, Emperor Shuya wouldn't say that he wouldn't give him the Black Steel City. He definitely couldn't explain this to Ning Fengzi. The reason why Emperor Shuya stopped Prince Xuexing so late was just to sell him a favor through comparison. Bai Ji was not so blind to this. Walking towards Tiandu Imperial City with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, Bai Ji talked about the development plan of the fiefdom on the way, which frightened Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. For the construction of the fiefdom, Bai Ji has various means from technology to economy. How to develop business through technology, and then drive the economy, improve the living standards and income of the civilians in the fiefdom, and the increase in civilian income can increase tax revenue, and finally benefit Bai Ji, the Lord, and Bai Ji can invest money in the development of the fiefdom. In this way, back and forth, the prosperity of the fiefdom is finally achieved, which is far from being comparable to how to collect taxes in Douluo continent. On Douluo continent, the main source of income for noble lords still comes from mining resources in the fiefdom and collecting taxes from civilians in the fiefdom. Some lords will set up their own industries, but few can grow and develop. After all, just mining resources in the territory and collecting taxes are enough for them to live lavishly, and setting up industries is only a small part, and they don't know how to develop. If the maximum income that a lord can get from a fiefdom is 1, which includes mining resources and collecting taxes, then most lords on Douluo continent still understand how to get as much as possible from this 1, while Bai Ji thinks about how to turn this 1 into 2, 3, 4, or even 10. This is the fundamental difference. After bidding farewell to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, Bai Ji returned to the castle. A few days ago, Bai Ji asked Meng Shu, Su Motion and Dugubo to start mobilizing the talents of the family. Now that the fiefdom has been determined, Bai Ji is ready to leave tomorrow. Of course, Bai Ji is not going to Black Steel City immediately. In fact, Bai Ji is only preparing to use Black Steel City as a resource mining point. What Bai Ji really wants to build is a city from scratch, a new city. It is better to rebuild a new city than to overthrow an already formed city. The reason why Bai Ji is in such a hurry to leave is that he wants to return to Notting City, or Shengun Village, located in Bian County. You should know that Bai Ji has not seen his grandfather Jack for a year. Chapter 355, Frightened Xiao Kuang's Welcome. 1/2. Tiandu Empire, Fanos Province, Notting City, City Lord's Mansion. It was night and the sky was very dark. In the courtyard of the City Lord's Mansion, Notting City Lord Xiao Kuang was lying on a recliner in the yard, sighing constantly. Yesterday, an envoy from the imperial capital Tiandu Imperial City suddenly came to Notting City and told him that Notting City was about to welcome a viscount as the lord, which made Xiao Kuang a little panic. Although he was the lord of Notting City, he was not a member of the noble family, but was appointed as the lord because of his strength and military merit. If Notting City welcomed a master, then he would probably be revoked of his position as the lord, which made Xiao Kuang, who was already accustomed to his current status, a little uneasy. After getting the news, Xiao Kuang began to use his connections to find out who Notting City was given. If he didn't check, he didn't know. Once he checked, he was shocked. Their Notting City was actually given to a member of the team that won the championship in the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy in the whole continent. But just when he was about to find out who it was, a big man in the army who was familiar with Xiao Kuang directly issued a warning, asking Xiao Kuang to stop investigating, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. This made Xiao Kuang know that the background of this upcoming lord might be very unusual. This made Xiao Kuang even more panicked. Being able to win the championship of the elite exchange competition of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy, the strength of this lord who is about to take office is at least the same as his, with the cultivation of Soul Master level, but his martial soul and soul ring configuration must be far better than his, plus his background, there must be people protecting him, he can't even show his power, of course, he dare not. If it is an ordinary lord, although Xiao Kuang is also terrified, but with his strength, plus his many years of experience as the lord of Notting City, if he chooses to surrender, it is estimated that he can continue to stay in the position of lord of Notting City, but the problem is that the upcoming lord is not ordinary, he is probably from a big family. A person from a big family usually has his own talents. When this lord comes to take office, he is likely to bring his own people. After arriving, he will probably kick Xiao Kuang out of the position of lord of Notting City and let his subordinates take over. This is what Xiao Kuang is worried about. Brother Kuang, what are you sighing about? When Xiao Kuang sighed, Xiao Kuang's wife finally couldn't help asking. Yu Lian, tomorrow the lord of our Notting City will come, I feel that I may be dismissed from the position of lord of Notting City. Xiao Kuang sighed. Revoke it, you have been the lord of the city for so many years, and you have accumulated enough money and established enough connections. In addition to your strength, even if you lose the position of lord of the city, our family can still live a rich life. What are you afraid of? Yu Lian asked puzzledly. Money? There will always be a day when money runs out. As for connections, if I lose the position of lord of Notting City, do you think those guys will still give me face like they do now? Xiao Kuang sneered. This Yu Lian hesitated after hearing what Xiao Kuang said. As a woman, she knew a little about these intrigues, but she only knew about them. It was still difficult for her to understand. Brother Kuang, I know you are worried, but no matter how much we worry, it will not help. According to what you said to me before, the lord who came to take over our Notting City this time has a very powerful background, and we can't resist it at all. When the time comes, you can just surrender directly. If they are willing to accept it, it will be great. If not, with your strength, Brother Kuang, and Chen Yu's promising future, our family will not decline. Yu Lian advised. Oh, that's right, I think too much. Xiao Kuang sighed after hearing what Yu Lian said. Write a letter tomorrow to ask Chen Yu to come back. We still have one day to prepare. The day after tomorrow, the Viscount of Notting City will come. Whether it succeeds or not, let's be ready. Do our best and leave it to fate. The next day, a team of luxurious carriages were slowly moving on the road a few hundred kilometers outside Notting City. Lingmu, how long will it take to get to Notting City? Sitting in the first exquisitely decorated carriage, Bai Ji, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes and asked. There is still half a day. Lingmu took out the map and said after comparing the distance. Bai Ji, are you so anxious to go home? Isn't it more timid to be close to home? Meng Yuren laughed. I am a little timid when I am close to home, but Notting City is not my home. Bai Ji glanced at Meng Yuren and said. But are you ready? Are you ready to face my grandfather? Not yet. Meng Yuren's face fell. But we are all so good, Grandpa will never drive us away. The next second, Meng Yuren's pretty face showed a smile again. That's true, but how to face my grandfather is secondary. The main thing is that I have a lot of things to do later, and you won't be as idle as today. Bai Ji touched his chin and said. It doesn't matter, we are not incompetent. Meng Yuren said indifferently. The carriage went all the way to Notting City, and in Notting City, several scouts sent by Xiao Kuang were staring at the distance. They have been staring since morning, but nothing has been found. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed scout saw a luxurious convoy heading towards Notting City in the distance. The scout hurriedly got off the city wall and prepared to go to the city lord's mansion to inform Xiao Kuang. At this time, Xiao Kuang was already dressed neatly and was waiting anxiously. With Xiao Kuang were his wife, Yu Lian, who was wearing an embroidered long dress, and Xiao Kuang's son Xiao Chinayu. After 7 or 8 years, Xiao Chinayu had already grown into a young man. Report to the lord of the city, a luxurious carriage convoy is seen coming from the direction of the north gate. It should be the convoy of the lord of the lord. A scout who was loyal to Xiao Kuang ran all the way to Xiao Kuang, half knelt on the ground, and clasped his fists. Are they here? Hearing the scout's words, Xiao Kuang stood up immediately. Let's go, we'll go. Hearing that the lord of the lord was about to arrive, Xiao Kuang said to his wife and son. All the way to the north gate, because when Xiao Kuang received the news 2 days ago, he told the residents of Notting City that Notting City was granted the fiefdom of a viscount, and today, Xiao Kuang had found a group of Notting City residents early and asked everyone to line up in 2 rows to wait for the lord of the lord to arrive. Standing at the front of the team with his wife and son, Xiao Kuang began waiting for the arrival of the luxury convoy not far away. After more than 10 minutes, the convoy finally arrived not far from the gate of Notting City. Only then did Xiao Kuang see the appearance of these carriages clearly. The carriages of this convoy were all made of expensive rosewood, even the wheels. There were actually many soul guides installed on the carriages, which should be soul guides for shock absorption and other purposes, but with Xiao Kuang's knowledge, he couldn't name them. A team of carriages made of pure rosewood was enough to shock Xiao Kuang, and the soul guides installed on the carriages were even more expensive than those with money. This had to shock Xiao Kuang and also made Xiao Kuang more determined in his thoughts. This team of carriages must have taken over the Viscount of Notting City. Without sufficient funds and status, even if he could buy rosewood, he would definitely not be able to buy these soul guides that he had never seen before. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 356, If you don't return home when you are rich and noble, it's like walking at night in a brocade dress. 2 halves. The luxurious convoy stopped in front of the gate of Notting City. Seeing the convoy stop, Xiao Kuang half knelt on the ground and shouted to the leading carriage, "Greetings, Lord Viscount, welcome Lord Viscount to Notting City." And behind Xiao Kuang, whether it was Xiao Kuang's wife Su Yuelian, son Xiao Chinayu, or other Notting City residents who were invited, they all half knelt or knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Welcome Viscount to Notting City." After doing everything, Xiao Kuang lowered his head a little nervously. He didn't know whether the Viscount Lord who came would be satisfied with his behavior, whether he would continue to use him as the Lord of Notting City, or kick him away and arrange his own confidence. "Uncle Xiao, it's been a long time since we last met. You don't have to do such a big gift when you meet." Just when Xiao Kuang was feeling uneasy, a familiar voice came from the carriage. Along with the voice, Bai Ji slowly walked out of the carriage, followed by Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling. You are Bai Ji, this. Seeing Bai Ji actually walk down from the carriage, Xiao Kuang couldn't help but widen his eyes, and was a little incoherent for a while, and Xiao Chinayu on the side was also full of astonishment at this moment. "Why, Uncle Xiao doesn't recognize me?" Bai Ji said with a smile. "I know, but Bai Ji, this convoy is not yours, right? I thought it was the Viscount who took over Notting City." Xiao Kuang smiled bitterly. "No, Bai Ji, you are not the Viscount who took over Notting City, right?" A sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Xiao Kuang said in a bit of shock. "It's not me, it's her." Bai Ji shook his head and pointed to Ning Rongrong on the side, and Ning Rongrong also took out a volume of conferment documents at the right time and unfolded it in front of Xiao Kuang. Xiao Kuang didn't look carefully at the other words on the conferment document. Seeing the big words Notting City on the conferment document, Xiao Kuang couldn't help but half kneel on the ground in fear. "Greetings, Lord Viscount." "Uncle Xiao, no need to be polite, we are all family." Seeing Xiao Kuang's fearful look, Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. "Family? Bai Ji, you..." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Kuang couldn't help but think of something in his heart, and suddenly raised his head to look at Bai Ji, his eyes full of shock. Xiao Kuang was actually very puzzled about Notting City being chosen as a fiefdom by a viscount, because Notting City is located on the border. The geographical location is actually very bad, and there are no resources. It is basically impossible for a noble to be willing to choose Notting City as a fiefdom. Before, Xiao Kuang just thought it was just an accident, but now it seems that it is not an accident at all. This young Viscount should be Bai Ji's person, or FANFIC copyrightee, and choosing Notting City is just Bai Ji's request. This can explain why this Viscount with an extraordinary background chose Notting City, a city with no value at all. But Bai Ji can be together with this young Viscount with an extraordinary background, so what is Bai Ji's identity? Xiao Kuang guessed something in his heart and was a little excited. He was right in his guess. But suddenly, Xiao Kuang remembered the news he had found out at the time. The Lord of Notting City was from the champion team of this year's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Thinking of this, Xiao Kuang suddenly seemed to think of something in his heart, and asked with some difficulty, Bai Ji, did you also participate in this All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition? Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Did your team win the championship? Yes. Bai Ji still nodded with a smile. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Kuang couldn't help but collapse to the ground, his face full of incredible. Although he had long expected Bai Ji to achieve extraordinary success in the future and invested a lot in Bai Ji should be only about 13 years old now, and he has already participated in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition and won the championship? Xiao Kuang looked a little dazed. So my previous investment is at a huge profit? What is your current status, Bai Ji? Are you also a Viscount? Xiao Kuang couldn't help but look up at Bai Ji. Bai Ji is not a Viscount, but an Earl. Ning Rongrong shook her head at the side. Earl. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Kuang didn't know what he felt in his heart, but a voice in his mind kept shouting, I've made a lot of money. I've made a lot of money. I've made a lot of money. Uncle Xiao, you should get up first. Seeing Xiao Kuang's face full of distraction, but still no movement, Bai Ji couldn't help shaking his head and looking at Xiao Chinayu, help Uncle Xiao up. Oh. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Chinayu, who was still in a daze, came back to his senses and quickly helped his father Xiao Kuang up. Son, we guessed right. Being helped up by Xiao Chinayu, Xiao Kuang patted Xiao Chinayu's shoulder with excitement and laughed. Xiao Chinayu could only nod in response to his father's excitement. He was also confused, or stunned. When he was a child in Notting College, although he expected that Bai Ji would definitely not be an ordinary person, but less than 10 years later, Bai Ji had actually won the legendary All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition and returned as an Earl. This made him a little envious and jealous, and of course more inferior and ashamed. Looking at the girls beside and behind Bai Ji, each of them was a beauty picked from thousands of miles away, and the carriages of the entire team were also extremely luxurious, the kind that could not be bought with money, and even the grooms who drove the carriages did not look like ordinary people, they were probably soul masters, and they were very powerful. At least he could feel a strong sense of oppression, which shocked Xiao Chinayu. Along with the shock came a strong sense of pride. At the Notting College, he saw Bai Ji's extraordinariness at a glance, and told his father Xiao Kuang, asking him to invest in Bai Ji. Now, in just 10 years, the previous investment has already paid off. Before, his father Xiao Kuang was worried that the city lord who came would kick him out, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Their Xiao family is the direct descendant of the lord. Thinking of this, Xiao Chinayu's whole body was proud and proud. Bai Ji, let's go. It's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that you have achieved such a great achievement now. It really makes Uncle feel emotional. Come, let's go to the noble hall. This time, Uncle will treat you to a meal and welcome you. Coming back from the ecstasy, looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Kuang laughed. No, Uncle Xiao, I'm in a hurry to go home now. Bai Ji shook his head. Originally, Xiao Kuang was going to persuade him again, but when he heard Bai Ji said that he was in a hurry to go home, Bai Ji and Xiao Kuang swallowed the words that were on his lips. Well, I can understand you, Bai Ji. If you don't return home when you are rich, it's like traveling at night with clothes on your back. But next time you come, Uncle will treat you to a meal, you can't refuse. Xiao Kuang nodded and said. Next time for sure. Bai Ji clasped his fists and said, Uncle Xiao, I'll leave first. After watching the luxurious motorcade bypass Notting City, Xiao Kuang turned his head. Brother Kuang, your position as the city lord should be no problem, right? Su Yuelian asked hesitantly. Problem? What problem? Notting City is Bai Ge's fiefdom. With our relationship with Bai Ge, if we don't do anything, let alone me, even if I die, Chen Yu will take the throne and there will be no problem. Xiao Kuang said proudly. Let's go back. Chapter 357 Su Yun Tao is still in the martial soul awakening ceremony. 1/2. Holy Soul Village is more than 100 kilometers away from Notting City. It takes about a morning for an ordinary person to get from Holy Soul Village to Notting City. By horse carriage, it takes less than 2 hours to arrive. After bypassing Notting City, the convoy drove straight to the direction of Holy Soul Village. On the other side, Holy Soul Village. It is the day of martial soul awakening again. At the head of Holy Soul Village, old Jack is still leaning on a cane, waiting for the soul master sent by the spirit hall to preside over the awakening ceremony. However, this time, old Jack is not as anxious as before. Old Jack has always had a dream, that is, Holy Soul Village can really produce a soul saint, so that the name of Holy Soul Village is worthy of its name. And God will not let down those who work hard. His grandson Bai Ge awakened his martial soul at the martial soul awakening ceremony 7 years ago. Although it is a useless martial soul, it is innately full of soul power. When his grandson left a year ago, he was already a soul master. According to the teacher at Notting Academy, his grandson's talent is extremely strong, and it is almost certain that he will become a soul sage in the future. In addition to his grandson Bai Ge, another child he has been taking care of, Tang San, also has the qualifications to become a soul sage, which has relieved old Jack's urgency. However, although he has the hope of restoring the reputation of the Holy Soul Village, as the village chief of the Holy Soul Village, old Jack still hopes that the Holy Soul Village will be restored. Soul Village can produce a few more soul masters. Old Jack is a responsible person. Because he cares about the Holy Soul Village, he refused when his grandson Bai Ge wanted to take him to Notting City to enjoy the good life. Now another year has passed, and old Jack can't help but pray in his heart, hoping that the Holy Soul Village can produce a few more soul masters. After his grandson Bai Ge and Tang San, the Holy Soul Village once again fell into the dilemma of not being able to produce a soul master for several years, which made old Jack feel a little sad. After waiting for an unknown period of time, a figure in white came from the road not far away. Master Su Yun Tao, you are here. Seeing the figure walking slowly, old Jack bowed respectfully. Yes, Village Chief Jack. Su Yun Tao nodded. After 7 years, the once brilliant and vigorous Great Soul Master of the Spirit Hall now has some signs of aging, with a few more wrinkles on his face. The confidence he once had disappeared without knowing when, and was replaced by deep sorrow. Now Su Yun Tao is over 30 years old, but still alone. The female soul master Sissy that he pursued did not choose a poor boy like him in most idol TV dramas, but chose a soul master who came to inspect from the spirit temple and abandoned him like a worn-out shoe. It really reflects the old saying in the East, a dog that licks a dog cannot get a house. After that, Su Yun Tao became depressed until now. In fact, Su Yun Tao did not give up. In Su Yun Tao's heart, he actually had a grudge, that is, he wanted to prove that he, Su Yun Tao, was not a waste. However, due to the limitation of talent, 7 years have passed, and the former level 25 Great Soul Master has not been promoted to Soul Master or Soul Master, but reached the top at level 29. This threshold is here. If there is no external help, Su Yun Tao will never be able to cross it in his life, but Su Yun Tao is unwilling to do so. Just like Ma Xiaonyo, he has been suffering at level 29. When he is old, he will succeed Ma Xiaonyo as the master of the Notting City Spirit Branch Hall. But it is not so easy to break through the 29th level. With Su Yun Tao's talent, he will never be able to break through the 29th level by his own efforts until his death, just like the former master, unless there is a top treasure that can make him reborn. As the first extraordinary force in Douluo continent, there must be such treasures in the Spirit Hall, but such treasures require enough contribution points to receive, and for Su Yun Tao, he does not have many opportunities to contribute to the Spirit Hall. The only thing he can do is to discover talents for the Spirit Hall. As long as he can recruit a top talent for the Spirit Hall, he can directly enter the legendary Spirit City and choose treasures from the Spirit Hall treasury in the Spirit City. The treasures in the Spirit Hall treasury are all-encompassing, and there must be treasures that can help him break through the 29th level. So even with Su Yun Tao's current status, he no longer needs to go to various villages to hold the spirit awakening ceremony, but for that opportunity, Su Yuntao is still working hard. On this day, Su Yuntao had just finished the martial soul awakening ceremony in another village, and then he rushed to the Holy Soul village without stopping. In the previous village, Su Yuntao did not awaken a child with the qualifications of a soul master, which made Su Yuntao a little disappointed. However, the possibility of awakening a child with the qualifications of a soul master in the village was originally very low, and Su Yuntao knew this, so he was disappointed, but for so many years, he had been numb. However, Su Yuntao still had a lot of expectations for the Holy Soul village. After all, he awakened 2 children with the qualifications of soul masters here, and they were innate full soul power, but it was a pity that they were useless martial souls, otherwise if he had reported it, maybe Sisi would not have left him. Thinking of this, Su Yuntao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Master Su Yuntao, please follow me. The children are already waiting in the Wuhan branch hall of our Holy Soul village. Old Jack certainly didn't know what Su Yuntao was thinking, and because he and Su Yuntao were old acquaintances, after Su Yuntao arrived, Old Jack took Su Yuntao directly to the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village. All the way to the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village, in front of the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village, a group of villagers from the Holy Soul village were waiting with their children. When they saw Su Yuntao, a group of villagers immediately bowed and said, "Meet the Master of the War Soul." Yes. Su Yuntao still nodded calmly. When he arrived at the Wuhan branch hall, which was actually a slightly larger wooden house, Old Jack opened the wooden house and Su Yuntao walked in. The adults stay outside the hall, and all the children line up to come in. After putting away the crystal ball for testing the Soul Master and the Black Soul Stone for arranging the awakening martial soul formation one by one, Su Yuntao turned and came to the door of the hall and said lightly, "Children, don't be afraid, line up quickly." Under the chairmanship of Old Jack, the 6 children who participated in the martial soul awakening ceremony quickly lined up and walked into the wooden house, while all the parents waited outside the martial soul branch hall. "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 29 Great Soul Master, and I am your guide. Now I will perform martial soul awakening on you. Remember, no matter what happens, don't be afraid." It was the same line as before, but now Su Yuntao was no longer high-spirited and confident but steady and calm. "Lone Wolf, possess." After saying that, Su Yuntao shouted, summoned the martial soul Lone Wolf, and entered the martial soul possession state. "You, come in." Motioning for the first child to enter the hexagon formed by 6 black soul stones, Su Yuntao injected soul power into the black soul stone. Suddenly, countless golden light spots continuously escaped from the black soul stone and poured into the body of the child who entered the hexagon. Chapter 358 UR, Su Yuntao's shock. 2 halves. Stretch out your right hand. Looking at the child in the hexagon, Su Yuntao said. Hearing Su Yuntao's words, the child who was undergoing the martial soul awakening ceremony slowly stretched out his right hand. As a large number of golden light spots poured out of his right hand, they finally condensed into a hoe. Alas! Seeing the hoe in the child's right hand, Su Yuntao knew that there was no hope. He had presided over the martial soul awakening ceremony for nearly 10 years, and had never seen a hoe martial soul with soul power. Su Yuntao sighed in his heart and shook his head. On the other side, on the continent outside the Holy Soul village, a team of extremely luxurious carriages was slowly approaching. In the fields beside the road, countless villagers who were working with their home martial souls saw the team of dozens of carriages, and they couldn't help but look over. They had seen carriages before, but the carriage in front of them was different. The carriage in front of them was not only pulled by tall horses, but the wood used to make the carriage also looked extremely expensive. The curtains and door curtains were also decorated with various colored glaze, agate and jade. As they drove along, even those on the side could hear the crisp ding-ding-dang-dang sound of jade, which was simply luxurious. Where did this convoy come from? Why did it come to their Shengun village? The villagers working nearby were extremely confused. It's not that they didn't think they were just passing by, but their Shengun village was remote. There was no road to go to Shengun village. It was impossible to say that they passed through their Shengun village, so they were so confused. The long convoy drove all the way into Shengun village and finally stopped in front of Old Jack at the head of the village. The villagers nearby didn't want to watch, but the road in Shengun village was too narrow. The luxurious carriages were blocked on the road and couldn't get through at all. Grandpa, Grandpa! After getting off the carriage, Bai Ji took Ning Rong Rong and the other 4 girls off the carriage, but when they came to the house where they used to live and shouted, they didn't hear Grandpa Old Jack's response. Is he not here? After shouting a few times but no response, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little confused. Lingmu, go ask where my grandpa is. Turning around and looking at the maid beside him, Bai Ji spoke. Yes. The little maid Lingmu nodded, then turned around and walked quickly past the convoy, and finally came to the villagers who were peeking not far behind the convoy. Seeing Lingmu in a maid outfit coming, the villagers were still a little panicked. The farthest place many of them had ever been to in their lives was Notting City, and the people they had come into contact with were either villagers or vendors. Seeing Lingmu approaching in clothes that they could obviously not afford in their lifetime, the villagers could not help but retreat quickly. Excuse me, where is your village chief? Looking at the villagers in front of her, Lingmu did not have any contempt or anything like that, because she knew that her master Beg was born in this village. Our village chief is in the Wuhan branch hall in the village, where the Wuhan awakening ceremony is being held. A villager raised his hand and said tremblingly. Thank you. After getting the answer, Lingmu nodded, took out a gold soul coin, and threw it to the villager who answered the question. What is it? Seeing Lingmu throwing a golden object, the villager who answered the question subconsciously caught it, opened his hand and saw that it was a gold soul coin. Wow, a gold soul coin! On the side, the villagers who also came to watch the excitement couldn't help but exclaimed. In Lingmu's view, a gold soul coin is just a gold soul coin, which can't even buy the residue of a pill, but for the villagers, a gold soul coin is almost a huge sum of money that they may not be able to earn in a year. You just answered where the village chief Old Jack is, and she gave you a gold soul coin. A villager's eyes were full of envy and disbelief. This should be a noble from a big city. He is too rich and doesn't take a gold soul coin seriously. A villager with some experience exclaimed. Yes. Yes. Other villagers echoed. Ignoring the reactions of the villagers, after getting the answer to the question, Lingmu returned to beg. Master, they said that Grandpa is in the Wuhan branch hall in the village, where the Wuhan awakening ceremony is being held. Lingmu said respectfully. Wuhan awakening ceremony is being held. Beg was a little surprised, but after calculating the time, it seems that this period of time is indeed the time for the Wuhan awakening in the villages near Notting City. Let's go, get in the car, let's go. Beg thought about it and said. Because the Wuhan branch hall of Shengun village is in the center of Shengun village, and the convoy is parked in front of the house of Old Jack at the head of the village from the main road of Shengun village, there is no need to let the other carriages drive out of Shengun village, just choose a carriage and drive directly to the Wuhan branch hall of Shengun village. As for why you have to take a carriage for such a short distance, the reason is also very simple. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking at night with a splendid robe. If you are so good outside, you naturally have to pretend to be cool when you return to your hometown. Not to mention other things, enjoying the shocking eyes of others is also a good experience. On the other side, the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village. For everything that happened outside the Holy Soul village, the villagers waiting outside the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village, including Old Jack, did not know. They were now waiting anxiously, praying in their hearts that the child who participated in the Wuhan awakening ceremony could become a noble soul master. But looking through the window at the wooden house, Su Yun Tao kept shaking his head, his face was full of calmness, and everyone had a vague expectation in their hearts. It was unknown how much time had passed. For the villagers who were waiting outside the Wuhan branch hall of the Holy Soul village, this period of waiting was undoubtedly a long time. Creaky. With the sound of a door opening, Su Yun Tao pushed open the door and walked out. Master Su Yun Tao, how is it? Can any of these children become soul masters? As soon as Su Yun Tao came out, Old Jack approached him with expectation and asked. Alas! In response to Old Jack's inquiry, Su Yun Tao just sighed and shook his head, and seeing Su Yun Tao's actions, Old Jack couldn't help but show a few disappointments in his eyes. None of the children in your village are qualified to become soul masters. I hope you can make a breakthrough next year. Looking at Old Jack, Su Yun Tao sighed. I know. It's too difficult for ordinary people to become soul masters if they are not the inheritors of the major sections. Old Jack couldn't help but sigh. Why are you sighing, village chief Jack? I remember that your grandson has become a soul master, right? Seeing old Jack sighing, Su Yuntao was a little amused. My grandson is my grandson, but the Holy Soul Village is the Holy Soul Village. I am the village chief of the Holy Soul Village, so naturally I have to make plans for the Holy Soul Village. Old Jack shook his head. Trample, trample, trample. Just as old Jack and Su Yuntao were talking, bursts of horse hooves suddenly came from not far away, and a luxurious carriage was seen driving towards this side quickly. The luxurious carriage finally stopped in front of the two people. The coachman respectfully lifted the curtain, and a familiar figure walked out of the carriage. You are. Seeing the familiar voice in front of him, Su Yuntao couldn't help but stir up a storm in his heart. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI.com. Chapter 359 Old Jack's Wish, the idea of building a Holy Soul Village. 1/2. Grandpa, Master Su Yuntao, long time no see. Looking at Grandpa Old Jack and Su Yuntao in front of him, Bai Ge smiled. Bai Ge, why are you back? Seeing Bai Ge actually walk down from such a luxurious carriage, Old Jack was very incredible in his heart, and he was speechless for a while. I have graduated, and it happened that His Majesty the Emperor gave us a fiefdom. My fiefdom is Black Steel City. Today I came back to see you, Grandpa. Bai Ge replied with a smile. Fiefdom, you became a noble. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Su Yuntao was a little unbelievable. Before leaving Notting City, Bai Ge had come to their Wuhan Hall to test his level. At that time, Bai Ge was a soul master, and a soul master in a general high-level soul master academy could graduate. So Su Yuntao had no doubts about Bai Ge graduating so quickly. However, among the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount and Baron in the Tiandu Empire, only Viscounts were eligible to obtain fiefdoms, but those who graduated from the high-level Soul Master Academy could only be granted the title of Baron at most. How did Bai Ge get the fiefdom? Well, I became a noble. Bai Ge nodded. Bai Ge, you became a noble. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Old Jack was a little excited. For common people like them, why do they want their descendants to become soul masters? Isn't the main purpose still to hope that their descendants can become nobles? To become a soul master, even if you are a soul master, you can only receive 100 gold soul coins from the Wuhan Hall every month. This is indeed a huge sum of money, but to become a noble, you can get the amount of money you get from being a simple soul master is much more than that of a simple soul master. Not to mention the gold soul coins, the social status alone is very different. Unless a soul master is a truly powerful soul master, in the eyes of ordinary people, the nobles are still more noble. Bai Ge, what title did you get? Old Jack asked with a trembling voice, stepping forward and grabbing his grandson's arm. Earl. Bai Ge replied with a smile. Earl. Hearing Bai Ge's answer, two exclamations suddenly sounded at the scene. Old Jack's exclamation was a cry of happiness and excitement, while Su Yuntao's exclamation was full of disbelief. The Empire does grant titles to powerful soul masters who surrender, but isn't the Earl only granted to soul emperors and above? Bai Ge is obviously at most a soul master, how could he be granted the title of Earl? Bai Ge, isn't the title of Earl obviously granted only to soul emperors and above? Are you already a soul emperor? Looking at Bai Ge, Su Yuntao's eyes were full of disbelief. I'm not a soul emperor. I just won a game, and the reward from His Majesty is just that. Bai Ge shook his head. Competition? It can't be the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, right? Su Yuntao felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. He had clearly awakened a useless martial soul master, so how could a useless martial soul master have the qualifications to participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, and even get good results in it? You should have entered the finals. What place did you get? Su Yuntao took a few deep breaths and asked with complicated eyes. First place, champion. Bai Ge smiled slightly and said word by word. Champion. Hearing Bai Ge's answer, Su Yuntao couldn't help but stagger back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. You can't be the Shrek team that won the championship of this All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Looking at Bai Ge again, Su Yuntao's heart was trembling. Yes, we are all members of the Shrek team. Ning Rong Rong answered from behind. Hearing Ning Rong Rong's answer, Su Yuntao wanted to die at this moment. The Soul Master who awakened the spirit in his hands fought against their Spirit Hall team in the elite exchange competition of the Spirit Master Academy in the whole continent, and finally won. He was definitely blamed. Although the higher UPS have not investigated yet, Su Yun Tao is sure that he will not be able to escape this blame when the truth comes out in the future. Su Yun Tao thought about what his colleagues would say at that time. You, Su Yun Tao, are a traitor to the Spirit Hall. Others recruit geniuses, but you push geniuses out. You are a sinner of the Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Su Yun Tao felt a little bad. But Bai Ji didn't know what Su Yun Tao was thinking. After answering Su Yun Tao's question, Bai Ji looked at his grandfather, Jack. Grandpa, now that the martial soul awakening ceremony is complete, you can go back with me. I haven't seen you for a year. I want to catch up with you and introduce you to a few people. Pulling the dazed old Jack into the carriage, looking at Su Yun Tao who was still a little dazed, Bai Ji said, Master Su Yun Tao, we're leaving first. The luxurious carriage slowly drove away, and Su Yun Tao looked like he wanted to die. Grandpa, hello, my name is Ning Rong Rong. Grandpa, hello, my name is Meng Yuran. Pulling old Jack into the carriage, looking at old Jack, Ning Rong Rong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling introduced themselves one after another. Hello. Old Jack put his crutches horizontally on his legs, watching the girls introduce themselves, feeling a little confused. Bai Ji, these 4 girls are not all the granddaughters-in-law you found for me, right? Slowly moving to Bai Ji's side, old Jack asked in a low voice. Yes, they are all your granddaughters-in-law. Grandpa, you don't have to doubt it. I will introduce them to you. Rong Rong, Yuran, Zuqing, and Lingling, we won the championship together in the elite exchange competition of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy. Because I am the captain, His Majesty conferred me the title of Earl. My fiefdom is Black Steel City, while Rong Rong and the others are only viscounts. Their fiefdoms are Notting City, Sishui City, Qingshan City, and Linjiang City. We came back this time to receive the fiefdoms. Of course, we also came back to see you by the way. Looking at old Jack, Bai Ji smiled. Hey, Bai Ji, you have made a lot of progress. Grandpa is very proud, but you must not let these girls down. Hearing Bai Ji's words, old Jack's face was a little complicated. Don't worry, I know, Grandpa. Bai Ji nodded. When are you going to leave this time? Looking at his grandson, old Jack asked. No, I plan to stay at home. Bai Ji shook his head. Stay at home? Bai Ji, you can't ruin your future for Grandpa. Old Jack said earnestly. No, Grandpa, I asked you to go to Notting City to enjoy a good life before, but you didn't want to go because you missed the Holy Soul Village, so I plan to build up the Holy Soul Village this time. Bai Ji said with a bit of a smile. Build up the Holy Soul Village, what do you mean? Old Jack didn't understand. It means to make our Holy Soul Village no longer poor. Our fiefdoms have included the area from Notting City to Sishui City. It can be said that the entire border county is my fiefdom. I plan to build a new city nearby, and the Holy Soul Village is also included. In the process, I will find a way to make the villagers of our Holy Soul Village rich. Bai Ji explained. Grandpa doesn't understand what you said, but I am very pleased that you are willing to repay our Holy Soul Village. Old Jack sighed. Chapter 363 Years later, the City of the Future. Two halves. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely develop Shengun Village into the most prosperous city in the world. Looking at old Jack, Bai Ji said confidently. After staying in Shengun Village for a day, the next day, Bai Ji took the 4 girls to Black Steel City, Sishui City, Qingshan City, and Longjai City respectively, conquered the city lords of the 4 cities, and took over the 4 cities, and then Bai Ji started farming. First, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Because he was familiar with the formula of cement, Bai Ji first spent several months paving a wide cement road connecting the 5 cities, so that the time required for carriages to travel between the 5 cities would be greatly reduced. Then it was to develop the economy. Bai Ji currently knew many ways to make money, cement was just one of them. In addition to cement, Bai Ji also knew how to make soap, how to make perfume, how to burn glass, etc. Because it was said before that the Holy Soul Village would be built, and the location of the Holy Soul Village is indeed in line with Bai Ji's positioning of the future city. The Holy Soul Village is located more than 100 kilometers south of Notting City, which can be said to be very close to the Douluo Empire. For most nobles, if they choose a fiefdom, they will never choose a border city, because if the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire go to war, their fiefdom will be the front line of the war, but this does not exist for Bai Ji. Bai Ji's current power is not small, with two titled Douluo, plus the Soul Saints and Soul Emperors owned by the Dragon Snake family, the Nine-Heart Begonia family and the Bailan family, as well as various trade connections established by Dan Pavilion. Even if the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire go to war, they will never choose Bai Ji's territory as a battlefield. After all, this world is still about strength, and Bai Ji's strength is very strong. Neither the Tiandu Empire nor the Douluo Empire will easily offend Bai Ji. More importantly, according to the plot that Bai Ji is familiar with, at present, because of the Wuhan Hall, the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire will not easily go to war, so what Bai Ji needs to do is to concentrate on development. Because whether it is to develop power or build territory, money is indispensable. Although Bai Ji has Gairan Hall and Dan Pavilion as tools for making money, what Bai Ji wants to do is to build an advanced city out of thin air. At the same time, Bai Ji is constantly recruiting various high-level soul masters and soul mentors. Therefore, when Dan Pavilion is still in its infancy, the money is inevitably not enough. But for the current situation, Bai Ji has already made relevant preparations before he started planning. While paving the cement road, Bai Ji began to build factories. The location of the factory is near the Holy Soul Village. There are many factories, but not many types. They are mainly soap factories, perfume factories, and glass factories. Among them, the soap factory produces soap. According to the quality of the soap, there are ordinary soaps that are only used for washing clothes, and there are also high-level soaps for bathing. The perfume factory naturally produces perfume. The only common fragrance-enhancing product on Douluo continent is flower dew. By adding it when taking a bath, you can make your body full of fragrance. However, flower dew needs to be used for a long time to be effective, and the fragrance is very light. Compared with soap and perfume, even compared with soap that is not specially used for fragrance, flower dew is far behind, not to mention perfume. So once Bai Ji's soap and perfume were launched, they were almost sold out immediately. After that, the soap and perfume factories were running around the clock every day. A steady stream of soap and perfume were produced and sold to all parts of the Tiandu Empire and even the Douluo Empire. Compared with elixirs, although elixirs are indeed very profitable, only a few soul masters can afford them. However, on Douluo continent, there are only about 1 million soul masters, and most soul masters cannot afford elixirs, so the sale of elixirs is still limited after all. But soap and perfume are different. Soul masters don't need soap and perfume because they have soul power to protect their bodies. However, commoners and nobles have a high demand for soap and perfume. Although commoners can't afford high-end soap, ordinary decontamination soap is needed by all commoners, while high-end soap is basically purchased by nobles. Compared with soap, the sales volume of perfume is even more terrifying. There has always been a famous saying on earth, the money of women, children, and the elderly is the easiest to make. No matter what kind of woman is, as long as she is beautiful and can increase, most women will buy anything related to their own charm regardless of everything, while children have no self-control when buying things. They will cry and make a fuss to buy whatever they want, and parents can only obey helplessly. The reason why the elderly can make money easily is because of healthcare products. When young children go home, they usually buy some healthcare products. However, although healthcare products are expensive, the effects, well, may not be as useful as advertised. The same is true in Douluo continent. Compared with flower dew can only be used when taking a bath, and after washing, it can only bring such a faint fragrance. If it is not used for a long time, the fragrance will easily disappear, but perfume is different. The fragrance of perfume is much stronger than flower dew, and it can be used anytime and anywhere. It works almost immediately after use. It is much more convenient than flower dew. Therefore, once Bai Ji's perfume was launched, almost wherever perfume was sold, flower dew immediately became unpopular. Most of the flower dew merchants were distressed that no one was interested in their flower dew, but even the biggest flower dew merchants could only swallow their anger. They were just ordinary merchants, and Bai Ji could easily crush them with one finger, whether it was secular or extraordinary power. They were not worthy of provoking. Smart merchants almost immediately gave up the flower due business. Some bold and smart ones chose to join Bai Ji, join the business alliance he had just established, and choose to become a flower due agent in a region to make a lot of money. Some stupid people who still insisted on the flower due business naturally went bankrupt. In addition to soap and flower due, Bai Ji also made mirrors by burning glass. There are currently no glass mirrors on Douluo continent. Bai Ji's glass mirrors were quickly sold out once they were launched. There was almost no woman who was not tempted by the glass mirror that could clearly reflect her face. Bai Ji is very smart. For any product he launches, Bai Ji has classified the products. The low-level ones are for ordinary people, the middle-level ones are for small nobles, the high-level ones are for middle nobles, and the highest-level ones with the most exquisite and luxurious decorations are for great nobles. This classification system fully guarantees the desire of the great nobles to buy products. If only one level is launched, many nobles will give up buying because they disdain to use the same thing as ordinary people. This classification system classifies products, which gives the nobles room to show their differences and makes it easier for the nobles to show off. Soap, perfume, and glass mirror, although these three products are far less profitable than elixirs, elixirs are only for the consumer group of less than 100,000 soul masters, while soap, perfume, and glass mirror are for the hundreds of millions of people on the Douluo continent. So compared with elixirs, soap, perfume, and glass mirror are more profitable. Chapter 361 3 years later, the city of the future. 2. 1/2. The income from the noble hall, the income from the elixir, the income from the soap, the perfume, and the glass mirror, the endless stream of gold soul coins were continuously invested in a city under construction a few miles away from the Holy Soul Village. This is a city whose main body is built with cement. The buildings in the entire city are mainly made of cement, and have the style of both Douluo continent and the earth in Bai Ji's memory. Bai Ji roughly divided the city into 5 areas, the central area, the technology area, the commercial area, the entertainment area and the residential area. The central area is where Bai Ji set the headquarters of the future Dan Pavilion. The technology area is the area for the future research of various soul guides. The commercial area is the headquarters of the future Dan Pavilion's business alliance. The entertainment area is where various entertainment venues in the city are located. The residential area is the largest area in the city, where people live. Although Bai Ji divided the city into 5 areas, it does not mean that the 5 areas cannot be shared. The residential area can also develop business and have entertainment. It's just that the entertainment area is the den of money that Bai Ji is going to build, which is prepared for the nobles from the outside world. While building the city of the future, Bai Ji was also spending a lot of money, using his status in Dan Pavilion to recruit soul masters from the outside world. Bai Ji never forgot the essence of Douluo continent. After all, Douluo continent is a place where strength speaks. In terms of high-end power, Dan Pavilion has Meng Shu and Douluo, but Douluo cannot come with Bai Ji because he also serves as the royal advisor of the Tiandu royal family. Only Meng Shu came with him. However, Bai Ji used the last Shengling pill and a breaking barrier pill to promote Sumotion to titled Douluo. At Bai Ji's request, Sumotion did not register at the Spirit Hall. However, although Bai Ji still has 2 titled Douluos around him, Dan Pavilion is not short of high-end power, but Dan Pavilion is extremely scarce in terms of mid and low-end power. For example, Dan Pavilion does not have a Soul Douluo now. The 3 families of Soul Saint and Soul Emperor add up to less than 20. Not to mention compared with the Spirit Hall, even the 3 top sects such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect cannot be compared, and there are even fewer Soul Kings and Soul sects. With Bai Ji's unremitting efforts, it took more than a year for Bai Ji to recruit many Soul Masters from the outside world, including 1 Soul Douluo, 5 Soul Saints, 7 Soul Emperors, and dozens of Soul Kings and Soul Masters below the Soul King level. At the same time, after spending nearly 3 years, the city built by Bai Ji was finally built. Completed, Bai Ji named this city Don City. The entire Don City is larger than the Tiandu Imperial City in area, surrounded by solid cement walls. Cement is stronger than granite in terms of the city's own defense. The Don City built by Bai Ji is stronger than Wuhan City in terms of the city's own defense. The completion of the construction of the Don City is only the first step. How to make the Don City develop and let the name of the Don City spread throughout the Douluo continent is the key. After the Don City was built, Bai Ji moved to the Don City. The Dragon Snake family, the 9-Heart Begonia family, and the Bailan family also moved in with Bai Ji. Then, because the construction of the Dawn City was completed, Bai Ji's factories that were originally built outside were also moved to the science and technology area of the Dawn City. Because Bai Ji built factories such as soap factories, perfume factories, and glass factories that did not pollute much, so moving to the Dawn City did not have any impact. On the contrary, it could attract foreign population to move in. When Dawn City was first established, Bai Ji introduced many preferential policies to attract population. When Bai Ji built factories, he recruited workers from the Holy Soul Village. Therefore, when Dawn City was established, the people of the Holy Soul Village had accumulated a lot of assets. Under the leadership of Old Jack, many villagers of the Holy Soul Village bought houses in Dawn City. Of course, because of the rural sentiment, the Holy Soul Village did not give up. However, in the future, the Holy Soul Village in the suburbs will definitely be incorporated into Dawn City. For Dawn City, many of Bai Ji's standards are based on the standards of some modern metropolises on Earth in the previous life, so the various public facilities in Dawn City are very complete, and because of the factories in Dawn City, the population of many surrounding cities has flowed to Dawn City. With the arrival of a large number of people, the first thing that received attention was housing. Less than a month after the establishment of Dawn City, many people moved into Dawn City due to the transfer of factories. Because of the perfection of Dawn City, many people who moved in were attracted by the real estate in Dawn City. At the same time, due to the needs of the population, shops providing transactions also came into being. Real estate is the first rigid demand. After all, who doesn't want a place to stay? However, although Bai Ji has suppressed the price of houses in Dawn City to a very low level, there are still many civilians who can't afford it. For this, Bai Ji launched loans. The second is the problem of eating. For this, the Gairan Hall and various large hotels came into being. Some businessmen with a keen sense of smell also opened their own shops in Dawn City when they knew that the Dawn City they were paying attention to was built. However, the filling of the population can only make Dawn City popular, but it cannot make the name of Dawn City known to the entire continent. While developing the population and the economy, Bai Ji is also spending a lot of money to let the soul guides he recruited study various soul guides. Bai Ji always believes that technology is the primary productive force. In Douluo continent, Bai Ji did not intend to bring too much earth technology. What Bai Ji was interested in was developing the soul guide technology of Douluo continent itself. Technology is the primary productive force, and money is sometimes the primary driving force of technology. Because soul guides are of low status in Douluo continent, under Bai Ji's recruitment, almost half of the well-known soul guides joined the city of Dawn, and among the other half, some were not interested in fame and fortune, while the other half were recruited by Xue Qinghe. When Bai Ji was developing the city of Dawn, according to what Bai Ji said at the beginning, Xue Qinghe also made many achievements, such as recruiting some soul guides with martial souls as crops to increase the production of many fields, and researching iron smelting soul guides to make the casting of weapons of higher quality and more convenient. Thanks to Xue Qinghe's achievements, the national strength of the Tiandu Empire soared in this year. The Tiandu Empire is stronger than the Xingluo Empire in terms of soul guides, but because of the cruel succession system of the throne of the Xingluo Empire, every emperor of the Xingluo Empire is a heroic lord, which makes the Xingluo Empire stronger than the Tiandu Empire in terms of national strength. This national strength is simply the reserve grain, army, and equipment. The reserve grain and army are closely related. After all, only with more food can you afford more troops, and equipment determines whose army has stronger combat effectiveness. Because the soul master who uses the martial soul as crops can make the crop yield in the field soar, and thanks to Bai Ji's suggestion, Xue Qinghe created a position of agricultural officer for such soul masters, and promised to confer titles on agricultural officers who have made great contributions, starting with barons and capping at earls. Most soul masters whose martial souls are crops have poor potential, and basically no one can break through the soul master, so the title award undoubtedly makes many soul masters whose martial souls are crops choose to become agricultural officers, and many soul masters with low potential but martial souls as plants also choose to attach some soul rings that have no combat effectiveness but can increase crop yields to their martial souls, becoming agricultural officers, looking forward to being conferred titles in the future. Xue Qinghe's agricultural official system increased the grain output of the Tiandu Empire by 6 or 7 times in 1 year. Although Xue Qinghe did not have the same awareness as Bai Ji, he had his soul master's research and actually developed an iron-making soul guide. Fire attribute soul masters injected soul power to produce a higher temperature flame, burning iron into iron liquid, and then using some special martial souls to make molds to directly make weapons. This was taught by Bai Ji, and weapons can be refined faster, which brought the weapons of the Tiandu Empire to a new level. With the renewal of generations, the national strength of the Tiandu Empire surpassed that of the Xingluo Empire in less than 3 years. And Xue Qinghe was unanimously recognized by the ministers of the court for these two major contributions. Many ministers petitioned to let Xue Qinghe officially inherit the position of crown prince. The two words crown prince and crown prince are very similar in meaning, but they are also different. The crown prince is basically the eldest son and the most orthodox heir to the throne. However, if he does not become the crown prince, the emperor can still revoke the crown prince if he wants and choose other princes as the crown prince. However, if he becomes the crown prince can be said to be a quasi-emperor and has begun to be involved in some of the emperor's affairs. Even if he is the emperor, if he has no reason to rashly revoke the crown prince, it will cause turmoil in the court. It can be said that if Xue Qinghe did not inherit the position of crown prince, Xue Beng would still have a chance to take the throne, but once Xue Qinghe inherited the position of crown prince, as long as Xue Qinghe did not commit suicide, Xue Beng would have no chance at all. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 362. 3 years later, the city of the future. 3. 2 halves. With Bai Ji's unstinting investment, in just over 3 years, a majestic city rose from the border of the Tiandu Empire, the border between the Xingluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire. The Dawn city cost Bai Ji 10 billion gold soul coins. If it were not for the support of the Gairan Hall, Dan Pavilion, and the 3 major businesses of incense making, perfume making, and glass mirror making, the Dawn city would not have been built at all. This was when Bai Ji collected almost all of his resources from his own fiefdom. However, the establishment of the Dawn city was not without benefits. First of all, it won the hearts of his subordinates and improved the overall honor and sense of belonging of the Dan Pavilion. After all, the only one in the entire Douluo continent that could build its own city as its headquarters was the Spirit Hall, and Bai Ji's Dan Pavilion was the second extraordinary force after the Spirit Hall to have a city as its headquarters, which had surpassed the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, and the Haoshan sect. Because the city of Dawn was built by Bai Ji according to the highest standards, both the quality and style of the building are very perfect. This is also because Bai Ji used cement. Otherwise, if building materials such as marble were used, it would be expensive and very troublesome. The buildings in the city of Dawn, even an ordinary house, are more beautiful than some noble mansions to some extent, and the city of Dawn also has various convenient public facilities. For example, in the past 3 years, Bai Ji has asked his soul guides to study the steam soul guide engine based on the principle of the steam engine, and has successfully manufactured a steam bus. As long as there is a water attribute and a fire attribute soul master, the steam bus can be started and run in the city of Dawn. The roads in the city of Dawn are all cement roads, and the steam bus runs very smoothly. The steam bus alone is enough to attract the attention of many nobles. In addition to the basic means of transportation, the steam bus, the steamship has actually been studied. However, because there are no rivers near Dawn City and it is not adjacent to the sea, steamships are not very useful. As for entering the sea, there are many powerful soul beasts in the sea. At present, Dan Pavilion's powerful soul masters are still somewhat lacking, and there are no extra people to be sent to explore the ocean. In addition to transportation, Bai Ji also moved some entertainment industries on Earth to Dawn City, such as the Opera House, where there are dance and singing performances every day. For dance, Bai Ji invited the Tang Shui group. After seeing the prosperity of Dawn City, even Shui Binger was a little amazed. The Tang Shui group settled in Dawn City, but because Shui Binger and others are soul masters, it is impossible to perform every day, so most of the performances are ordinary girls trained by Bai Ji. However, because the dances in Dawn City are all moved by Bai Ji from Earth, even without the Tang Shui group, there are still many people from all over the world watching every day. For singing performances, Bai Ji also trained some very talented girls. Among them, the most outstanding girl is a soul master of the throat martial soul. This girl was originally a soul master who was discriminated against in the Junior Soul Master Academy. After being discovered by Bai Ji's subordinates and recruited back to Dawn City by accident, she quickly rose to become a young actress in the Opera House and a star famous throughout the Douluo continent after training. In addition to the Opera House, Bai Ji also opened a chess and card battle hall, which has a variety of card battles including Yu-Gi-Oh!, Hearthstone, and Onmyoji. These 3 card games quickly became popular throughout Dawn City as soon as they were launched, and spread to other cities. In order to attract more people to these 3 card games, ByGE also holds a card battle competition in Dawn City every year. The champion of the card battle competition can get 1 million gold soul coins, and the players who can get the top 10 in the card competition will also get the title of professional card master. From then on, they can get a subsidy of 1 to 100 gold soul coins from Dawn City every month. The higher the ranking, the more subsidies. In addition to chess and card battles, there are also various gambling games such as dice, poker, bridge, and lucky roulette in the comprehensive entertainment venue of Dawn City. However, the game that attracted the nobles from the outside world the most was the virtual reality game Virtual God Realm created by ByGE with the illusionary Wisdom Skull and the Seed. After ByGE integrated the seed into the environment Wisdom Soul Bone, the seed successfully derived a virtual world. This virtual world, the virtual world autonomously derived an intelligent life. ByGE named it UI. After the virtual world was derived, ByGE accidentally discovered that the virtual world could absorb and store the spiritual energy of intelligent life. In other words, as long as there are players playing in the virtual world derived from the seed, the spiritual energy emitted by their spirit will be absorbed and stored by the virtual world, and then the intelligent life UI can drive the illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone through the stored spiritual energy. The virtual world derived from the seed itself cannot accommodate players, but through the item enhancement card drawn at the beginning, after strengthening the illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone once, the illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone has the ability of mind connection, and UI can summon the consciousness of the life in the illusion space into the virtual world of the seed. For this virtual world, the virtual world of the gods, ByGE originally only intended to use it as a place for Dan Pavilion staff to receive and transmit knowledge, but after actually obtaining the virtual world of the gods, ByGE has some new views on the use of the virtual world of the gods. According to the current situation, ByGE divided the virtual world into 3 uses. One is the virtual test field, which can simulate reality 100%. Soul Guides can completely conduct Soul Guide device development experiments in the virtual test field. This is why ByGE's Soul Guides were able to develop a variety of Soul Guide devices in 3 years. The second use is the virtual parliament. Within the range covered by the illusionary space of the illusionary Wisdom Skull, Soul Masters wearing Dan Pavilion's special identification Soul Guide device bracelets can enter the virtual world, report work to their superiors or summon subordinates in the virtual world, and give orders to subordinates, which greatly reduces the waste of time. As for the third use, it is a game. The virtual world itself can be used as a game, and this can not only make a lot of money from those stupid and rich nobles, but also develop the virtual world. After all, the staff are not as passionate as the players. In the virtual world, ByGE announced that it is a virtual fantasy world where you can experience the power of Soul Masters. In a specific life support cabin, players wearing special identity bracelets can enter the virtual world and experience the power of Soul Masters in the virtual world. This is a great temptation for some nobles who have no chance to become Soul Masters. There are 2 main game maps in the virtual world. One is the Adventure map. Players establish their identities and choose martial souls after entering the game. Ordinary players can only randomly choose martial souls of Soul level and Earth level, while Krypton Gold players can randomly choose martial souls of Heaven level. If you want to choose a specific martial soul, you can also do it, as long as you Krypton Gold, and if you Krypton Gold the second map is the Battle map. Players also enter the virtual world, but this time they do not need to establish an identity, but choose a character. In the Battle map, there are 2 forces, the Empire and the Temple. Players need to choose a camp and the Soul Master hero in the camp, and then enter the game and start the battle as in the League of Legends. Whoever pushes down the opponent's crystal first will win. Because there is no copyright protection on the Douluo continent, Beg's map is directly copied from the League of Legends, and many heroes are directly transformed into Soul Masters. It's a pity that this mode is directly named the Battle mode, otherwise Beg is ready to be called the Soul Master Alliance. Compared with the Adventure mode, the Battle mode is more attractive to players. Most players who are tired of the Adventure mode will eventually become loyal fans of the Battle mode. In order to ensure the competitiveness of the virtual world, like the previous life of the League of Legends, Beg also divides the Battle mode into multiple levels. For high-level players, Beg offers many discounts, such as giving skins, free use of some infrastructure of the City of Dawn, etc. Through various entertainment industries including the Void God Realm, Dawn City quickly became a famous den of money spending in Douluo continent. Because of the various advanced infrastructures in Dawn City, as well as transportation soul guides, various trendy high-end clothing stores, opera houses, department stores, and other places. People in Douluo continent prefer to call Dawn City the city of the future. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 363. 3 years later, the city of the future. 4, 1/2. Day. On the wide cement road, accompanied by a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds, a luxurious carriage drove through the mountains and ridges, and at the end of the cement road was a towering city. Zhong, is the city of the future coming soon? A lazy female voice came from the carriage. We'll be there soon, ma'am. The driver Zhong stared ahead, and at the end of his sight, above the gate of the towering city, the 4 gilded characters City of Dawn shone brightly. But compared to the City of Dawn, most people still prefer to call this city the city of the future. Go. The luxurious carriage was still driving forward at full speed. When it was about to reach the gate of the future city, the driver Zhong began to pull the reins in his hand lightly, and the speed of the carriage began to slow down. The future city is different from ordinary cities. Ordinary cities usually have only one gate, but the future city has 2 gates. The left gate is free, and you only need to queue up to enter the city, but the right gate needs to be charged. 1 gold soul coin is charged for each person entering, and if it is a carriage, 3 gold soul coins are charged for each carriage according to the number of carriages, but the advantage is that there is no need to queue up. Driving to the right gate, the driver Zhong handed 3 gold soul coins to the gatekeeper. After receiving the money, the gatekeeper waved his hand and asked the soldiers behind him to pick up the spears blocking the road and let Zhong drive in. Zhong shook the reins in his hand lightly, and the carriage began to slowly drive into the city. Sir, do you need a tour guide? As Zhong drove into the future city, a little boy jumped out from the side of the road. There were many boys and girls like him around the little boy, but when they saw the little boy jumping out, the other boys and girls showed disappointment and retreated again. Guide, what is a guide? Hearing the little boy's words, Zhong stopped the carriage and asked with some confusion. A guide is someone who guides tourists to visit and play. Since the name of our future city spread to the entire Douluo continent, people from all over the continent come to our future city to visit and play every day, but our future city is very large, and there are many places to play. If there is no local guidance, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you outsiders to find the places you want to go. The little boy explained. People who guide visits and play, I understand. Hearing the little boy's explanation, Zhong nodded. Madam, do we need a guide? Zhong turned his head and asked the mysterious lady in the carriage. Let's find one. After all, we have never been to this future city before, and I also want to see what interesting places there are in this legendary famous gold-selling cave. In the carriage, a lazy chuckle came. I understand, ma'am. The coachman Zhong nodded. Kid, you shouldn't be a tour guide for free, right? How much money do you need? Looking at the little boy, Zhong asked. 1 gold soul coin, hee. The little boy laughed. 1 gold soul coin. Hearing the little boy's words, Zhong frowned. Sir, you all come to the city of the future to play, can't you afford a gold soul coin? Seeing Zhong frown, the little boy pouted. Of course I can afford a gold soul coin, but you just take someone to play for a gold soul coin, this money is too easy to make. Zhong shook his head. Please, this is the city of the future, who can come here to play is not rich, I'm afraid no one will want it if we ask for a low price. The little boy shrugged. Okay, here, what's your name? Zhong handed the little boy a gold soul coin, pulled the little boy onto the carriage, and asked. My name is Wang Ziba, Wang for king, Xia for thank you, Bai for white. The little boy introduced himself. Wang Ziba, does this have any special meaning? A female voice asked curiously in the carriage. You asked the right question. The little boy Wang Ziba was a little proud. You know, I'm from the Holy Soul Village. Of course, there is no Holy Soul Village now. Now our Holy Soul Village has been incorporated into the future city and has become the Holy Soul Street of the future city. Do you know who built this future city? It was built by Earl Bai Ji, who was also born in our Holy Soul Village. When building this future city, the Earl also took special care of our Holy Soul Village and recruited people from our Holy Soul Village to work in the factory, so that everyone in our Holy Soul Village had some property. Then, after the future city was built, he allowed us to buy real estate in the future city at a very low price. Otherwise, how could people from our Holy Soul village live in the future city now? Moreover, for children like us who were born in the Holy Soul village, the Earl also provided us with free education. As long as we pass the assessment in the future, we can work in the Dan Pavilion. And because I am from the Holy Soul village, as long as I attract business first, no one dares to compete with me. My original name was Wang Ergu, but my parents appreciated the Earl's kindness and changed my name to Wang Ziba. There are many people like me. I changed my name to Ziba. Taidan, who used to live next door to me, changed his name to Zij. My sister Sanya changed her name to Abe. I also have former classmates who changed their names to Egg. The little boy said complacently. Pucci in the carriage, the woman couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? This is very serious. The little boy was a little angry. Said angrily. I won't laugh anymore, I won't laugh anymore. Tell us where the most fun things are in this future city, and then take us there to have a look. In the carriage, the female voice suppressed her laughter and asked. Well, the most fun place in our future city is definitely the entertainment area. In the entertainment area, if you want to relax, you can go to the opera house. If you like card battles, you can go to the chess and card battle hall. If you like fighting spirits, you can go to the Dawn Fighting Spirit Field. If you want to experience excitement, you can go to the Bij Field. Then there is also the Virtual God Temple. The Virtual God world of our future city has received unanimous praise from the nobles of the entire continent, but it is too expensive. 1,000 gold soul coins per hour, 10,000 gold soul coins per day, too expensive, otherwise I would also like to play. The little boy's face showed a deep envy. He was not qualified to become a soul master. If he wanted to experience the feeling of a soul master, he could only go to the Virtual God world to experience it. He has always had a dream, that is, one day he can enter the Virtual God world and experience the feeling of being a soul master. However, you can also go to the commercial district. There is the largest restaurant, the largest department store, and the most fashionable clothing store in our future city, if you want to buy something. After thinking for a while, the little boy added another sentence. Let's go to the entertainment district. I am still very interested in the entertainment district of your future city, but you don't have to go to see it in detail, just take a simple stroll. In the carriage, a lazy female voice came out again. Chapter 364 The current situation of the future city, Su Yun Tao changed his career? 2 halves. Go to the entertainment district, show the way. Hearing the order of the lady in the carriage, the coachman A Zhong said to the little boy. The entertainment district takes this road. Under the guidance of the little boy, the coachman A Zhong drove the carriage and slowly moved on the streets of the future city. The roads in the future city are very wide. The broad avenue is divided into 2 parts by intermittent white lines, one part is marked with carriage lanes, and the other part is marked with motor vehicle lanes. There were also special personnel guarding the roadside to prevent the carriage from mistakenly entering the motor vehicle lane. Under the guidance of the little boy, A Zhong was naturally traveling on the carriage road, but he was still a little confused about the motor vehicle lane on the side. Woo! Suddenly, a loud whistle sounded from not far away, and a strange metal car with a black body spewing water vapor came quickly from a distance. There were many people sitting in the strange metal car, each of them was dressed in leather shoes, with a neat face, and they were not ordinary civilians at a glance. The strange metal car was incredibly fast, whistling woo on the avenue, and soon surpassed the carriage driven by A Zhong. This strange metal car did not need a horse to pull it, and it could move by itself, which shocked A Zhong the most. Are you surprised? This is the famous Steam Soul Guide bus in our future city. It only needs 1 water attribute and 1 fire attribute soul master to make the Steam Soul Guide bus move by itself. Isn't it incredible? Seeing Ah Zhong's shocked look, the little boy smiled proudly. It's really incredible. Is this a soul guide? It can move by itself. It's incredible. Ah Zhong said with emotion. The carriage was moving on the avenue at a moderate speed. After crossing several streets in a row, at the end of a street, a stone tablet with 3 big characters Entertainment Zone engraved in a flamboyant manner finally appeared in front of Ah Zhong. We are almost at the entertainment zone. Seeing the reminder monument, the little boy reminded. The carriage continued to move, past the reminder monument, and after entering the entertainment zone, the number of pedestrians around suddenly increased. There are many places similar to tea houses on both sides of the street in the entertainment area, but there are no people drinking tea in the tea houses. Instead, they gather in groups of 3 or 5 around a round table, holding a stack of cards in their hands, constantly slapping the cards in their hands on the table, arguing excitedly, as if they are playing some game. Are they playing the card battle game of your future city? A female voice asked in the carriage, observing the scene on both sides of the street through the curtains. Yes, there are 3 card battle games in our future city, namely Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Onmyoji. As long as you can reach the diamond level or above in these 3 games, you are eligible to participate in the annual battle competition. As long as you enter the top 100 of the battle competition, you can get subsidies from the future city within 1 year, and the top 10 can also get title rewards, double the subsidies, and enjoy discounts in many places in the future city. The little boy explained. Let's go, let's continue. Under the guidance of the little boy, the carriage passed the card battle hall, the opera house, the casino, and finally arrived in front of a huge semicircular black building. This is the Void God Temple of our future city. The Void God realm can only be entered in the Void God Temple. Players must first spend 100 gold soul coins to register and receive a specific Identity Soul Guide bracelet. After wearing the Identity Soul Guide bracelet, they can lie in the game life support cabin unique to the Void God Temple. Enter the Void God realm and experience the feeling of being a soul master. Looking at the huge semicircular black building on the side, the little boy's face was full of envy. Just as the little boy was talking, a young man in a black robe suddenly walked out of the Void God Temple slowly, and behind the young man, a group of strong men in black clothes carried several young men in gorgeous clothes and followed him out. Regardless of the struggles of the young men in gorgeous clothes, the strong men in black clothes threw them all out of the temple. Director Su, let us play for a while, we are not unwilling to pay, you know, my father is a marquis, he is not short of money. A young man in gorgeous clothes begged. Yes. Yes. We are not short of money. The other young men also echoed. You have to bring the money first. We don't know how many people are queuing up here every day to enter the Void God realm, and we don't give credit. The young man named Supervisor Su sneered. Isn't this guy from the Spirit Hall? Why is he in the city of the future? Seeing Supervisor Su in a black robe, the woman in the carriage was a little surprised. Kid, why were these guys thrown out? Looking at the little boy beside him, Zhong was a little confused. These guys, they have no money. The fee of the Void God realm is 1000 gold soul coins per hour. If it is a package for the whole day, it is 10,000 gold soul coins per day. 10,000 gold soul coins per day is not a small amount. These guys are all thrown out because they don't want to leave after running out of money. There are many people thrown out of the Void God Hall every day. There is nothing strange about it. The little boy said gloatingly. Let's go to the central area next. After visiting the entertainment area, the mysterious lady in the carriage said. I know where the central area is, but not everyone can enter the central area. You must have a pass token from the Dan Pavilion to enter. The little boy hesitated. I have the pass token, you just take us there, and we will do the rest by ourselves. In the carriage, a female voice said slowly. Okay. After thinking for a while, the little boy nodded. Under the guidance of the little boy, the carriage drove away from the entertainment area and headed towards the central area of the future city. The central area of the future city is also called the core area. Unlike other areas, the central area is an area that only people in the Dan Pavilion and those who have been granted a pass token can enter. The technology area has the same strict access conditions as the central area, but the technology area is only accessible to soul mentors and those who have been granted the corresponding pass token. The entire central area has 4 gates, which are connected to the other 4 areas of the future city, namely the residential area, the commercial area, the technology area and the entertainment area. Each gate is guarded by a special person. It is impossible to enter without a special pass token. Under the guidance of the little boy, the carriage finally stopped in front of the gate connecting the entertainment area to the central area. Please show the pass. Seeing the carriage coming, the guard at the gate shouted. Zhong, give him the pass. Inside the carriage, the mysterious lady spoke. Hearing the mysterious lady's words, Zhong took out a token from his chest. This is a silver token. The front of the token is engraved with gorgeous vine patterns, and 4 big characters are engraved in the middle, special passage. The back of the token has no special patterns, only lifelike dragon patterns, a total of 9, and words are also engraved in the middle, but this side has 3 big characters, Gyron Hall. Here. Ah Zhong handed the token in his hand over, and the guard took the token. This is Kowloon order? Seeing the 9 lifelike dragon patterns on the back of the token, the guard couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed. Chapter 365 Ning Rongrong and Malina, by GEVS Sumotion, 1/2. The 9 Dragons Order is the second most important token in the future city system after the City Lord Order. Generally, only the Dan Pavilion and the leaders of the Dan Pavilion's affiliated forces have it. It can be unimpeded in any place in the future city except the Science and Technology Zone. And the words Gui Ren Tang are engraved under this 9 Dragons Order, which proves that this 9 Dragons Order belongs to the master of the Gui Ren Tang. Thinking of this, the 2 guards couldn't help but feel a little terrified. My lord, please wait here for a moment. We will notify someone to come and greet you immediately. A guard bowed tremblingly. Go. After getting Melina's consent, a guard quickly turned around and left to enter the core area, apparently to find someone of importance to greet Malina. Sir, you actually have the 9 Dragon Order. On the other side, the little boy standing next to the coachman A Zhong was shocked. Of course, our wife has known Earl Beg for a long time. At that time, Earl Beg was still studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Our wife was the first to invest in Earl Beg and had a good relationship with him. Same brother and sister. The coachman A Zhong said proudly. In the following time, A Zhong took over and started to brag to the little boy about his experiences on the mainland. Before, the little boy had been bragging to him, but now it was his turn to brag. A Zhong was so happy. While A Zhong was chatting with the little boy, the guard who had left before finally came over with a figure in a turquoise dress. Sister Malina, why didn't you tell us that you were here? We can come to pick you up with Bai Ge. Ning Rongrong complained when she came to the carriage. Hehe, the city of the future has only been established for more than 3 years. You are probably still busy with various affairs, so I won't bother you. With a chuckle, a beautiful golden woman in red and graceful manner lifted the curtain and slowly walked out of the carriage. Sister Malina, come with me. After instructing the guards to take Ah Zhong and the carriage to the VIP reception building in the core area, Ning Rongrong took Malina into the core area. In the core area, there were Soul Guide street lights on both sides of the avenue, and green trees stood at intervals, forming a green shade. On the other side were flower beds of various shapes, filled with all kinds of colorful flowers and plants, exuding an attractive fragrance, and fountain squares could be seen from time to time, and everything was in order. In just less than 3 years, you were able to build such a magnificent city. It's incredible. Following Ning Rongrong walking on the avenue, Malina was a little shocked by the surrounding scenery and tall buildings. Sister Malina, you don't know this, the reason why our future city can be built so quickly is that the building materials we use are not cut stones, but a new type of building material called cement. Cement can bond sand, stone, and steel into reinforced concrete, which is much more convenient and faster to build than using cut stones. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. And the buildings built in this way are also more solid. Now the buildings built by Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire have basically begun to use cement. Cement? So that's it. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Malina was a little thoughtful. By the way, Rongrong, why are you alone? Where is Bai Ge? And where are Yuren, Zuking and Lingling? Finding that only Ning Rongrong came to greet her, Malina asked with some confusion. Sister Malina, don't mention it. Do you think Bai Ge is still busy dealing with various things every day? It was true at the beginning, but after the development of the future city got on track, Bai Ge threw all the things to us and practiced all day. Now I have to deal with various things every day, and I am also busy managing finances. Zuking and Yuren are responsible for the security and patrol work in the city, Lingling is in charge of the clinic, and as for Lingmu, some of them assist us in our work and some are responsible for diplomacy. Hearing Malina ask this question, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but start to complain. Hehe, you guys, you should also understand Bai Ge. In recent years, I have been doing business all over the mainland. I have been in Tiandu and Xingluo. I found that both sides seem to be developing their armies recently. There may be wars in the future. Your future city is on the border of the Tiandu Empire. If a war breaks out, it is likely to affect you. Bai Ge is now working hard to practice in order to protect you in the future. Malina chuckled a few times and comforted. While talking and laughing, Ning Rongrong had brought Malena to the city lord's mansion unknowingly. But rather than saying that this is a mansion, it is better to say that this is a manor that occupies a large area. There is an office-like building in front and a wide garden in the back. Let's go, Sister Malena, I'll take you in. Bai Ji should still be fighting with Uncle Su now. Ning Rongrong smiled while holding Melena's arm. Uncle Su? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Malena was a little confused. Uncle Su is Lingling's father. A year ago, Uncle Su also broke through the realm of titled Douluo. Now he is the third titled Douluo in our Dan Pavilion. However, because Senior Douluo has been in Tiandu Imperial City, there are only 2 titled Douluos in our future city in a strict sense. Ning Rongrong explained. You actually have 3 titled Douluos. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Malena was a little bit unbelievable. You know, even in the top 3 sects, there are only 2 titled Douluos at most. Well, that's true, but because Bai Ji said to keep a low profile, Uncle Su did not go to the Wuhan Hall to register. Ning Rongrong nodded. With Malena, Ning Rongrong entered the city lord's mansion. At the same time, in a forest behind the city lord's mansion, Bai Ji was confronting Su Motion. It has been more than 3 years since the end of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. At the end of the competition, Bai Ji's strength was only Soul King, but after more than 3 years, due to the ability of the star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul to draw the Jotien star power, coupled with the assistance of switching to the high-level Baiming Divine Art, in just over 3 years, through continuous swallowing and refining by transforming the Jotien star power, Bai Ji's strength has been greatly improved. Not only has his cultivation level been raised from the 55th level Soul King to the current 69th level Soul Emperor, which is only less than 1 step away from Soul Saint, but he has also cultivated the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra to the 7th level, and the Heaven Changing and Earth Strike Great Method has also broken through to the 7th level. As for the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover, it has even broken through to the 8th level, and the defense power is comparable to that of a defensive Soul Douluo. In addition to the second Martial Soul, the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Soul, when the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Soul is possessed, Bai Ji, who is fully fired, can even fight against a titled Douluo in a normal state. Chapter 366 The Power of the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Soul, Bai Ji's Strength. 2 halves. In the quiet woods, Bai Ji has entered the Martial Soul possession state. Star-blue dragon scales covered his entire body, and a pair of golden dragon horns protruded from his long silver-blue hair. At the same time, Bai Ji's hands also turned into dragon claws, and his eyes turned into golden dragon pupils. The strong dragon power covered the entire forest. Although he had fought a big battle with Su Motion before, the pressure that Su Motion in his normal state could bring to Bai Ji was too small to allow Bai Ji to break through to level 70 in danger. Uncle Motion, I feel that it's still a little short. You enter the state of martial soul possession, and let's try again. Clutching the sharp dragon claws and feeling the surging Baiming true energy in his body, Bai Ji said. Bai Ji, are you sure? If I enter the state of martial soul possession, my strength will be at least twice as much as it is now. Looking at Bai Ji, Su Motion asked in a deep voice. I'm sure, Uncle Motion, don't forget that I still have a martial soul that I haven't used. That's the martial soul I attached a spirit ring to. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Oh right. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten that you are a control-type soul master. Su Motion laughed dumbly after hearing Bai Ji's words. But your second martial soul is really too powerful. It is already comparable to the martial soul true body state of most martial souls. It is worthy of being a dragon-type martial soul. And if I estimate correctly, your martial soul is at least a true dragon-level martial soul. Looking at Bai Ji's appearance at the moment, Su Motion was a little emotional. On the Douluo continent, most people think that the most powerful dragon-type martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but no one knows that the dragon martial soul possessed by the boy in front of him is stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ordinary martial soul possession is enough to rival the martial soul true body of other martial souls. If this martial soul successfully attaches 7 soul rings and condenses a martial soul true body, then what level of strength will the boy in front of him reach? It is estimated that he may be able to sweep most of the titled Douluo on the continent. Bai Ji, are you ready? After calming down, Su Motion looked at Bai Ji and said in a deep voice. If you are ready, come on. Okay, Blood Rage Lion, possess. With So Motion's loud shout, a huge blood-red lion suddenly emerged from So Motion's body, and then instantly sank into So Motion's body. With the possession of the blood rage lion, So Motion's body began to grow rapidly, his muscles began to swell, and all the hair on his body turned blood red. At the same time, 9 yellow, purple, black. The blood rage lion is the king of lion soul beasts and one of the top soul beasts. Although it is still inferior to some powerful sub-dragon soul beasts of the same level in terms of combat power, it is enough to suppress many ordinary sub-dragon soul beasts. In addition, the blood rage lion has an extremely special talent, which comes from its unique physiological structure. The blood rage lion has a blood sac in its body. Usually, the blood rage lion will store some blood in the blood sac. In battle, the blood rage lion will use this blood. Before the blood in the blood sac is exhausted, it will burst out twice or even 3 times the strength without weakness, which is extremely terrifying. In the state of martial spirit possession, this talent will also be brought to the soul master, but it will change from consuming blood to consuming physical strength. The blood rage lion martial spirit is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength for the soul master. The recovery ability of the 9-heart begonia can greatly enhance the recovery ability of the human body and can greatly extend the burst combat time of the blood rage lion soul master. This is why So Motion will combine with Yes Hylan. Young master, be careful! So Motion roared, his blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. Looking at Bai Ji, So Motion suddenly stepped on the ground. As the ground cracked, the whole person instantly turned into a blood shadow and rushed out. As a titled Douluo, under the protection of the blood-colored soul power outside his body, So Motion's burst of speed in an instant almost broke the sound barrier. Even in the state of being possessed by the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit, Bai Ji's Dragon King's eye combined with the eye of insight could not see So Motion clearly. Shan's movements. However, the tremendous spiritual power brought by the breakthrough of the 7th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique was enough to cover hundreds of meters around Bai Ji. Under the lock of the spiritual power, So Motion's figure and position were instantly exposed. Heavenly Net O Thorns Strangling Moyun Stab Array. After locking So Motion's position, Bai Ji's mind moved and he directly launched a new soul skill Moyun Stab Array, which was a combination of the first soul skill Thorns Strangling and the second soul skill Heavenly Net. Moyun Stab Array was a combination soul skill created by Bai Ji based on Tang San's Blue-Silver Stab Array. It was composed of Thorns Strangling with strong attack power but small killing range and Heavenly Net with wide killing range but insufficient attack power. Once used, within the designated range, countless Moyun vines will twist into long spears that quickly grow out of the ground and pierce upwards, turning the entire designated area into a long spear formation. Although the piercing power of the Moyun vine is still not enough, the poisonous spikes attached to the Moyun vine can make up for this defect. Once scratched by the poisonous spikes, the fire and cold poisons contained in them will enter the body, and even if you don't fall down immediately, you will be greatly affected. As the Moyun piercing formation was launched, within 100 meters around So Motion, countless Moyun vines suddenly rose from the ground like straight spears and pierced upwards. One by one, the Moyun vine spears with a diameter of about half a meter turned the 100 meters where So Motion was located into a forest of Moyun vines in almost the blink of an eye. However, the Moyun vines covered with spikes all over the body made people feel a little scared. Facing Bai Ji's Moyun thrust formation, even ordinary soul Douluo would suffer a great loss, but as a titled Douluo, So Motion was protected by the rich blood-colored soul power around him, and all the violently growing Moyun vines could not hurt So Motion. Ice, fire, thunder explosion. Just when So Motion was surrounded by the Moyun thrust formation, Bai Ji shouted loudly and activated the 4th soul skill, Ice, Fire, Thunder Explosion. In an instant, all the Moyun vines in the Moyun thrust formation suddenly bloomed with bright 3-color light. Not good. When So Motion heard Bai Ji shout Ice, Fire, Thunder Explosion, he was also startled and quickly burst out a large amount of soul power in his body to strengthen the soul power protection layer on the surface. However, with the launch of the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion, countless Moyun vines exploded instantly, and the terrifying power generated still shattered the soul power protection layer in So Motion's body, and So Motion was instantly thrown out by the air wave that swept up. Under the air wave that rolled up all over the sky, a blue shadow suddenly rushed towards So Motion who was thrown out. Great Demon Subduing Fist. All the true energy in the body was used in the right hand. At the same time that the right fist burst out with brilliant golden light, Bai Ji raised his right fist high, and then swung it down heavily. Mad Lion Body Shield. Although he was a little dizzy due to the sudden ice and fire thunder explosion, Su Motion still reacted on time at the critical moment and launched the body protection soul skill. Bang! Bai Ji's heavy punch suddenly hit a layer of blood-colored shield. Although the Mad Lion body shield was only Su Motion's third soul skill, due to the absolute gap in strength, although Bai Ji could smash the soul Douluo's body protection soul skill with one punch, facing the body protection soul skill of a titled Douluo, Bai Ji was still somewhat powerless. But when he found that his punch hit the protective soul skill, Bai Ji also reacted instantly. The whole person instantly turned his body upside down, bent his waist into a bow shape, accumulated strength, and then instantly whipped Su Motion's body with a whip kick. Although this whip kick still couldn't hurt Su Motion, the force was mutual. When Bai Ji fell rapidly, Su Motion was also kicked into the sky. Chapter 367, Fighting Su Motion, Breaking Through Level 70. 1/2. After being kicked high into the sky by Bai Ji, Su Motion did not panic, but calculated the timing and suddenly shook the soul power in his body. As the blood-colored soul power around him rippled like water waves, Su Motion's body, which was originally facing up, suddenly turned over and became face down, with his back facing up, and the whole person suddenly changed from flying to falling. However, Bai Ji, who was falling to the ground, was also prepared. On the way down, as the soul power was injected into his ribs, with a crisp sound of bones, 8 deep purple 8 spider lances suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's back. At the same time as the 8 spider lance was summoned, 8 deep purple moyun vines also instantly shot out from the 8 spider lance like spider silk, and instantly tightly wrapped around the surrounding trees. When Bai Ji fell, the 8 slender but tough moyun vines were also constantly tightened like bowstrings. When being stretched to the extreme, Bai Ji also fell to the ground. In the second before falling to the ground, Bai Ji had adjusted his body shape to a normal landing posture. At the moment of landing, he kicked the ground with his feet, and the whole person suddenly soared into the sky like an arrow from a string, shooting straight towards Su Motion who was falling from the air. Moyun Teng. In the process of flying towards Su Motion, as the distance got closer and closer, after reaching the expected distance, Bai Ji suddenly stretched out the 8 spider lance behind him. Suddenly, a large number of Moyun Teng burst out from the 8 spider lance, bursting towards Su Motion like flowers scattered by a fairy, and at the same time, countless thick moyun vines on the ground also rose up instantly, whistling in the air, strangling Su Motion like an ancient giant python. Blood Shadow Clone. Blood Explosion Technique. Blood Rage Sky Tearing Claw. Facing countless moyun vines attacking from both his feet and the front, Su Motion had no choice, because no matter which side of the moyun vine launched ice, fire, and thunder explosion, it would be enough to shake off his body protection soul power, and then, once he was bound by the moyun vine, he would be very passive in the air, so Su Motion could only launch 3 soul skills in succession, splitting out several blood shadow clones, launching blood explosion to destroy the moyun vines below, and using his sharp claws to launch blood anger sky tearing claws to tear apart the thinner moyun vines in front. But just when Su Motion destroyed the strangling moyun vines below and tore apart the moyun vines entangled in front, Bai Ji had already approached. Facing Su Motion, Bai Ji did not hold back at all, and immediately pierced with the sharp 8 spider spears. Facing the crazy stabbing of 8 sharp spider legs like spears, Su Motion could only use the claws wrapped with thick blood-colored soul power to block continuously. At this time, Bai Ji's hands and feet were not idle either, and heavy punches fell on Su Motion like raindrops, and whip kicks kept kicking. As the fists and feet intersected, the two of them continued to fall to the ground. Just a few meters away from the ground, a circle of black soul rings on Su Motion's body suddenly bloomed with brilliant brilliance. Su Motion suddenly opened his mouth, and with a huge roar, a strong soul power shock wave instantly burst out, knocking Bai Ji out. Not good. Seeing the black soul ring surrounding Su Motion suddenly light up, Bai Ji already felt something was wrong, but Su Motion's roaring soul skill was too unexpected. Even though Bai Ji had crossed his arms to protect the front, he was still knocked away by the strong soul power shock. After knocking Bai Ji away, Su Motion fell to the ground again. Su Motion, who fell to the ground, was like a lion king entering his own territory. With a move of his body, Su Motion instantly turned into a blood shadow and rushed towards Bai Ji. This time, because he was in the state of being knocked away, Bai Ji could not dodge at all. When he heard a sharp whistle in his ear, Bai Ji quickly adjusted his body shape and breathing, circulated his true energy, and used the flying catkins force. But even so, when So Motion's fist fell on him, Bai Ji couldn't help but groan. Although after breaking through the 8th level of the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover and reaching the Silver Luo body realm, Bai Ji's current defense is enough to rival the defensive Soul Douluo, plus the Dragon Scale protection and Flying Catkin's force unloading in the state of the Casting Star Dragon King Martial Soul. Bai Ji originally thought that he was enough to perfectly resist the attack of So Motion, who did not use the Martial Soul true body state, but he didn't expect it to still hurt. Bang! So Motion punched Bai Ji hard. Under the strong force, Bai Ji flew out instantly, knocked down several trees in a row, and rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Bai Ji got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He rubbed his aching chest, shook his head, and shook off the dead branches and dust in his hair. Looking at So Motion, Bai Ji exhaled lightly. It feels okay, the bottleneck is a little loose, but it's still a little bit off. Hearing Bai Ji's words, So Motion was speechless. A soul master who is not even a soul saint was hit by a full-strength punch from a titled Douluo like himself. Even if he didn't use his martial soul true body, such an attack was not something a soul emperor could resist. Even a soul Douluo would probably lie on the ground and couldn't get up after facing this punch, but the young man in front of him actually looked fine. He was simply a monster. Then I'll continue. Although he was very emotional, So Motion had no choice but to continue attacking after hearing Bai Ji say that he would continue. Well, I feel like I've entered the state, and the soul power is constantly surging in my body. Uncle Motion, give me some more pressure. I feel like I'm about to break through. Bai Ji said. Okay. Hearing Bai Ji's words, So Motion's face became a little serious. Now Bai Ji can fight with himself, a titled Douluo who also hasn't used his martial soul true body, even though he doesn't have a martial soul true body. If he has a martial soul true body, can he really fight with himself, a titled Douluo? So Motion is looking forward to it. I'm starting. Looking at Bai Ji, So Motion shouted in shock and rushed up again. The two fought again. So Motion's bloody hair danced wildly, and the thick blood-colored soul power was entangled between his sharp claws, and he kept waving at Bai Ji, and Bai Ji also greeted the dragon claws entangled with star blue soul power. Perhaps because of the absorption of star power, Bai Ji's flesh and bones became more solid and heavy, and Bai Ji's soul power also turned into star blue, becoming more solid, and even showing some signs of liquefaction. It was precisely because of the absorption of star power that the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roaring Golden Bell cover was able to make rapid progress, breaking through to the 8th level in just 3 years. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the whistling sounds of fists and feet, only 2 shadows, one blue and one red, were seen colliding continuously. Countless trees were broken, and gravel flew. Broken branches and fallen leaves danced wildly. Facing So Motion, Bai Ji, who had not yet broken through the Soul Saint realm, was still somewhat defeated. Although his body's defense was strong enough to be unscathed by So Motion's attack, in a head-on confrontation, Bai Ji was beaten back repeatedly due to the absolute difference in strength. Heavy punches kept falling on him. While feeling the pain in his body, Bai Ji's mind became extremely focused, and his heart became even calmer. Faintly, Bai Ji felt that the soul power in his body was beginning to riot. It was the soul power that was automatically refined and strengthened under the pressure of the battle. Boom! Suddenly, there seemed to be a roar in his ears, and countless spiritual energy suddenly rushed into Bai Ji's body. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Bai Ji's momentum suddenly rose. He broke through. Chapter 368 News from Tiandu Imperial City, Secret Discussions in the Pope's Palace. 2 halves. Seeing Bai Ji stop and his aura rising, So Motion also stopped and waited silently. On the other side, there was a burst of applause from a distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Ning Rongrong walking over with Malena. Miss Rongrong. Seeing Ning Rongrong, So Motion nodded. Has Bai Ji finally broken through now? Seeing Bai Ji closing his eyes and absorbing the surging spiritual energy around him, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask with some expectation. We fought for a long time and finally broke through. So Motion nodded. Breakthrough, by the way, what is Bai Ji's current cultivation? Malena asked curiously. Miss Rongrong, who is this? Hearing Melina's question, So Motion asked hesitantly. You mean Sister Malena? Sister Malena is the person in charge of Gairan Hall. Ning Rongrong replied. Gairan Hall. Su Motion understood after hearing Ning Rongrong's answer. Hey, you haven't told me what level Bai Ge is now. Malina asked anxiously. Bai Ge, now that you have broken through, you should be level 70. Ning Rongrong said after thinking. Level 70, doesn't that mean you are already a quasi-soul saint? Malina opened her mouth in surprise after hearing Ning Rongrong's words. 3 years ago, she remembered that Bai Ge was only level 50, but in just over 3 years, he is almost a soul saint. The growth rate of this cultivation is really exaggerated. You know, the total number of soul emperors and soul saints on Douluo continent does not exceed 10,000. In Douluo continent, soul emperors and soul saints are already considered top powerhouses. Whether they join the Wuhan Hall, Tiandu, or Xingluo Empire, they will be treated as superiors. Sister Malina, you are here. When Malina was surprised, Bai Ge, who had completed the breakthrough, also opened his eyes. I say, Xiao Beg, you've been very busy lately. Should I call you Earl Bai or Lord Bai? Walking to Beg's side with small steps and patting him on the shoulder, Malina said with some emotion. It's too strange to call me Earl or Lord Bai. Sister Malina, just call me Beg. Beg shook her head with some amusement. By the way, Sister Malina, I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's go. I'll ask the kitchen to make a good meal. Today, we two siblings must have a good chat. With Malina, Beg left the woods in the backyard and entered the building of the Lord's mansion. Under Beg's instructions, the kitchen of the Lord's mansion began to prepare intensively. After a while, various dishes and pastries were served one after another. While tasting the wine and food, Beg talked with Malina about his experience after separating from Tiandu Imperial City, while Ning Rongrong smiled and added fruit wine to their glasses. Just as Bai Ge and Malina were sharing their experiences and lives, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the living room. Master! Before the footsteps reached the living room, a familiar voice came over. What's wrong, Lingmu, what's the matter? Hearing the voice, Bai Ge turned his head and looked over. Lingmu, long time no see. Seeing Lingmu, Malina smiled and nodded to Lingmu, and Lingmu also bowed slightly and returned the greeting. Meet Madam Malina. By the way, Lingmu, is there anything important? You look so anxious. Bai Ge asked with some doubts. It's like this, Master, someone brought a letter from Tiandu Imperial City today. This letter is specifically for you, the Master, and it is from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Xueqing He. Lingmu answered respectfully while taking out a letter with a gold-lined border and a messy but beautiful golden feather pattern, and handed it to Bai Ge. A letter for me? Or from Xueqing He? Bai Ge took the envelope with some curiosity and opened it to read. A few minutes later. What's wrong, Bai Ge? Seeing that Bai Ge had finished reading the letter, Ning Rongrong asked with some curiosity. Nothing, it's just that His Highness Xueqing He is going to be officially promoted to the Crown Prince, so he invited me to Tiandu Imperial City to attend his promotion ceremony. Bai Ge smiled faintly and shook his head. Although the specific intention and purpose are unknown, the meaning of this letter from Xueqing He is indeed the same on the surface. The general content is that Xueqing He is very grateful for Bai Ge's guidance at the time, and feels that it is because of Bai Ge's guidance that she was able to develop the territory as prosperous as it is now, and successfully found a way to increase grain production in large quantities, and developed a soul guide for smelting iron and casting soldiers. Although the Xingluo Empire has now begun to follow the same path, and has started the development of the Tiandu Empire in the past few years. However, in the past few years, the advantages she has laid for the Tiandu Empire have made the national strength of the Tiandu Empire surpass that of the Xingluo Empire, and because of the advantage of starting development first, the national strength of the Tiandu Empire has also improved faster than that of the Xingluo Empire. By the way, Rongrong, do you want to go to this promotion ceremony? If you want to go, I can take you with me. As if thinking of something, Bai Ge said with concern. Forget it, there are still many things that need to be dealt with in the future city. You can forget about going on our behalf, and we should stay at home. Ning Rongrong shook her head. If it weren't for the fact that her father Ning Fengzi and her mother Shueluying had come to the future city to visit her several times in the past year or so, she might really go back to the Tiandu Imperial City with Bai Ge, but since her parents and relatives have already met, her desire to go back to visit them naturally faded. Well, okay then. After thinking for a while, Bai Ge nodded. Now that I have just broken through level 70, it's just right for me to go to the Xingda Great Forest first, hunt the 7th Soul Ring, and then go to Tiandu Imperial City. On the other side, at the same time that Bai Ji received the invitation letter from Shui Qinghe, a meeting of vital importance to the Spirit Hall was being held in the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall Holy Land, the Spirit Hall City, located in the center of the continent. In the dim conference room, Bibi Dong, wearing a black robe with gold silk, sat at the top of the conference table, and next to Bibi Dong sat a middle-aged man in a grey robe. On both sides, there were more than a dozen figures sitting separately, with different figures, tall, short, fat and thin, and 2 of them would feel very familiar if Bai Ji saw them, that is, Ju Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Is everyone here? Bibi Dong, wearing a purple gold crown, suddenly opened her eyes and slowly scanned the figures sitting at the conference table, and said majestically. Chapter 369, The Influence of Dan Pavilion, decided to start the attack in advance. 1/2. Well, very good, everyone is here. Seeing that everyone was here, Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Since we are all here, let's discuss what to do next. At present, according to the information we have received, because of the pills in the Dan Pavilion, all the major sects are now in a period of rapid development, especially the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, which has recruited and trained a lot of soul emperors, soul saints and soul Douluos, and the situation of other sects is similar. Then due to the existence of the pills, the 2 empires are also stepping up the training of soul masters, which has now begun to take shape. If they successfully form a soul master corps, we may be very passive. However, because Shui'er has successfully gained Shui Yi's trust and will inherit the position of crown prince soon, we don't have to worry about the 2 empires for the time being. What I am worried about now is that some powerful people who we cannot control will appear. At this point, Bibi Dong couldn't help showing some gloom in her eyes. Powerful people who we cannot control? Your Majesty, what do you mean? At the round table, a slender figure in a bright red robe hesitated. Do you still remember the Shrek team that defeated our Wuhan Hall team? Bibi Dong asked. Of course I remember this. After all, they took away 3 soul bones that should have belonged to our Spirit Hall. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, the thin figure couldn't help but look a little ugly. You know, even he didn't have a soul bone. Yes, you should all know that the players of the Shrek team are not inferior to our Spirit Hall team in terms of qualifications. Some of them are even better. And according to the information I found that the composition of the Shrek team is a bit complicated. Bibi Dong said slowly. Complicated? Please let His Majesty the Pope know clearly. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, another fatter figure couldn't help but speak. You should all know that Bai Ji is the youngest soul king on the continent, with the most dazzling soul ring configuration, and his identity is the pavilion master of Dan Pavilion. Ning Fengji's son-in-law is also the mayor of the future city, which has been stirring up the storm on the continent recently. When the competition just ended, we didn't take action because we thought that solving him immediately would make people suspicious. Now he has been hiding in the future city and has been protected by Dragon Snake Douluo Mengshu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. In addition to his network of relationships, it is not easy to take action against him without revealing his cards, so it has been delayed until now. In addition to Bai Ji, there are 2 other people in Shrek Academy. Although they are overshadowed by Bai Ji's light, if I say something, you should also understand it. Bibi Dong said slowly. Which 2 people? Their names are Tang San and Dai Mubai. Bibi Dong answered slowly. Tang San, Dai Mubai. I remember that Dai Mubai's martial soul seems to be a white tiger. He should be from the Dai family of the Xingluo Empire, but I remember that Tang San's martial soul is just blue silver grass. What is his identity? A figure asked with some confusion. Dai Mubai, because he defeated Davis, the current eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, in the finals, he got the opportunity to compete with Davis fairly. Dai Mubai and Bai Ji are both members of Shrek Academy. Before leaving, he had already cooperated with Bai Ji's Dan Pavilion and brought elixirs to the Xingluo Empire. In the past 3 years, the strength of the Soul Master world of the Xingluo Empire has been greatly enhanced. When Shui'er made achievements in the Tiandu Empire, Dai Mubai also quickly imitated, so that the national strength of the Xingluo Empire began to be improved. If Dai Mubai is not eliminated, it may threaten Shui'er and affect future plans. As for Tang San, his martial soul is indeed blue silver grass, but blue silver grass is just one of his martial souls. According to my information, this Tang San has another martial soul, which you are very familiar with, that is Clear Sky Hammer. Bibi Dong said word by word. What, Your Majesty the Pope, you said that this Tang San is from the Clear Sky sect. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, a group of figures couldn't help but exclaimed. That's right, and this Tang San is not just an ordinary member of the Haoshan sect, but also the son of Tang Hao. I am sure of this news. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. Your Majesty the Pope means. My meaning is very simple. You are also very clear about the hatred between Tang Hao and our Wuhan Hall. It can be said that it is irreconcilable. This Tang San will definitely be the enemy of our Wuhan Hall in the future. Although Tang San's talent is not as good as Bai Ji, the 12-year-old soul sect is not inferior to our golden generation at all, and can even be said to be superior. In the future, maybe this Tang San will become our great enemy. However, I don't know if this Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao or what. He has disappeared for more than 3 years and it is difficult to find him again. Therefore, our Wuhan Hall can only mobilize everyone to pay attention to this Tang San. Once you find any trace, you will immediately move out quickly and make sure to get rid of him as soon as possible. Bibi Dong said fiercely. We know, Your Majesty the Pope. All the figures nodded. This Tang San is missing for the time being, which is secondary. Daimyo Bai is not ready to take action yet, so don't alarm him. What I want you to pay attention to now is this Bai Ji. Bibi Dong continued. Bai Ji, we shouldn't have much chance against this Bai Ji, right? The thin figure hesitated. Your Majesty, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, Meng Shu was only a titled Douluo at level 91, and Chao Tianxiang was only a soul saint, but they could fight me to a draw. Now with the full support of Dan Pavilion, Meng Shu should be level 93, plus a snake woman who may have reached the soul Douluo realm. I guess I am not his opponent. On the side, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan spoke. While Yu Guan was speaking, Gui Mei also nodded slowly to show his agreement. Humph. Opportunities are also created by people. Bibi Dong smiled coldly. The influence of the pills in Dan Pavilion is too great. Although our Wuhan Hall is constantly buying them, we are only one power after all. No matter how much we train soul masters, we can't suppress all the forces in the entire Douluo continent. And who knows if this Dan Pavilion will hide more and more magical pills. In order to prevent unexpected changes, I decided to let Schwetter launch the plan in advance, detonate the poison at the succession ceremony of the Crown Prince, get rid of Shui Yat, and then smoothly take over the Tiandu Empire. As for Bai Ji, Schwetter has sent him an invitation letter. With his relationship with Schwetter, he will definitely attend Schwetter's succession ceremony. Now you should have a chance, right? Wait. I remember Schwetter said that this Bai Ji is the person she likes, and asked you not to act rashly. Have you forgotten it? Beside Bibi Dong, the middle-aged man who was wearing a grey robe and had been silent all the time suddenly spoke. The person she likes? Palace Master Qian Daoliu, from what I know, Bai Ji did not accept her recruitment, and do you think that a potential would someone with such great power and incredible influence agree to be recruited by a mere prince? Bibi Dong asked back. This is her own business, but Bibi Dong, have you really decided not to tell Schwetter and just do it directly? Qian Daoliu said slowly. Humph. Now the plan has begun, and she has agreed. I am removing obstacles for the plan. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. According to my guess, Bai Ji should set out for Tiandu Imperial City tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Now Bai Ji should only have one dragon snake Douluo Meng Shu and snake Po Chao Tianxiang by his side. Yueguan, Gai Mei, the task of dealing with Bai Ji is left to you two. Jinyu, Qianjun, Jiangmo, you go to Kaibao Liulai sect, Moksheng, Gaibao and Shenglong, you go to Landian Tyrant sect, Snake Spear and Thorny Pig, you go to protect Schwetter. Yes, follow the orders of His Highness the Pope. Looking at the title Douluo kneeling in front of Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu slowly shook his head. Chapter 370 Bibi Dong's uneasiness, heading to the Xingda Great Forest. 2 halves. After the meeting. At night, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was reviewing official documents. But for some reason, Bibi Dong always felt that there would be some problems with this operation, and this feeling always lingered in Bibi Dong's heart. Someone come. Out of trust in a woman's sixth sense, Bibi Dong called a personal attendant. Your Highness the Pope, what do you want me to do? A servant walked into the room, half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully. Where are the elders? Have they all set out? Bibi Dong asked. It seems that only Lord Yuegwen and Lord Gaimei have left, and the other elders have not left yet. They are gathering people and should set out tomorrow. The attendant recalled and said. Well, let Ghost Leopard come over. I have something to talk to him about. Hearing the attendant's words, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and said. Yes. The attendant respectfully left the room and closed the door. After the attendant left, Bibi Dong fell into deep thought as she watched the smoke rising from the incense burner beside the table. Almost a few minutes later, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a slender figure in black pushed open the door and walked in. Excuse me, what is the Pope looking for me for? Looking at Bibi Dong, Ghost Leopard Douluo bowed slightly and asked with some doubts. I have been feeling uneasy just now. Bibi Dong said lightly. Uneasy? Is there anything bothering the Pope? Ghost Leopard Douluo asked. It's not a worry, it's mainly because I think there may be accidents in Yuegwen and Gaimei's actions against Dan Pavilion this time, so I plan to ask you to rush over, take a look at the situation, and take action when necessary. Bibi Dong shook her head and said. It shouldn't be, according to the information we know, Dan Pavilion currently has only two titled Douluo, Mengshu and Dugubo, but one of them must be left to guard the future city, so that Yuegwen and Gaimei should be enough to deal with it. Ghost Leopard Douluo hesitated. Although that's what you said, you ignored the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and there are too many accidents in this world. Can you guarantee that they will definitely leave a titled Douluo to guard the old nest? And even if that's the case, what if Dan Pavilion has another titled Douluo? Bibi Dong shook her head. This shouldn't be, this Dan Pavilion has only been established for 3 years, and it's already a great luck to be lucky enough to get 2 titled Douluo to join, and one more, how is it possible? Ghost Leopard Soul Master was a little unconvinced. Humph. Always think of the worst case scenario, so that you won't be caught off guard. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Compared to the already established 7 treasures glazed tile sect and blue lightning tyrant sect, Dan Pavilion is the force we are most likely to eliminate at present, and it is also the force that is most likely to pose a serious threat to us in the future. You must ensure that this operation is foolproof, so I order you, Ghost Leopard, this time you don't have to participate in the mission against the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, you go and meet up with Yu Guan and Gui Mei to deal with Bai Ji. Yes. Hearing that Bibi Dong had given the order, Ghost Leopard Douluo could only half kneel and choose to obey the order. On the other side, Future City. Although he received the invitation letter from Xue Qinghe, since the succession ceremony of the Crown Prince would not be held until 5 days later, Bai Ji did not set off immediately. Instead, he wrote a letter to Dugubo in Tiandu Imperial City, asking Dugubo to pick him up in Future City. Because Dugubo is both an elder of Dan Pavilion and an honorary consultant of the Tiandu Imperial family, Bai Ji did not force Dugubo to stay in Future City. And because Duguyan is in Tiandu Imperial City, considering his granddaughter, Dugubo must also stay in Tiandu Imperial City, but Dugubo will bring Duguyan to Future City every once in a while and let Bai Ji pick Duguyan up. Yan cleared the poison of the green phosphorus once. After Bai Ji had someone bring the letter to Dugubo, Dugubo rushed over the next day. Brother Dugu, long time no see. Outside the Future City, Meng Shu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dugubo. Brother Meng too. Dugubo also laughed. This time, the safety of the young master is left to Brother Dugu and Brother Su. Because he had to stay in the Future City, the task of protecting Bai Ji could only be handed over to Dugubo and Su Motion. Meng Shu was a little serious. Don't worry, I will definitely send the young master to Tiandu Imperial City safely, and then send him back safely. Dugubo promised very seriously. On the side, Su Motion said the same thing. Okay, I'm not that fragile yet. As long as I want to run, even the titled Douluo can't stop me. But if I really encounter an enemy, I'll leave, and you guys should leave quickly. Then we'll go to Tiandu Imperial City to meet up. Touching the luxury ball on his waist, Bai Ji smiled and waved his hand. Considering the possibility of danger this time, Bai Ji specially brought the blue bird Bai with him, so if he really encountered danger, Bai Ji would hide in the other dimensional castle directly, and then leave on the Kixi blue bird, which was transformed by the blue bird. But Senior Dugubo, we will not go directly to Tiandu Imperial City this time. I plan to go to Xingda Great Forest first, and then go to Tiandu Imperial City. Sir, why are you going to Xingda Great Forest? Dugubo was a little confused. I have broken through, and now I am level 70. I need a soul ring to break through the soul saint realm and condense the martial soul true body. Bai Ji smiled and said. Sir, you are already level 70. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but open his mouth. You know, when he came to the city of the future a year ago, Bai Ji was only level 63. I didn't expect that he is already level 70 now, 7 levels in a year, and it is still the 7th level of the Soul Emperor realm. This progress speed is too terrifying. Sighing in his heart, Douluo couldn't help but think of his granddaughter Douyan again. If only Yan Yan could be with the young master, what's the use of Yu Tianheng? Douyan felt helpless. But his granddaughter didn't want to, and Douluo had no choice. Okay, don't be surprised, let's go, we still have to find a suitable soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest. Bringing people, they got on the Steam Soul Guide car newly developed by the Future City Soul Guide Technology Institute. Accompanied by the woo-woo sound of the whistle, the Steam Soul Guide car, like a black extended bus, slowly drove along the cement road to the distance. Because the road was cement all the way, and the speed of the Steam Soul Guide car was much faster than that of a carriage, so in less than half a day, the Steam Soul Guide car had passed several cities and finally arrived in a city near the Stardo Great Forest. After getting off the car, leaving some people to guard the Soul Guide car, Bai Ji took Douluo, Sumotion and several soul saints into the Stardo Great Forest. After passing through the periphery, they entered the core area of the Xingda Great Forest. Because they had enough manpower and the spirit rings needed to condense the martial spirit avatar did not have any special requirements, Bai Ji only needed enough years, so he soon found a suitable spirit beast, a shadow wolf with a cultivation base of about 70,000 years. But just as the soul saints of the Dan Pavilion and Douluo subdued the shadow wolf and Bai Ji was about to take action, a sudden feminine laugh interrupted Bai Ji's actions. Haha, it's true that it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Comments from all channels. I'm an old newbie. My last book ended badly because of the storm of censorship. I didn't expect that this book would be lucky enough to be available on all channels. Old book friends should all know that Yanjai will usually update after a big recommendation. There are currently 15 chapters in stock. It is expected that the minimum will be free tomorrow, and there will be at least 10 updates. At present, there are 92 rewards on the main site of QQ Reading. There are only 8 more rewards to get an achievement. If you have spare money, please reward Yanjai. Give Yanjai an achievement. Yanjai will stay up all night to update today, and will try to give you 20 updates tomorrow. Chapter 371 Yu Guan, will never stand upside down to eat ALIGE. First update. Please recommend and reward. Who? Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw 2 figures, one black and one white, walking slowly with a few people. This group of people were masked, but Bai Ji recognized the identity of the black and white figures at once. When the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy in the whole continent was held, these 2 guys also dressed like this to attack. I didn't expect that they would dress like this again this time, without changing clothes. Do you think they are face blind and can't recognize them, or do you think they are mentally retarded and have memory problems? Bai Ji's face was a little dark. The spirit hall is really haunted. Although he was prepared in his heart, Bai Ji was still a little angry. This spirit hall is simply too much. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, do you spirit hall like to deceive yourselves so much? Seeing that he was still confused, Douluo said sarcastically to Yu Guan and Gui Mei who were facing each other. Oh my, old poison, I didn't expect that I had prepared so carefully, but you could still see through it at a glance. Hearing Douluo's sarcasm, Yu Guan raised his orchid finger and made an extremely surprised expression. Forget it. Shaking his head, Yu Guan directly pulled off the black scarf covering his face and threw it on the ground. Seeing Yu Guan's action, Gui Mei also silently pulled off the black scarf covering his face, and other spirit masters of the spirit hall followed suit. After a while, there were nearly 10 black scarves on the ground. Old poison, this time without Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, you alone can't protect this little guy, you should surrender. If you are willing to surrender and lead Dan Pavilion to join our spirit hall, we can consider sparing your lives. Looking at Douluo, Yu Guan said in a feminine voice. Surrender, I said at the beginning that I would never surrender to someone who wants to kill me. Hearing Yu Guan's words, Bai Ji said coldly. Little guy, you are a genius. If you are given time, you will definitely become a titled Douluo and a strong man who dominates Douluo continent in the future. But now, you are just a weakling, and in this world, weaklings are not qualified to decide their own fate. Yu Guan smiled and shook his head. Humph. Weakling, what is a weakling? Strongling, what is a strongling? If a strongling can only suppress others like you, he is just a thug with empty power. A real strongling must have a broad mind and undefeated faith. People like you are just pseudo-stronglings and will never reach the peak. Bai Ji retorted. Pseudo-stronglings are pseudo-stronglings. Anyway, I have never expected to become the strongest. As long as I can survive and live better, that's enough. Yu Guan shook his head. Go. With a solemn look, all the spirit masters of the Wuhan Hall rushed out at once with Yu Guan's order, and behind Bai Ji, all the spirit masters of the Dan Pavilion also rushed forward. But when the two soul masters were fighting, Douluo and Sumotion still stood beside Bai Ji, and the opposite side, Yu Guan and Gui Mei were the same. Beside Yu Guan and Gui Mei, there were two soul masters, one was the Golden Eagle Soul Master Lord Iera, whom Bai Ji knew, and the other was the unfamiliar Black Robe Soul Master, who also stood there, motionless. However, compared to the Black Robe Soul Master whose expression could not be seen clearly, the Golden Eagle Soul Master Lord Iera had a solemn expression. As someone who had fought with Bai Ji once, Lord Iera knew very well how difficult Bai Ji was. Although Bai Ji would definitely not be his opponent in a head-on battle, Bai Ji's Moyun Tang was too restrained for a sensitive attack soul master like him, and coupled with Bai Ji's ice, fire and thunder explosion, if he was alone, he would not dare to guarantee that he could definitely subdue or kill Bai Ji. It was precisely because of this that he specially found a soul master to help. Thinking of this, Lord Iera turned his head and looked at the unfamiliar soul master who was hiding under the black robe beside him. Old Poison, this time the Dragon Man and the Snake Woman didn't come. You are the only one. What? Do you still want to stop the two of us by yourself? Looking at Douluo, Yu Guan smiled softly. Why not? Old Chrysanthemum, don't forget that you were not my opponent at the beginning. Why can't I stop you two now? Douluo asked back. Stop the two of us? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Douluo's words, Yu Guan covered his mouth with his orchid finger and laughed. That's right, because you found a good master, you can beat me now, but if you say you can stop the two of us, then you are too arrogant. We are not two ordinary title Douluo. We still have the martial soul fusion skill. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang didn't come. We already know that unless you have a third title Douluo, you are dead this time. Yu Guan's face turned cold. Why, are you sure we don't have a third title Douluo? Bai Ji couldn't help but curl up a little. That's right, title Douluo is not a cucumber on the roadside that you can pick up casually. You are lucky to have a title Douluo like Meng Shu, plus Old Poison. If you can get a third title Douluo, I, Yu Guan, will stand on my head and eat ALIGE. Yu Guan looked confident. Stand on my head and eat ALIGE? I say, Ju Douluo, you are cheating. Bai Ji sighed and shook his head. Uncle Mo Shan, let them see your strength. Yes. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Sua Mo Shan immediately stepped forward and walked in front of Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Blood Rage Lion, come out. With Sumotion's low shout, a huge blood-red lion suddenly emerged from his body. Along with the emergence of the Blood Rage Lion martial spirit, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black. Seeing the 9 soul rings surrounding Sumotion, Yu Guan couldn't help but screamed in surprise, and at the same time, Yu Guan's face suddenly turned red. Damn, I lost the bet. I didn't expect that Dan Pavilion really had a third title Douluo. Yu Guan felt that his whole face was slapped. Did he really want to stand upside down and eat? Humph. That's impossible. Ghost, Lordiala, and Black Spirit, all come to me. Somewhat angry, Yu Guan gave an order and rushed up first. Senior Dogu, Uncle Motion, Ju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo are left to you. I will deal with these two soul Douluos myself. Seeing Yu Guan's anger, Bai Ji said quickly, while turning around and casting Spiral 9 shadows, drilling into the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. He didn't want to be involved in the battlefield of the 4 title Douluos, as it would be too easy to be affected. Want to run? Seeing Bai Ji preparing to escape, Lord Iera immediately entered the state of spirit possession, then quickly activated the spirit body, spread his wings, and chased after him. On the side, the soul Douluo named Hailing, wearing a black robe, also turned into a black shadow and followed. Chapter 372 The Effect of Beiming Divine Art, Second Update, Please Recommend, Please Reward. In the Xingde Great Forest, Lord Iera stretched his wings, chasing Bai Ji who was running on the ground, and shouted, "Boy, give up, this time we are fully prepared, you can't run away." On the ground, hearing Lord Iera's words, Bai Ji showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Can't run away? If he wants to run, he can run away anyway, but the spirit hall gave him such a surprise this time, how can he run away without doing anything? Heaven and Earth Net. While running, Bai Ji summoned the Moyun Vine. As the second soul ring around him lit up, countless Moyun vines as thick as giant trees suddenly rose from the ground and quickly formed a large net in the air to cover Lord Iera. Cut it off. Looking at the vine net that was covering him, Lord Iera raised his eagle claws high. As the golden eagle claws burst into brilliant golden light, Lord Iera immediately swung the eagle claws up. Because of the blessing of the martial soul body and soul skills, although it was not so easy, Lord Iera's eagle claws still instantly cut off the net that was covering him, but Lord Iera couldn't help feeling a little heavy in his heart. At the beginning, he cut Bai Ji's net into pieces with just a claw, but now he only cut a part of it. It seems that Bai Ji's strength has increased a lot in the past 3 years. However, the heaviness in his heart only lasted for a moment. After all, this time there was more than one soul fighter coming. When passing through the net, Lord Iala also consciously activated the body protection soul skill, but this time, Bai Ji did not activate the ice, fire and thunder explosion. Golden Storm. After successfully passing through the net, and then avoiding the thorn stranglehold launched by Bai Ji, Lord Iala instantly spread his wings when he came to the sky not far behind Bai Ji. As a 10,000-year soul ring around him lit up, countless golden wind blades quickly condensed into shape, and then burst towards Bai Ji like rain. Moyun Vine. Looking at the golden light blades flying in the sky, there was no room to dodge at all. Bai Ji suddenly had an idea and summoned countless Moyun vines to form a vine wall above his head as a shield. Countless golden light blades whistled down like a storm, but the golden light blades that could once cut the Moyun vine into pieces could only cut the Moyun vine into pieces this time because of Bai Ji's increased strength, but could not cut it into pieces. In fact, if Bai Ji had not succeeded in becoming a soul saint and condensing his martial soul true body this time, if Bai Ji had used his martial soul true body, Lord Iala's golden storm would not have been able to destroy the Moyun vine. The difference in strength between a soul saint with a martial soul true body and a soul emperor without a martial soul true body is so terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Puff, puff, puff. Countless golden light blades continued to burst down and fell on the shield wall formed by the Moyun vine. Although the sharp golden light blades easily cut through the skin of the Moyun vine, and the black and purple juice splashed for a while, the tough golden fibers inside the Moyun vine firmly blocked the golden light blades. Although the Moyun vine wall successfully resisted the golden light blades, some of the golden light blades that did not fall on the Moyun vine wall fell to the ground, cutting deep gullies several meters long on the ground, and countless dust splashed into the sky. For a while, smoke and mud were everywhere. Looking at the smoke and dust rising around him, Bai Ji suddenly thought of the black-robed soul master next to Lord Iala. It feels like something is wrong. With a thought in his mind, the fifth soul ring around Bai Ji suddenly lit up, and a phantom clone that looked exactly like Bai Ji quickly condensed and formed next to Bai Ji. At the same time as the phantom clone appeared next to Bai Ji's entire body instantly entered the invisible state. Just as Bai Ji activated the two-life flower shadow, created a phantom clone and entered the invisible state, behind the phantom clone, the calm air suddenly rippled, and a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared. Haha, I caught you. Accompanied by an unpleasant sound, the mysterious black-robed soul Douluo suddenly appeared and grabbed Bai Ji. You caught me? Not necessarily. A playful voice sounded. What? In Bai Ji's playful voice, right in front of the black-robed soul master, the Bai Ji he caught suddenly exploded into black light spots all over the sky. These black light spots quickly condensed into countless thick Moyun vines, which instantly wrapped around him and tied him up tightly. Because the distance was too short, the black-robed soul master had no time to react. Your martial soul should be a soul beast like a chameleon. As a soul Douluo, you can sneak attack. I have to say that you are very cautious, but unfortunately I am more cautious. Now I have caught you. Bai Ji's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed soul master. Looking at the black-robed soul master, Bai Ji slowly put his hand on the black-robed soul master's shoulder. I have never had time to try the power of Biming divine art. Now that I have you, I feel that I can have fun. What are you going to do? Hearing Bai Ji's words, for some reason, the black-robed soul master suddenly felt a little panic. Nothing, just borrow your soul power. Bai Ji smiled slightly, then his face became serious, and his voice suddenly changed, Biming divine art. As soon as Bai Ji finished speaking, the black-robed soul master only felt a strong suction suddenly coming from his shoulder. Under this strong suction, the soul power of the black-robed soul master's whole body was madly rushing to the hand on his shoulder. Feeling the loss of soul power in his body, the black-robed soul master's face suddenly became terrified. No. Something's happening. In the air, the screams of the black-robed soul master hailing suddenly came from the smoke and dust, and Lord Iera's heart sank. The wind is rising. Controlling the soul power in his body, Lord Iera began to flap his wings quickly, stirring up the wind to blow away the smoke and dust. But when the smoke and dust cleared, what appeared in front of Lord Iera were all black and purple moyun vines twisting like ancient dragons. On them, there were poisonous spikes that were almost as big as small trees, which looked terrifying. What the hell is this? Lord Iera's face changed drastically. He naturally didn't know that these huge moyun vines with a diameter of more than 10 meters were summoned by Bai Ji with the help of Biming divine art to absorb the soul power in the body of the black-robed soul Douluo hailing. Heavenly net. Just when Lord Iera was confused, Bai Ji immediately seized the opportunity and launched the second soul skill, Heavenly Net. However, since Bai Ji had a soul Douluo as a backup energy source, he did not have to worry about the consumption of soul power, so the moyun vines he summoned were particularly huge. A huge net made of countless huge moyun vines formed above and behind Lord Iera, almost covering the entire sky. The huge net shrank instantly after it was formed. Because the area blocked was very large, Lord Iera could not escape at all. Facing the tightening of the net, he was instantly bound. And because the moyun vines that formed the net were summoned by Bai Ji with the soul power of a soul Douluo, Lord Iera could not break free at all and could only be bound in the net. However, because the net was so huge, half of Lord Iera's body was almost stuck between several poisonous spikes, looking like a large fly. Sunshine flame. Bai Ji's mind moved, and as the sixth soul ring around him bloomed with brilliance, countless moyun vines that surrounded Bai Ji like ancient dragons suddenly twisted and twisted, forming a huge twisted vine, which was like a cannon or a gun barrel. As the twisted vine took shape, the sunlight from all around suddenly gathered towards the twisted vine. Almost in the blink of an eye, the twisted vine was completely covered by dazzling golden light. Chapter 373, the third titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, the third update, please recommend and reward. Sunshine Flame, this is the reward drawn from a gold level lottery opportunity after Bai Ji completed the second stage of the King of Food. When Bai Ji broke through the Soul Emperor, it was solidified by Bai Ji as the sixth soul skill. Compared with ordinary soul skills, Sunshine Flame has a big flaw, that is, it cannot be instantly activated, and must be charged and accumulated enough light energy before it can be activated. But if it can be charged to the limit, the power of the Sun Flame will be amazing, just like the Sun Flame that Bai Ji is launching with the Soul Douluo level soul power, and it is a fully charged Sun Flame. Lord Iera can't resist it at all, even if a title Douluo is hit by such a Sun Flame, it will be very difficult. At this time, Lord Iera has been firmly imprisoned by the net summoned by Bai Ji, and he can't break free at all. Facing the increasingly dazzling golden light on the twisted vines in front of him like a cannon barrel, Lord Iera only feels that a sense of death is getting closer and closer. Break it for me. In the deadly threat in his heart feeling ferocious, Lord Iera began to wave his sharp eagle claws frantically, trying to cut off the poisonous thorns that were stuck on him. However, the poisonous thorns themselves are harder than the moyun vine. Lord Iera couldn't even cut the current moyun vine, let alone the harder poisonous thorns. Just as Lord Iera struggled desperately, the light energy accumulated by the twisted vines finally reached its limit. As the golden light on the twisted vines began to converge, at the same time, the twisted vines began to shine in the hole that looked like a cannon barrel. Boom! When the hole that looked like a cannon barrel shone to the extreme, a golden beam of light instantly shot out and hit Lord Iera. Under the golden beam of light containing extreme high temperature and explosive energy, Lord Iera only had time to scream, and the whole person instantly turned into ashes. Damn, I used too much force. Seeing that Lord Iera was turned into ashes under the full-strength sunlight flame, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel distressed. He was also planning to keep Lord Iera's body as the second reserve energy source, but he didn't expect that he used too much force and it was gone. Forget it, this guy still has almost half of his soul power, which should be enough. Looking at the black-robed soul Douluo hailing who had fainted because of the continuous extraction of soul power, if he continued to extract soul power in a draining way, regardless of whether his cultivation could be restored in the future, he should be able to squeeze out more than half of his soul power. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel relieved. Now, he should intervene in the battlefield of the title Douluo. With the support of the soul power of the black soul Douluo level, the Moyun Vine he summoned can already pose a threat to the title Douluo. Humph, I didn't expect that His Holiness the Pope's premonition was right. Just as Bai Ji was about to take the unconscious black spirit away, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Bai Ji. In an instant, Bai Ji felt a fatal threat coming. Without time to think, Bai Ji instantly teleported dozens of meters through the dimensional castle with a frightened feeling, and at the same time entered the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit. Who? With the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit possessing him, while countless star-blue dragon scales covered his whole body, Bai Ji couldn't help but quickly turn his head to look in the direction of Black Spirit, only to see a soul master who had almost turned into a leopard man in his original position, and around him were countless huge Moyun vines that were neatly cut into 2 pieces. Title Douluo. Looking at the 9 soul rings surrounding the Black Panther soul master in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but shrink his pupils and his heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect that the Spirit Hall would actually send a third title Douluo. Boy, you actually killed Lord Iera and almost killed Black Spirit, you are indeed a monster. Looking at the 6 soul rings surrounding Bai Ji, he was obviously just a soul emperor, but he was able to cross the level to kill the old soul Douluo Lord Iera and Black Spirit. Ghost Leopard Douluo was very solemn. And looking at the huge Moyun vines around him that were like ancient dragons, even Ghost Leopard Douluo couldn't help but feel a little scared. Although such vines can't threaten him, if they are placed on the battlefield, they are simply a weapon for attacking cities and slaughtering enemy troops. And more importantly, Bai Ji's current image. According to the information given by Pope Bibi Dong, Bai Ji is obviously just a single martial soul master, and his martial soul is the Moyun vine that may be a mutation of purple vine. It is amazingly tough and can explode, and its power is also extremely powerful. But now looking at Bai Ji's image, he clearly has a second martial soul, and it is not an ordinary martial soul, but a true dragon-level dragon martial soul. Otherwise, with his title Douluo strength, even if he faces a dragon martial soul like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, unless it is a title Douluo of the same level, the Ghost Leopard martial soul in his body will not be able to shrink. Such a powerful dragon power can only be possessed by the legendary true dragon-level martial soul that surpasses the sub-dragon martial soul. Your Majesty the Pope is right, you will definitely be the enemy of our Spirit Hall in the future. Looking at Bai Ji, Ghost Leopard Douluo's face was particularly gloomy. And looking at Ghost Leopard Douluo's face, Bai Ji also knew that he was ready to kill, but now without the soul Douluo level reserve energy source Black Spirit, he could not be the opponent of the title Douluo, so with a thought in his mind, Bai Ji directly launched a net and thorn stranglehold on Ghost Leopard Douluo. As Bai Ji's soul skills were activated, countless thick Moyun vines suddenly rose from the ground around Ghost Leopard Douluo. However, with Bai Ji's current soul power at the Soul Emperor level, the Moyun vines he summoned were only less than 5 meters long and could not resist Ghost Leopard Douluo's claws at all. Boy, it's useless. Looking at the Moyun vines rising from the ground and strangling him, Ghost Leopard Douluo showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Dark Demon Shadow Claw. As the first soul ring around him lit up, Ghost Leopard Douluo directly rotated on the spot, and countless black light blades instantly shot out from Ghost Leopard Douluo's claws, chopping all the Moyun vines that were entangled into pieces. Ice, fire, thunder explosion. But Bai Ji naturally expected the current in this situation. Just when Ghost Leopard Douluo cut off the Moyun vine he summoned and was surrounded by countless fragments of Moyun vine, Bai Ji directly launched the ice, fire, and thunder explosion. Boom! In an instant, with the blooming of 3-color light, the countless fragments of Moyun vine that enveloped Ghost Leopard Douluo exploded instantly. The terrifying power generated by the explosion of the Moyun vine fragments in the sky instantly blew up the ground within a radius of nearly 100 meters with Ghost Leopard Douluo as the center. Countless pieces of soil were blown into broken soil and smoke, and then swept up to the sky by the air waves. At this time, Bai Ji had already used the Spiral 9 shadows to rush to the battlefield where Douluo, Slow Motion and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo were fighting. He could indeed escape by summoning the Kixie Blue Bird now, but a titled Douluo who was obviously a sensitive attack system combined with Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's 2-element static field would bring great trouble to Douluo and Slow Motion, so Bai Ji had to notify Douluo and Slow Motion to leave quickly with the Soul Masters of Dan Pavilion. Chapter 374 I Can Fly, I'll Make You Mad. 4th update, please recommend, please reward. In order to arrive as soon as possible, Bai Ji directly used the teleportation of the alternate dimension castle, Spiral 9 shadows and teleportation all the way. In less than 3 minutes, Bai Ji crossed several miles and arrived at the battlefield where Douluo and Slow Motion were. Senior Douluo, Uncle Motion, take everyone away quickly, the Spirit Hall has a third titled Douluo. When it was only nearly 100 meters away from the battlefield, Bai Ji shouted. What? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo and Slow Motion were shocked. There was actually a third titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall? Stay. But compared to Douluo and Slow Motion, Yu Guan and Gui Mei couldn't help but feel happy when they heard Bai Ji's words. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would still seize the opportunity. Limited Principle Stillness Domain. Taking advantage of the moment when Douluo and Slow Motion were distracted, Yu Guan and Gui Mei's two figures suddenly overlapped together. With the formation of a huge halo, a strange soul power fluctuation suddenly rippled around. In an instant, everything within the range of the soul power fluctuation fell into stillness. Damn it! Seeing Douluo and Slow Motion being plotted against, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry, but this time, there was no sword Douluo Chen Xin to rescue them. Only I can do it. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji directly launched a teleportation through the alternate dimension castle. The whole person's figure flashed twice in the air and instantly entered the Limited Principle Stillness Domain. Limited Principle Stillness Domain is indeed a very powerful martial soul fusion skill, but Limited Principle Stillness Domain is only a domain after all, not a space-type skill, and it can't prevent the entry of teleportation skills at all. After Bai Ji entered the yin-yang static field, he appeared next to Douluo and Slow Motion again, and then the three figures disappeared instantly, and then left the yin-yang static field the next second. How is it possible? Because the yin-yang static field was activated, Yu Guan and Gui Mei were still unable to move, but seeing that Bai Ji had rescued Douluo and Slow Motion from the yin-yang static field in this way, Yu Guan and Gui Mei couldn't help but show disbelief at the same time. They had seen teleportation skills before, but they had never heard that teleportation could bring others with them. This really subverted their cognition. After rescuing Douluo and Slow Motion from the yin-yang static field, Bai Ji didn't have time to say more, and hurriedly said, Senior Douluo, you and Uncle Motion leave quickly and take everyone away. They don't dare to take action in the city. What about you? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo and Slow Motion couldn't help asking at the same time. I'll stay to cover you. Bai Ji said. Young master, I know you are a genius. When you were a Soul King, you could kill Soul Emperors across levels, and when you were a Soul Emperor, you could kill Soul Douluo across levels. However, the gap between title Douluo and Soul Douluo is greater than the gap between Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. Young master, if you successfully condense your martial soul avatar and ascend to Soul Saint, you may really be able to fight against title Douluo with your martial soul avatar. But now, young master, you have not yet ascended to Soul Saint and condensed your martial soul avatar. Without your martial soul avatar, how can you be a match for title Douluo? Slow Motion could not help but persuade. Uncle Motion, please believe me. Just now, since I was able to take you out of the Lianji stillness field, it means that I can definitely escape. Your current task is to take everyone away as much as possible, and by the way, kill as many soul masters of the Spirit Hall as possible. I will stay to delay time for you. As long as I don't seek death, they can't do anything to me. Bai Ji said with a headache. Senior Dogu, Uncle Motion doesn't know, but you definitely know my trump card. Take Uncle Motion away quickly, and leave this to me. Seeing that Slow Motion still didn't believe it, and seeing that there was no time left, Bai Ji had no time to explain, so he could only let Douluo persuade Slow Motion. Brother Su, believe me, the young master will not do anything stupid unless Jiandaoliu takes action. Old Chrysanthemum, Old Ghost and the titled Douluo alone cannot do anything to the young master. Hearing Douluo's advice and thinking of Bai Ji's specialness, Slow Motion was a little shaken. Young master, you must be careful. You must know that you are not only the pavilion master of Dan Pavilion and the city master of Future City, you are also Lingling's husband. I don't want Lingling to be a widow at such a young age. After giving Bai Ji a final warning, Su Motion turned around and left the battlefield quickly with Douluo. On the other side, after Su Motion and Douluo were rescued by Bai Ji, Yu Guan and Gui Mei also lifted the Lianji stillness field. Seeing that Bai Ji actually let Douluo and Su Motion leave first, but let himself stay, Yu Guan couldn't help but curled his orchid fingers and chuckled. I say, little guy, you let the old poisonous creatures leave first because you want to secretly surrender to our Wuhan Hall alone? You are dreaming of joining your spirit hall. Bai Ji sneered. If your spirit hall really has the ability, means, vision, and courage, I would join you, but your spirit hall has the ability, but the means are somewhat inferior, and the mind is surprisingly narrow. As for courage, haha, I don't want to talk about it. If you want me to join you, I just want to say, would you rather be with me? I know that your spirit hall is secretly planning to unify the continent, but do you have a development program? Have you planned what to do after unifying the continent? I'm afraid not. The world will eventually divide after a long period of unity, and will eventually unite after a long period of division. Douluo continent will definitely be unified in the future, but the person who should not and is least likely to unify is your spirit hall. Trying to rule the secular world with religious power is a fallacy. You should just be the number one force in your soul master world. Why do you have to want to unify the continent? If you were allowed to unify the continent and govern the country in the same way as you govern spirit masters, I'm afraid the common people wouldn't even be able to eat dirt. Yu Guan's face stiffened when he heard Bai Ji's words. Because their spirit hall really hadn't figured out what to do after unifying the continent. The goal of Bibi Dong and a group of high-level people brainwashing the lower-level people is to make the spirit hall the first sect in name and unify the spirit master world and the secular world, but what to do after that? Bibi Dong didn't say anything at all. Could it be that they will really govern the country in the same way as they govern the spirit hall? Yu Guan couldn't help but think in his heart. Young master. But just when Yu Guan's face stiffened, Gui Mei suddenly whispered in Yu Guan's ear. Hearing Gui Mei's words, Yu Guan suddenly thought of the young master who had been hiding in the Tiandu Palace. Their spirit hall was also prepared. Thinking of this, Yu Guan had a bottom line in his heart. Humph. You are quite good for being able to guess our spirit hall's plan, but you cannot guess our spirit hall's preparations. Yu Guan sneered. Tisk, isn't it just Jianrongxiu? Bai Ji curled his lips in his heart. Okay, that's enough, I'm not in the mood to play with you guys anymore, bye. Nearly a minute had passed, thinking that Douluo and Su Motion should have left, Bai Ji looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei and said. Want to leave? No way. Hearing that Bai Ji actually wanted to leave, Yu Guan raised the Qirong Tongdianzhu martial spirit in his hand, and countless golden sharp petals burst towards Bai Ji, but Bai Ji just flashed and appeared in the air. With a flash of red light, a sky-blue giant bird with cotton-like wings suddenly appeared in the sky, and Bai Ji landed steadily on the back of the giant bird. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, goodbye, if you can fly I don't mind you catching up, but if you can't I'll go first. Looking at Yu Guan and Gui Mei, Bai Ji stood on the back of the Kixie bluebird and smiled. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yu Guan's face flushed, but unfortunately, he couldn't fly, and the only one who could fly, Lord Yala, had already been killed by Bai Ji. Goodbye. Patting the Kixie bluebird under his seat, Bai Ji smiled slightly, and then under Yu Guan's angry gaze, the Kixie bluebird turned around and flew quickly out of the Xingda Great Forest, and at this time Ghost Leopard Douluo arrived at the battlefield. Seeing that Bai Ji was actually riding a bird soul beast and preparing to leave, Ghost Leopard Douluo was also very angry. Damn! How can this guy run faster than him? Chapter 375 arrived at Tiandu Imperial City, enthusiastic Shueking He. 5th update, please recommend, please reward. Riding the Kixie bluebird, because according to the agreement with Douluo and Su Motion when coming, if they are separated by danger on the way, they will meet in Tiandu Imperial City, so Bai Ji did not stop in the city that entered the Xingda Great Forest before, but flew directly to Tiandu Imperial City. Because the flying speed is the fastest, even if Douluo and Su Motion and others are riding a steam soul guide car, it is the same. After all, cement roads are currently only part of the city near the future city. It was laid, so Bai Ji was undoubtedly the first to arrive at Tiandu Imperial City. It is estimated that Douluo and Sumotion will arrive at least 1 day later. After arriving at Tiandu Imperial City, Bai Ji did not wait in Dan Pavilion, but went directly to the prince's mansion in the Imperial City district of Tiandu Imperial City. Now Bai Ji's heart is complicated. He really wants to know whether Qian Rongxiu knows about the action of the Spirit Hall this time. For Qian Rongxiu, of course, Qian Rongxiu is now playing Xue Qinghe, so it's better to call her Xue Qinghe. For Xue Qinghe, Bai Ji has always admired her. Although Xue Qinghe is a member of the Spirit Hall, if the Spirit Hall can really unify the continent one day, at that time, if the ruler of the Spirit Hall is Bibi Dong, then Bai Ji really doesn't think it will be a good idea, but if it is Xue Qinghe, then the Spirit Hall may really have hope to complete a gorgeous turnaround. If Xue Qinghe knew about the Spirit Hall's actions this time, or she acquiesced to this action, then Bai Ji would officially lead the future city to stand on the opposite side of the Spirit Hall. Bai Ji would not only overturn the table directly and destroy the Spirit Hall's intention to plan the Heaven Do Empire, but also do his best to trade all the latest soul guide technology of the future city to the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, enhance the national strength of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and contact the people of the entire continent to form a high-end titled Douluo level combat alliance to counter the Spirit Hall. Originally, Bai Ji did not intend to get involved in the ups and downs of the Douluo continent. He had already anticipated everything that was about to happen, but he wanted to be a bystander rather than an intervener. As the saying goes, the world will eventually be united and divided, and will be united after a long time. The Douluo continent will eventually be unified one day. Why can't the person who unifies it be Xue Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, who inherited some of his beliefs? Bai Ji never considered the Spirit Hall and the Crown Prince to be on the same side. Perhaps they had common interests, but Bai Ji felt that the two parties had different goals. But if Xue Qinghe acquiesced to the Spirit Hall's actions and even cooperated with the Spirit Hall to invite him here, then Bai Ji could only say that he had misjudged him. Before, Bai Ji did not intend to confront the Spirit Hall head-on because of Xue Qinghe, but if Xue Qinghe betrayed him, then Bai Ji could only choose to use his own way and power to make the Spirit Hall fail. While thinking, the carriage that Bai Ji was riding finally arrived at the Crown Prince's mansion. The person driving the carriage for Bai Ji was Qi Yan, the first Qi Yanthorn Soul Master who followed Bai Ji at the beginning. He is now the head of the Dan Pavilion branch of Tiandu Imperial City. Originally, Bai Ji planned to let Qi Yan find someone to take him to the Crown Prince's mansion, but Qi Yan had to volunteer, and Bai Ji could not resist and had to agree. "Master, we're here." Before arriving at the prince's mansion, Qi Yan pulled open the curtain of the carriage and said respectfully, "Well, you go back first. There should be a lot of things in the branch that need you to deal with. Don't worry about me." Bai Ji nodded and said slowly, "I know, Master." After getting off the carriage, Bai Ji walked slowly to the door of the prince's mansion, while Qi Yan drove the carriage slowly away from the prince's mansion. In front of the prince's mansion, 2 guards were guarding the gate. Seeing him coming, because Bai Ji's appearance, demeanor and clothes were all extraordinary, and he was sent in an extremely luxurious carriage, it was possible that he was a nobleman from somewhere, so the 2 guards did not dare to put down their spears immediately to block the way, but bent down and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, sir, where are you from?" "I am from the city of Dawn. I am invited by your Royal Highness the Crown Prince to attend her promotion ceremony to the Crown Prince. However, since I haven't seen you for a long time, I came early this time and came to see your Crown Prince. This is my invitation letter." As he spoke, Bai Ji handed the letter to a guard. That's right." After carefully observing the letter, they found that it was indeed a special letter used by Crown Prince Xue Qinghe to write to VIPs, and the 2 guards nodded. "By the way, sir, you are from the city of the future. You are not the Earl Bai Ji who was conferred the title of Earl 3 years ago, right?" A guard seemed to remember something and asked. "Yes, I am." Bai Ji smiled slightly. "It's Earl Bai Ji. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I hope you can forgive me." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 2 guards immediately knelt on the ground in fear. "It's okay. Can I go in?" "Please come in." The 2 guards quickly stood up and respectfully opened the door. Not far away, several maids immediately came to greet them. After a guard whispered a few words to one of the maids, the maid ran out quickly, while the other maid slowly took Bai Ji to visit the prince's mansion while walking towards the palace where Xue Qinghe was. After walking around the prince's mansion for nearly 10 minutes, admiring the various flower gardens, rockery, and water and palaces in the prince's mansion, a maid hurriedly came to say a few words to the maid who was taking Bai Ge to play, and the maid who was taking Bai Ge to play finally walked slowly in front of Bai Ge and said respectfully, "My lord, the crown prince is ready and is waiting for you in the Golden Scale Palace. Please follow me." For the maid, Bai Ge didn't feel embarrassed or angry. He had guessed it long ago. He knew that Xue Qinghe was not ready yet, so these maids deliberately dragged him to buy time for Xue Qinghe. But for Xue Qinghe, it took so long to get ready. Could it be that she was secretly putting on makeup? Bai Ge couldn't help but think with some amusement. Under the guidance of the maids, Bai Ge finally came to a palace. On a large plaque at the gate of the palace, 3 gilded characters were engraved in a flamboyant manner: Golden Scale Palace. How can a golden scale stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. Bai Ge couldn't help thinking in his heart. "Please come in, Lord Earl." 2 maids stood in front of Bai Ge and respectfully opened the door of the palace. "Haha, Bai Ge, long time no see." As soon as Bai Ge came in, he heard a hearty laugh. Not far away, Xue Qinghe had stood up and smiled enthusiastically. "Meet His Royal Highness." Bai Ge bowed slightly. "What His Royal Highness?" "Just call me Brother Xue." "Come, sit down." Xue Qinghe enthusiastically pulled Bai Ge to the tea table, asked Bai Ge to sit down, and then personally poured Bai Ge a cup of tea. Chapter 376 Testing Xue Qinghe, Yuexuan, 6th update, please recommend, please reward. Doesn't she really know? Seeing Xue Qinghe's enthusiastic look, his words were full of intimacy and coaxing. If he knew that the spirit hall had taken action against him, it would definitely not be like this. Bai Ge couldn't help but feel a little confused, but at the same time a little relaxed. For Xue Qinghe, Bai Ge didn't know what kind of feelings he had. Because of his previous life, Bai Ge actually felt more pity and love for Xue Qinghe, or Qian Rongxiu. After all, her birth was too tragic. Not long after she was born, her father was killed by her mother. Although Qian Sunji deserved it, Qian Rongxiu was innocent. Since childhood, he has lost his father's love and his mother's love. Before he reached adulthood, he sneaked into the Tiandu Empire because of the plan of the Spirit Hall to play another person and hide his feelings. He finally fell in love with someone, but he was an enemy that he should not love. In the end, all his relatives died, and he could only retire sadly. The ending of dying alone was too tragic. This was the previous life, and in this life, Bai Ge and Qian Rongxiu were more entangled. For Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ge had pity, love, and appreciation, so Bai Ge was reluctant to see a day when he and Qian Rongxiu would fight each other. "Bai Ge, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Bai Ge was a little absent-minded, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Oh, nothing, just thinking about something." Bai Ge smiled and shook his head. "What's the matter?" Xue Qinghe was a little curious. "It happened yesterday. When I was on the road yesterday, I met a group of robbers on the road." Bai Ge's heart moved and he smiled. "A gang of robbers? What's so good about that? Your men should be able to handle it easily." Xue Qinghe laughed. "No." Bai Ge shook his head. "I almost died yesterday. If it weren't for my luck, you probably wouldn't have seen me today." Bai Ge's face was a little heavy. "What's going on?" Xue Qinghe looked a little shocked. "Among the robbers I met yesterday, there were 3 titled Douluo, 2 of whom were titled Douluo with a chrysanthemum spirit and 1 with a spirit that looked like a shadow. These 2 titled Douluo looked like chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo of the spirit hall. I suspect that it was the spirit hall that attacked me." Bai Ge whispered. "Is the spirit hall so bold?" Xue Qinghe slammed the table with an ugly look on his face, very indignant, and in his eyes, Bai Ge saw deep shock and anger. "I think he really didn't know." Bai Ge was completely relaxed. "The spirit hall treated you like this, Bai Ge, I will definitely avenge you." After calming down, Xue Qinghe said seriously. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xue, but it's not necessary. The spirit hall is too strong. We can't afford to offend them at the moment. It's better to have less trouble than more." Bai Ge shook his head. "Bai Ge, do you hate the spirit hall? Seriously?" After lowering his head for a while, Xue Qinghe suddenly raised his head and asked. "Of course I hate it. Although I don't have any deep hatred for the spirit hall, the spirit hall has tried to kill me again and again. I don't want to die, but I can't afford to retaliate. I can only hate it in my heart. Bai Ji smiled indifferently. Bai Ji, if I say that the spirit hall actually has no ill will towards you, or that some people have no ill will towards you, or even have good intentions towards you, but other people have ill will towards you, because there are more people with ill will, so good intentions cannot be expressed, do you believe it? Xueqing he asked, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. I believe it, and I don't believe it either, maybe. Bai Ji shook his head. But what do you mean, Your Highness? Bai Ji asked with pretended curiosity. Oh, nothing, it's just that this idea suddenly popped up in my mind, but it's indeed unrealistic, hee. Xueqing he smiled. After bypassing this topic, Bai Ji and Xueqing he began to talk about other topics, such as telling each other about their ideas for the governance of the territory, their prospects for the development of soul guides, and their analysis of the situation on the continent, etc. When Bai Ji said that the world will eventually be divided after a long period of unity, and will eventually be united after a long period of division, Xueqing he said excitedly that she wanted to be the one who unified Douluo continent and bring a prosperous life to the civilians of the entire Douluo continent. Bai Ji naturally smiled and expressed admiration for Xueqing he's ambition. Bai Ji understood what Xueqing he was saying. The best way for an emperor to win over his subjects was to show his ambitions in front of the subjects, but unfortunately Xueqing he was not an emperor yet, and he, Bai Ji, was not a subject, and did not want to be a subject. Perhaps he noticed Bai Ji's resistance to this question. Although he felt a little disappointed, Xueqing he smiled and changed the subject, saying, Bai Ji, I'll take you to a place. Go to a place, where? Bai Ji was a little confused. A place you have never been to. Xueqing he smiled mysteriously. Under Xueqing he's leadership, the two left the city lord's mansion and got on a carriage. The carriage drove slowly in Tiandu Imperial City, all the way to the most prosperous area in the center of Tiandu Imperial City, and finally stopped in front of a tall building. We're here, get off. Xueqing he smiled and pulled open the curtain, slowly got off the carriage, and Bai Ji followed him out of the carriage. After getting out of the carriage, the full view of the building in front of him finally appeared in front of Bai Ji. This is a small building with 5 floors. It stands out among the many buildings with only 3 floors around it. However, compared with the luxurious buildings around it, the decoration of this small building is particularly fresh and elegant, which looks very different. On the plaque at the gate of the small building, there are not many decorations, only 2 simple words, Yuexuan. Yuexuan. Seeing the words on the card, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel moved. This should be Yuexuan opened by Tang San's aunt Tang Yuehua. It seems to be a place to cultivate nobles and court etiquette. However, it has only been more than 3 years now. Tang San should still be in the slaughter city and has not come here yet. Let's go. Under the leadership of Xueqing he, Bai Ji came all the way to Yuexuan. Hello, Your Highness. There are not many people coming in and out of Yuexuan, but they are all rich or noble. They are all dressed in silk and satin, and they are very noble. However, when they saw Xueqing he, everyone bowed their heads and greeted respectfully. Everyone was very curious about Bai Ji brought by Xueqing he. However, although curious, Prince Xueqing he was here, and seeing Bai Ji's extraordinary demeanor and his calmness, he should have a great background. Everyone only dared to guess in their hearts. As soon as he entered Yuexuan, the surrounding noise suddenly weakened. A screen wall appeared in front of Bai Ji. The screen wall was carved from the finest boxwood and exuded a faint wood fragrance. In front of the screen wall, 2 3-meter-tall orchids of different species exuded a faint fragrance. But before Bai Ji could observe carefully, a burst of laughter and footsteps suddenly came from a distance. I didn't know that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Chapter 377 6th Princess Xueqing, Teaching Etiquette. 7th Update, please recommend and reward. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but look in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a middle-aged man in a purple gown walking slowly down from upstairs with 2 young men. General Manager Ode, there is no need to be polite. This time I just brought my friends to visit Yuexuan. Seeing the middle-aged man in purple, Xueqing he smiled gently. Your Highness is too polite. You have been busy recently and haven't been to Yuexuan for a long time. Princess Xueqing misses you very much. Manager Ade said respectfully. Okay, let's not talk about this. Take us to find a place to sit down first. Under the guidance of Manager Ed, Bai Ji came to a compartment on the second floor of Yuexuan and sat down slowly. Looking at Xue Qinghe, who was very calm in front of him, Bai Ji was a little confused. What is this guy doing again? I say, Brother Xue, you are not just taking me to visit this Yuexuan, right? Bai Ji asked tentatively. Visiting is only secondary. I still want you to learn aristocratic etiquette here. Xue Qinghe smiled lightly. Noble etiquette, why should I learn this? Bai Ji was a little amused. You can't say that, Bai Ji, you are now an earl, and even your father is going to make you a marquis soon. As the most outstanding talent of the young noble generation of our Tiandu Empire, you must not let people down in etiquette. Xue Qinghe looked serious. If you fall, then let it fall. Bai Ji wanted to say it directly, but when he thought about the time, many of his acquaintances, such as Xue Beng, Feng Xiaotian, Duguyan, Huo Wu, Shui Binger and many others would be present. If he made a fool of himself because of his lack of etiquette, it would be embarrassing. It would be fine for other people, but Bai Ji couldn't stand being laughed at by Xue Beng. Okay then. After thinking about it, Bai Ji nodded. Just as Bai Ji and Xue Qinghe were discussing this topic, with the sound of footsteps, a voice of Princess Xue Ke sounded faintly from not far away. Hehe, my sixth sister is here. Hearing the voice, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but smile. Brother, why are you here? Not long after Xue Qinghe finished speaking, as the footsteps approached, a beautiful girl in white dress, elegant temperament and picturesque eyebrows suddenly opened the door of the compartment and walked in. Why? Can't I come here if I have nothing to do? I brought my friends to visit your Yuexuan, and then asked you to help me. Xue Qinghe smiled gently. Friends? Help! Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Xue Ke couldn't help but turn her head to look at Bai Ji, who was sitting opposite Xue Qinghe, and seeing Xue Ke's gaze, Bai Ji also smiled back. Friends? Brother, I have never heard that you have friends. Why don't you introduce them? Xue Ke walked to the tea table and sat down, saying. You should have heard of this person. His name is Bai Ji. He was the captain of the Shrek team that won the championship of the elite exchange competition of Seoul Master Colleges across the continent. Didn't you want to attend the ceremony of conferring the title? Unfortunately, the emperor didn't allow it. Xue Qinghe smiled. You are Earl Bai Ji? But doesn't Earl Bai Ji have silver hair and purple eyes? Looking at Bai Ji's long silver blue hair and star blue eyes, Xue Ke was a little unbelievable. Because there were some problems in cultivation, the color of my hair and eyes changed a little, but it's nothing serious. Bai Ji smiled and said. So that's it. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Xue Ke nodded thoughtfully. By the way, big brother, what do you want me to do for you? Xue Ke asked with some confusion. This favor is actually related to Bai Ji. It's like this. Isn't your elder brother's promotion ceremony to the crown prince the day after tomorrow? Bai Ji came from the city of the future at my invitation, but he is not very clear about some of the etiquette in the ceremony. I would like to ask you to teach him now while you have time. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Well, okay. After hesitating for a while, Xue Ke nodded. The compartments of Yuexuan are very different from those of ordinary tea houses. Because they entertain top nobles, Yuexuan does not pursue the number of compartments, but the quality of the compartments. Compared with the compartments of ordinary tea houses, Yuexuan's compartments are not only decorated in a simple and low-key luxury, but also nearly half the size, and there are also various plants such as water bamboo and orchids, as well as incense for calming the mind. After deciding to teach Bai Ji etiquette, Xue Ke stood up and came to the side. There are less than 2 days left before Xue Qinghe's promotion ceremony. She needs to teach Bai Ji to remember all the things to pay attention to in the ceremony and teach Bai Ji to learn all the necessary etiquette in these 2 days, which is still very difficult. Count Bai Ji, please come over. I will first tell you about the things to pay attention to in the ceremony, and then teach you the specific etiquette. Looking at Bai Ji, Xue Ke straightened her mind slightly and said. No need to call me Count, just call me Bai Ji. Standing up and coming to Xue Ke, Bai Ji smiled. Then I will call you Bai Ji. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Ke hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Let me tell you the precautions first, like how to salute other nobles in some important ceremonies in our Tiandu Empire. Taking a deep breath, Shueke calmed down and began to talk to Bai Ji about the precautions of the ceremony. Anyway, that's it. Do you remember it? After talking about all the precautions in one breath, looking at Bai Ji, Shueke asked. I think you should remember everything. Bai Ji nodded. Really? Shueke was a little bit unconvinced. She was ready to repeat it to Bai Ji several times, but Bai Ji actually said that he remembered it all. How could this be possible? Even she remembered it after listening to the etiquette teacher say it 5 or 6 times, and she only remembered it roughly. Really, if you don't believe me, you can test me. Bai Ji smiled. Then I will test you. If you meet a noble with a higher title than you during the ceremony, what should you do? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Shueke took a deep breath and asked. Put your right hand on your left chest, bow, bend down 60 degrees, smile without showing your teeth, and say you have met XXXX. What if you meet someone with the same title as you? Shake hands, look into each other's eyes, smile without showing your teeth. What if you meet someone with a lower title than you? Smile and nod. What if you meet a female noble? Smile, bow and kiss hands. Shueke asked the same questions one by one, but Bai Ji answered them fluently, which made Shueke a little bit unbelievable. Is there really someone in this world who has a photographic memory? Chapter 378 I choose to stand on your side, 8th update, please recommend, please reward. You actually remembered everything. Shueke was shocked to find that Bai Ji actually remembered all the precautions she had just mentioned, and was able to answer them fluently. Since you have remembered all the matters that need to be paid attention to, now I will teach you the specific etiquette. Looking at Bai Ji, Shueke said seriously. Under Shueke's hands-on teaching, it took less than an hour for Bai Ji to learn all the etiquette. Because of taking NTZ 50, Bai Ji's brain area itself has been broadened, and he has gained the ability to remember everything he has seen. In addition, the spirit has been strengthened by the heaven shaking and earth strike great method. Because of the training of the body and the control of the body by practicing the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Pruchna and the tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover, Bai Ji has also reached an extremely abnormal level. For the ordinary postures of noble etiquette that do not require any soul power, Bai Ji can imitate most of them at a glance, and can imitate them perfectly in just a few strokes. You are really a monster. After just one time, Bai Ji learned all the etiquette he taught. Shueke held it in for a long time, and finally could only spit out these few words. Haha, you are right, he is indeed a monster. On the side, Shueking, who was watching silently, heard Shueke's words and couldn't help laughing. It's not a monster, it's just that the learning ability is stronger than that of ordinary people. The real monster has more hands, feet or eyes than ordinary people, but I don't have them. Bai Ji smiled and said humorously. Okay, Shueke, thank you very much for helping my brother today. It's getting late. You go first. I will chat with Earl Bai Ji here for a while. Looking at the sky, it was already dark, and Shueking smiled. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, big brother. Hearing Shueking's words, the clever Shueke also understood that big brother Shueking probably had something important to discuss with Bai Ji, so after bowing to Shueking, Shueke left the compartment. I say, Your Highness, you are treating your sister as a tool. Watching Shueke leave the compartment, Bai Ji sat back opposite Shueking again, looking at Shueking and teasing. Tool man. Shueking was a little confused. Tool man means treating people as tools, calling them when needed, and asking them to leave when not needed, just like treating tools. Seeing that Shueking was a little confused, Bai Ji explained with a smile. Brother Shuet, isn't that what you did to Princess Shueke just now? Hey, it seems to be true if you put it this way. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Shueking was stunned for a moment, and then laughed dumbly. Bai Ji, the day after tomorrow is my promotion ceremony. I mean, if something unexpected happens at the promotion ceremony, and you have to choose between me and the Tiandu Empire, who will you choose? On the tea table, Shueking hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. Hearing Shueking's words, Bai Ji's heart was moved. Why does this word always seem to be pointed? Brother Shuet, you ask a strange question. You are the prince of the Tiandu Empire. In a few days, you will become the crown prince and start to take over the governance of the Tiandu Empire. In a few years, I should call you His Majesty King He. Don't you represent the Tiandu Empire? How can I still distinguish between you and the Tiandu Empire? Bai Ji touched his chin. But if there is such a day, I will definitely choose to stand on your side, Brother Shuet. The Tiandu Empire is the empire of the Tiandu imperial family, and in my mind, only Brother Shuet can represent the future of the Tiandu imperial family. At the end, Bai Ji suddenly changed his tone. White Song. Listen, Shuet King he was somewhat moved by Bai Ji's words, but she was also somewhat disappointed. Because although Bai Ji's answer satisfied her as Shuet King He, the problem was that she had another identity, an identity that was not called Shuet King He. 2 days later, Shuet King He's promotion ceremony to the Crown Prince was officially held in the palace of Tiandu Imperial City. In Tiandu Imperial City, countless celebrities and nobles rushed to the scene. Among them, there were young people that Bai Ji knew, such as Duguyan, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Shui Binger, and there were also old bosses that Bai Ji did not know, such as Shui Linglong, the dean of Tian Shui College, and Feng Wohen, the dean of Shenfeng College. And since it was Shuet King He's promotion ceremony to the Crown Prince, the 3 teaching committees of the Sandu Royal College, who belonged to Shuet King He's department, naturally arrived. Now, should we call you Earl Beg? With Zhilin and Bai Base Han, Meng Shenji came all the way to Bai Ji after entering the auditorium. Looking at Bai Ji, Meng Shenji's face was particularly complicated. Senior Meng Shenji is too polite. Just call me Bai Ji. Bai Ji smiled modestly. Ah, if only. Behind Meng Shenji, Jilin sighed. If Prince Shuexing had not intervened, all the honors of Shrek Academy should belong to their Tiandu Royal Academy, but unfortunately there is no if. After meeting Bai Ji, Meng Shenji took Jilin and Bai Base Han away, probably to meet Shuet King He. Bai Ji, long time no see. After Meng Shenji, Jilin, and Bai Base Han, another acquaintance of Bai Ji appeared, Zhao Wuji. After entering the auditorium, Zhao Wuji laughed and walked over as soon as he saw Bai Ji. Teacher Zhao Wuji, why are you the only one here? Where are you and Dean Flanders? Because when he arrived at Tiandu Imperial City, Bai Ji immediately went to visit Shuet King He, and the next day, Bai Ji also visited Shuet King He's territory at Shuet King He's invitation, and did not have the opportunity to return to Shrek Academy, so seeing that only Zhao Wuji came to attend Shuet King He's promotion ceremony, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little strange. You mean Master, didn't Master's martial soul evolve because he took the immortal product you gave him? Vice Dean Lu Erlong has been preparing to take Master back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, but Master refused and insisted on breaking through the Soul King before he was willing to go back. A few days ago, Vice Dean Lu Erlong couldn't help it and dragged Master back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. In order to prevent Master from sneaking away, Flanders also went with him. Zhao Wuji explained. So that's how it is. Bai Ji nodded. By the way, where are Oscar and Ma Hung Jun? I remember they said they were going back to the academy. Why, where are they? Didn't they come? Thinking of Oscar and Ma Hung Jun, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. They came back a long time ago, and they have been practicing in the academy for more than a year. However, because they had reached Flanders requirements half a year ago, they went out to practice in a team. Zhao Wuji smiled. Just as Bai Ji and Zhao Wuji were chatting and laughing, the whole auditorium suddenly became quiet. Because of the sudden silence, Bai Ji and Zhao Wuji couldn't help but stop talking at the same time. Following everyone's gaze towards the door of the auditorium, they saw Emperor Shueya walking slowly into the auditorium with a group of palace maids. Chapter 379 Clues, Unexpected Soul Hunting Action. 9th update, please recommend, please reward. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing Emperor Shueya enter the auditorium, all the nobles in the auditorium knelt on the ground and worshipped Emperor Shueya loudly. Of course, there were many people who did not kneel. Most of them were powerful soul masters, such as Huo Xiaotian, Shui Linglong, Feng Wohen and other deans of the Five Elements Academy. Zhao Wuji did not kneel, and Bai Ji naturally did not kneel either. Although he was an earl, Bai Ji was also the head of the Dan Pavilion at the moment, so facing the arrival of Emperor Shueya, Bai Ji only bowed slightly to show respect. Stand up. His eyes silently swept across the auditorium. Facing the actions of everyone in the auditorium, Emperor Shueya still had a calm expression on his face, and used a majestic voice to ask everyone to stand up. But for some reason, Bai Ji always felt that Emperor Shuiyi's voice this time did not seem to be as confident as it was during the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the all continents. He felt a little weak, and his face was not as ruddy as he saw at the beginning. "Hey, why don't I see Sect Master Ning?" Zhao Wuji suddenly asked in confusion. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Bai Ji was also stunned. Yes. For such a big event as Shui Qinghe's succession ceremony, Ning Fengzi, the cheap father-in-law, couldn't say he wouldn't come. In the past, during the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy across the continent, Ning Fengzi played together with Emperor Shuiyi. Why was it that only Douluo was beside Emperor Shuiyi this time? Because they all had to participate in the succession ceremony. Bai Ji represented the city of the future, Douluo represented the Bailin family, and Sumotion represented the Juxin Haitang family, so Bai Ji didn't let Douluo and Sumotion follow him, but let the two arrange it themselves. Originally, Douluo should have brought Douguyan in with him, but for some reason, he actually followed Emperor Shuiyi. This felt very wrong. Did the soul hunting operation start ahead of time? For some reason, Bai Ji was suddenly shocked. Before Shui Qinghe left Yuexuan, he asked him which side Bai Ji would choose if he had a disagreement with the Heaven Do Empire. At that time, Bai Ji thought that if Shui Qinghe succeeded to the throne, she would definitely cooperate with the Spirit Hall, and then she would definitely have a disagreement with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and some forces that supported the Heaven Do Empire. Although Bai Ji said that he would stand on her side, he was actually prepared to help neither side. Bai Ji actually wanted to see the unification of Douluo continent, because only a unified country can develop better. Bai Ji didn't care who the person who unified it was. Compared with others, if he could successfully inherit the Heaven Do Empire, plus the power of the Spirit Hall, Shui Qinghe was indeed the most likely person to complete the unification of Douluo continent at the lowest cost. Just because of the hatred with the Spirit Hall, Bai Ji would not choose to help Shui Qinghe. However, in Bai Ji's eyes, Shui Qinghe is Shui Qinghe and the Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. If Shui Qinghe really succeeds in unifying the Douluo continent, Bai Ji will naturally stand firmly behind Shui Qinghe to prevent the Spirit Hall, a religious force, from taking over the rule of the Douluo continent. A country must not be eroded by religious forces. Of course, if Shui Qinghe really breaks through the Xingluo Empire, Bai Ji will also help to save Daimyo Bai's family and Zhu Zuking's family. Bai Ji believes that Shui Qinghe will still give him this face. However, what Bai Ji did not expect was that he only guessed part of the Spirit Hall's plan. It seems that the Spirit Hall intends to launch the usurpation of the Heaven Do Empire and the soul hunting operation at the same time, but isn't the soul hunting operation decided to be launched because of the failure of the usurpation operation? Bai Ji was puzzled. In the original novel, it seems that it was because Shui Qinghe failed to usurp the throne that the Spirit Hall lost the power of the secular world, so they launched the soul hunting operation, destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and then held a new election for the top 3 and bottom 4 sects, replaced the top 3 and bottom 4 sects with their own people, and then asked these sects to write to the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. With this reason, the Spirit Hall hooked up with some kingdoms and principalities on the Douluo continent and established the Spirit Empire. Now if Shui Qinghe succeeds to the throne, he will take over the Tiandu Empire in a few years. At that time, the army of the Tiandu Empire will cooperate with the sole master power of the Spirit Hall. It will be easy to destroy the Xingluo Empire and unify the continent. Why bother to launch the soul hunting operation? Bai Ji naturally didn't know that it was because of the Dan Pavilion he founded that the sole master power of the two empires of the Douluo continent has exploded in recent years. In addition, some forces that do not belong to the Spirit Hall have also begun to expand wildly. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, the Spirit Hall decided to start the attack in advance. Thinking in his heart, the more Bai Ji thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. The Spirit Hall must have launched a soul hunting operation. Not only did they attack him, but they also sent people to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect at the same time, trying to destroy these two sects, so Ning Fengzi and Jiangu Douluo did not appear at the inheritance ceremony. Damn it! Bai Ji gritted his teeth. Thinking of the dangers of his teacher Yu Xiaogang and his cheap father-in-law Ning Fengzi, although he wanted to set off immediately to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but thinking that since the Spirit Hall had already taken action, it must have made perfect preparations. Now he was in all likelihood unable to leave Tiandu Imperial City, and would instead alert the enemy. Bai Ji could only suppress his anxiety. After careful consideration, Pope Bibidong and Qian Daolio would definitely not take action against the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Without counting these two, there should be 10 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall now, 3 of whom were sent to kill him, 2 should be with Xue Qinghe, and there are 5 more. Because the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is stronger, 3 of them should have gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and 2 to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. However, compared with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect in the original work, because of his influence, the current Seven Treasures Glazed sect is much stronger than in the original work. Not only is the strength of Swordbone Douluo stronger, but his cheap father-in-law Ning Fengzi has also become a soul Douluo, and his spirit has also evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. The 3 titled Douluo will definitely not be able to do anything to the cheap father-in-law Ning Fengzi and the Swordbone Douluo. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, although there was not much change, the teacher Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong, and Flanders all went there. The master whose spirit evolved into the Purple Nether Saint Dragon cooperated with Lu Erlong and Flanders to perform the spirit fusion technique, which was estimated to be no less powerful than the 95th level Super Douluo. With the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Yu Yuanzhen, who was also 95th level, if the Spirit Hall only sent 2 titled Douluos, it should not be able to completely destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Thinking of this, Bai Jie finally put his mind at ease. While Bai Jie was thinking in his heart, Emperor Shuiye had come to the high platform at the front of the auditorium and sat down, while Douluo stood behind Emperor Shuiye. Next, please invite His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to come on stage. With the shout of the Minister of Ceremonies, Xue Qinghe, wearing a gorgeous silver robe, walked in from the back of the auditorium and slowly walked towards the high platform. Chapter 380 Shocking Change, Emperor Shuiye fainted. The 10th update. Please recommend and reward. Please, His Majesty, I will crown His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Qinghe, from now on, Tiandu will be handed over to you. You have proved your ability. I believe that the empire will be more glorious in your hands. Seeing Xue Qinghe half kneeling in front of him, Emperor Shuiye showed a complicated look on his face. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye took a small silver crown from the tray handed over by the maid, and then put it on Xue Qinghe's head. Under the stage, Xue Beng, who was standing next to Prince Xue Xing, couldn't help but show a strong jealousy in his eyes. The ceremony is over. Now please let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince speak. After the Minister of Ceremonies finished speaking, Xue Qinghe stood in front of the stage, took out the Amplified Soul Guide and began to talk about how he would govern the Tiandu Empire in the future. Behind him, Emperor Shuiye couldn't help but smile a few times. His prince was indeed better than him. Listening to Xue Qinghe's speech, Emperor Shuiye suddenly felt a trance in front of his eyes, his head became inexplicably heavy, and breathing became extremely difficult. This feeling came very quickly. Emperor Shuiye only felt a hot current rushing straight into his mind. The whole person's eyes went black, and he suddenly fell off the throne. In the audience, everyone was still looking at Xue Qinghe who was speaking, but suddenly, there was a plop sound behind Xue Qinghe. Looking in the direction of the sound, Emperor Shuiye actually fainted on the ground, and the whole auditorium was immediately in chaos. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and save me! Silence! Seeing the auditorium almost as chaotic as a vegetable market, Xue Qinghe shouted loudly, and the whole auditorium suddenly became quiet. He walked quickly to the side of Emperor Shuiye and helped him up. Father, are you okay, Father? Xue Qinghe shook Emperor Shuiye's body anxiously, but Emperor Shuiye did not react at all. Seeing Xue Qinghe's actions, Douluo immediately stepped forward to Xue Qinghe's ear and whispered to Xue Qinghe. As Douluo whispered, Xue Qinghe's face began to change. Senior Douluo, please trouble you must save my father's life. After handing Emperor Shuiye to Douluo, Xue Qinghe said with a sad face, then turned around and stood up. Everyone, please be quiet, today's ceremony cannot be held. Looking at the people in the auditorium, Xue Qinghe said in a deep voice. Your Highness, Your Majesty, this is... Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, a minister in the audience said hesitantly. My father is poisoned. Xue Qinghe's face darkened. Poisoned? How is this possible? Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the audience immediately started to discuss. As the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Emperor Shuiye's food and items have always been checked by special personnel. Only after confirming that they are safe, Emperor Shuye will eat or use them. How could he be poisoned? Everyone, please be quiet. My father's poisoning is not my guess, but it was told to me by Senior Douluo. I believe everyone is clear about Senior Douluo's research on poisons, and he will not be wrong. Shui Qinghe continued. And the reason why my father was poisoned was not because he ate poisonous food or used poisonous items in his daily life, but because of mixed poison. Your Highness, what is mixed poison? A minister was a little surprised. Mixed poison is an extremely special poison, composed of many different poisons. These poisons themselves are not poisonous. Only when they are combined together will they produce great toxicity, so they can't be detected at all. But my father's condition has been stabilized before, and it is impossible for it to suddenly break out now. So there must be someone in this auditorium with a poison trigger that triggers mixed poison, which caused the poison in my father's body to suddenly break out. Looking at the people in the audience, Shui Qinghe said in a deep voice. So, is there anyone among us who wants to kill your majesty? Hearing Shui Qinghe's words, a minister shuddered. That's right, but I can't tell who it is. In order to prevent my father's injuries from getting worse, please cooperate with me and don't leave for the time being. Shui Qinghe said. Guards. After saying that, Shui Qinghe suddenly shouted and called in all the palace guards outside the auditorium. Following Shui Qinghe's shout, a group of soldiers in armor and spears entered the auditorium and lined up in front of Shui Qinghe. Please cooperate with me. I swear that I will never wrongly accuse anyone. Standing on the high platform, looking at everyone in the auditorium, Shui Qinghe said in a deep voice. There was silence in the audience at Shui Qinghe's words. Faced with the current situation, the life and death of Emperor Shuye was uncertain, and the murderer might be among them. Although they were a little angry about Shui Qinghe's intention to imprison everyone, they did not dare to object, because once they objected, they would probably be considered the murderer, and no one wanted to take the blame. Anyway, isn't it just will I be imprisoned in the palace for a while? I am not afraid of my shadow if I am upright. Many people thought this in their hearts. Go, take the adults to the palace to sit for a while, but don't be rude. Looking at the captain of the guards, Shui Qinghe said softly. Yes. Hearing Shui Qinghe's words, the captain of the guards began to organize his guards, and took all the people in the auditorium out of the auditorium one after another, and sent them to different palaces in the palace in batches. Mr. Earl, please. Seeing the Earl's medal on Bai Ji's chest, a guard said respectfully. Let's go. Bai Ji took a deep look at Shui Qinghe who was still on the stage, and he was very calm. Following the guards, Bai Ji left the auditorium and came to a palace. I don't know if Shui Qinghe specifically ordered it, Bai Ji was not taken to a large palace like most people, but finally came to a small palace. Entering the palace, there were many beautiful palace maids. Hurry up and serve tea and cakes to the Earl. The guard shouted loudly as he led Bai Ji into the palace. Earl, please. After that, the guard respectfully asked Bai Ji to sit down, and a palace maid hurriedly served Bai Ji tea and cakes. Bai Ji sat down on the chair slowly and began to taste the tea and eat the cakes. He was not in a hurry at all. If his guess was correct, Shui Qinghe would come to him soon. Earl, I will take my leave first. Seeing that Bai Ji was not angry or anything, the guard breathed a sigh of relief and said. Well, let's go. Bai Ji waved his hand. Looking at the back of the guard leaving, Bai Ji was a little thoughtful. It seemed that Shui Qinghe had really prepared for it. He didn't even know when the guard was replaced by someone from the spirit hall. Chapter 381 Actually, my name is Qian Rongxiu, 11th update, please recommend, please collect. If it were an ordinary guard, even a palace guard, facing a great noble like him, although he would be very respectful, he would definitely not be so talkative, let alone let the palace maid serve him tea and cakes. Moreover, after Bai Ji's observation, the guard's walking posture was very natural, and a qualified palace guard, after strict training, would generally walk with his back straight and walk in a standard posture similar to the goose step, rather than walking casually. So Bai Ji saw at a glance that the guard just now was not a real palace guard, and I believe many people also saw it, but at this juncture, no one dared to point it out. While drinking tea and eating cakes, Bai Ji thought in his heart and quietly waited for Shui Qinghe to arrive. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe 10 minutes, or maybe half an hour, and suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Your Highness! Outside the palace gate, the voice of the palace maid came. Bai Ji, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Is it finally here? Creaky. Just as the palace maid's voice fell, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Xue Qinghe, wearing a gorgeous silver-white robe embroidered with gold silk, slowly walked into the palace. You go away, I have something to talk to Earl Baiji about. Looking at the maids in the palace, Xue Qinghe said lightly. Yes. Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the maids in the palace bowed slightly, and then left the palace in a line. The maids guarding the gate outside the palace also left with them. After the maids guarding the gate outside the palace left, several guards immediately stood in front of the gate. Brother Xue, what are you doing? Is there something you have to talk about alone? Seeing Xue Qinghe disperse the maids in the palace and replace the gatekeepers with his own people, Baiji couldn't help but chuckle. Baiji, we need to have a good talk. Xue Qinghe did not answer, but turned around and closed the palace, then walked to Baiji and sat down slowly. Oh? What to talk about? Baiji asked in a puzzled manner. Talk about the future of this continent. Xue Qinghe said solemnly. About the future of this continent? Brother Xue, you talk, I'm listening. Baiji smiled. My father is dying. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe said with a heavy face. Oh, I know. Baiji nodded. Aren't you a little sad or surprised? Seeing Baiji's frighteningly calm expression, Xue Qinghe was speechless. Sad? Why should I be sad? Do I know His Majesty well? As for surprise, His Majesty's life or death is uncertain. If there is still hope, as the Crown Prince, you, Brother Xue, must be busy running around. But Brother Xue came to me so early, so there are only two possibilities. One is that His Majesty is out of danger, and the other is that His Majesty is powerless. Based on my intuition, I believe it is the second one. Baiji smiled. You really dare to say anything? Xue Qinghe was almost powerless to complain. The reason why I dare to say anything is because I believe in you, Brother Xue. Baiji showed a meaningful look. Looking at Baiji's eyes, Xue Qinghe suddenly found that his heart was beating faster and his face was getting hot. Without thinking too much, Xue Qinghe quickly changed the subject. Baiji, I will succeed to the throne soon, I hope you can. Oh, it turns out that Brother Xue is about to become the emperor, that's really a cause for celebration. Baiji, can you stop interrupting me? Xue Qinghe was a little angry when Baiji suddenly interrupted him. Okay, Brother Xue, you say it. Baiji shrugged. I'm about to take the throne, Baiji, when I take the throne, I hope you can come to help me govern this country, I will appoint you as Prime Minister, give you unlimited trust, you can let go to reform this country, and realize everything you said to me at the beginning. I believe that with the two of us, the Tiandu Empire will definitely become the strongest country on this continent, or even the only country. At the end, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but get a little excited. Brother Xue, don't you know? The Prince of the Xingluo Empire was my teammate when I was in the Shrek team. Why should I help you destroy his country? Baiji shook his head and said. Baiji, I remember you told me that the world's general trend is that after a long period of unity, there will be division, and after a long period of division, there will be unity. This continent will eventually be unified one day. Why can't I be the one who unifies it? I believe that the unification of the continent is also what you want to see. Compared with the Xingluo Empire, our Tiandu Empire is now more powerful. In order to reduce the damage caused by the war, shouldn't you choose to stand on my side? Xue Qinghe is very confident. Brother Xue, you seem to have overlooked something. Will the Spirit Hall sit back and watch the unification of the continent? Baiji said. Hearing Baiji's words, Xue Qinghe's expression became a little unnatural. Don't worry about the Spirit Hall. I have reached an agreement with them. They will help us unify the continent. Xue Qinghe forced a smile. Brother Xue, since you have reached an agreement with the Spirit Hall, what about the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? And Brother Xue, you should know that the Spirit Hall has tried to kill me again and again. Since you have cooperated with the Spirit Hall, are you overthinking to ask me to help you? Baiji shook his head. Baiji, do you remember what I told you? There are actually two voices in the Spirit Hall. One is malicious and wants to kill you, but the other is kind to you. However, the malicious voice is greater than the kind voice at present. However, the kind voice will definitely overwhelm the malicious voice in the future. Bai Ji, believe me, the spirit hall is not purely malicious to you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe was a little anxious. Brother Xue, I don't know why you trust the spirit hall so much, but I'm sorry, I have a very bad impression of the spirit hall, and I suspect that His Majesty was poisoned to death by the spirit hall. Brother Xue, you are still cooperating with the spirit hall. Many people in the court will definitely be dissatisfied. Bai Ji said slowly. Cooperating with the spirit hall, I am also sleeping on straw and tasting gall to satisfy my father's wish to let the Tiandu Empire unify the continent. Xue Qinghe forcefully explained. Okay, Brother Xue, although I don't know why you trust the spirit hall so much, since you are determined to cooperate with the spirit hall, I'm sorry, I can only choose not to help. The spirit hall has attacked me more than once. I am not so generous. It is impossible for me to cooperate with a force that wants to kill me. Who knows if I will be stabbed in the back one day? If you still want to ask me this question, then forget it, unless you can come up with something that convinces me. Looking at Xue Qinghe, Bai Ji's eyes were somewhat meaningful. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth and his face became a little uncertain. Bai Ji, you are the only person I consider a friend. Can I trust you? After taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe suddenly raised his head and asked very seriously. Okay, I swear, what you said to me today will only be known by the two of us forever. Bai Ji nodded and raised his right hand to swear. Okay, Bai Ji, I want to tell you that I'm not Xue Qinghe, my name is Qian Rongxiu. Chapter 382 Submit to me, Bai Ji. 12th update, please recommend, please reward. Qian Rongxiu? Why does it sound so much like a girl's name? Brother Xue, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Bai Ji pretended to be unbelieving. I didn't lie to you, Bai Ji, you are my only friend in the world, and the only person I admire. I won't lie to you no matter who I lie to. Xue Qinghe, oh no, it was Qian Rongxiu who shook her head. If you don't believe me, I'll show you now. As if to prove that what she said was true, Qian Rongxiu suddenly stood up and said, I'm not lying, and then in front of Bai Ji, Qian Rongxiu's body suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. In the dazzling golden light, Qian Rongxiu's original short golden hair began to grow rapidly, and soon became hip-length hair. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu's originally flat chest quickly changed from an airport to a majestic mountain, and her originally handsome face quickly turned into a cold and beautiful face of a peerless beauty. Although he was prepared in his heart, Bai Ji couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw what was happening in front of him. Should I call you Brother Xue or Sister Xue now? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ji said a little tangled. Sister Xue, this sounds too old, right? Am I that old? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Qian Rongxiu was a little angry. What's my name? Bai Ji scratched his head. Then you just call me Xue'er. After hesitating for a while, Qian Rongxiu's face blushed slightly. Well, Xue'er, since you are not Xue Qinghe, are you from the spirit hall? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ji asked. Yes, I am from the spirit hall. After a moment of silence, Qian Rongxiu nodded. Then the one you said before, who has good intentions towards me in the spirit hall, should be you. Bai Ji continued to ask. Yes, it's me. Qian Rongxiu nodded. Bai Ji, you are a smart person. The strength of our spirit hall is not as simple as you see. If you agree to surrender to me, I will guarantee your safety, but if you don't agree, although I also want to guarantee your safety, if there is no reason, I can't convince other people in the spirit hall to give up attacking you. Looking at Bai Ji, Qian Rongxiu said very seriously. But if I choose to surrender to you, I also need to hand over some things, like the method of refining elixirs. Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Yes. Qian Rongxiu nodded silently. Then I choose to refuse. I never have the idea of bowing to a force that wants to kill me, let alone kneeling down to beg others. Not now, and not in the future. Bai Ji suddenly stood up and said. Bai Ji, you will die from these. If the spirit hall solves the current problem, you will definitely be targeted in the future. Hearing that Bai Ji still refused to compromise, Qian Rongxiu became a little anxious. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the people around you. You have to consider Rong and Yuan. Rong? I say, Xue'er, have you forgotten something? Your spirit hall should have sent people to wipe out the 7 treasures glazed sect now. If sect master Ning has any mishaps, you will be my enemy. If I not only don't avenge my father-in-law, but also surrender to my enemy, what do you think Rong will think? Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. How do you know? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Qianrongxue was stunned. Uncle Ning would not have come if there had not been an accident. I was still guessing the reason before, but now that you said you are from the spirit hall, I can easily guess that it was your spirit hall that sent people to the 7 treasures glazed sect, so that sect master Ning did not come, so that it would be convenient for you to assassinate Emperor Shuiyat. And it may not only be the 7 treasures glazed sect, but also the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, right? Bai Ji said. As expected of Bai Ji, hearing Bai Ji's analysis, Qianrongxue was full of admiration. Since you all know that we have taken action against the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, we in the Spirit Hall never do anything without confidence. We have been preparing for this day for decades. Now that you don't have the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to back you up, you should give up struggling. If you don't choose to join us, you will follow in their footsteps. Even if you want to consider Rong's ideas, there is still a huge gap between your Dan Pavilion and our Spirit Hall. You should consider ensuring Rong's safety instead of acting on impulse. Qianrongxue began to advise Bai Ji again. Just acting on impulse? I can't be considered acting on impulse, right? This should be called integrity. If I choose to give up revenge and join you just because I am afraid of your Spirit Hall, then what is the difference between this and recognizing a thief as my father? Give up. I will not submit to your Spirit Hall. Listening to Qianrongxue's advice, there was no logic at all. She just wanted him to submit. Maybe Qianrongxue really considered his safety, but Bai Ji still refused. He can be friends with Qianrongxue because he thinks Qianrongxue and the Spirit Hall are not the same kind of people, at least not with Bibi Dong who now dominates the Spirit Hall, but Qianrongxue is Qianrongxue, and the Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. He will definitely not submit to the Spirit Hall. Qianrongxue wants him to submit on the one hand because she appreciates him, and on the other hand because she is worried that the Spirit Hall will harm him, but Bai Ji does not think that the Spirit Hall has the ability to kill him. If it is not for the current situation of the Spirit Hall in order to help Qianrongxue unify the continent, Bai Ji could still go directly to Wuhan City to grow mushrooms just because Wuhan Hall attacked him twice. A big mushroom, Qian Douluo, and Bibi Dong, a servant of God, and the successor of Rakshasa God, Bai Ji was not sure if he could kill them, but the other Douluos in Wuhan City Douluo Hall, whether it was Chuigui Douluo or other hidden Douluos, were definitely dead. Bai Ji, why don't you want to listen to me? Just listen to me this time, I don't want to see a corpse when I see you again in the future. Qianrongxue was a little anxious when she found that Bai Ji was unwilling to accept her advice. Corpse? Shuier, to be honest, I really don't think anyone in this world can kill me. Hearing Qianrongxue's words, Bai Ji smiled. Bai Ji, I know you have great potential, but potential is potential, and strength is strength. Potential is useless before it is transformed into strength. It is true that you have the protection of Poison Douluo and Dragon Snake Douluo, but it is impossible for only 2 Title Douluo to protect you. The number of Title Douluo in our Wuhan Hall is definitely beyond your imagination. Qianrongxue still did not give up, but continued to persuade him. Shuier, let's make a bet. Looking at Qianrongxue who was still persuading him, Bai Ji suddenly said. Chapter 383 Star Forging Dragon King Possession, 13th update, please recommend, please reward. Bet, what to bet on? Looking at Bai Ji, Qianrongxue was a little confused. It's very simple. Don't you want me to surrender to you? This is not impossible. Let's fight. If you win, then I will surrender to you. If I win, then I will take my people away from here, and you must not stop me. How about it? Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. Are you sure? Qianrongxue was a little skeptical. Sure. Bai Ji nodded. Well, it's settled then. Qianrongxue looked very serious when she heard Bai Ji's confirmation. Pushing open the palace door, the guards who were originally guarding outside the palace were replaced by 2 grey-clothed men, one tall and thin, the other short and fat, but both of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo who appeared in the original book. Bai Ji thought to himself. Young master. Seeing Qianrongxue, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo saluted respectfully, and it was clear at a glance that Jianrongxiu should be very prestigious in their hearts. Well, Uncle Shi, Uncle Ci, please guard the front and rear entrances of this palace and don't let anyone in. Looking at Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, Jianrongxiu ordered. Yes. Although they were somewhat puzzled, the two titled Douluo did not ask why. Instead, they answered in a low voice, looked up at Bai Ji, with a look of strong scrutiny and curiosity in their eyes, and then turned and separated. One walked towards the south to guard the entrance to the southern front door of the palace, and the other walked towards the north to guard the entrance to the northern back door of the palace. Let's start here. Jianrongxiu said as she slowly walked to the wide marble square in front of the palace and looked at Bai Ji. Right here. Looking at the surrounding buildings, Bai Ji was a little confused. There is no special large-scale fighting spirit arena in the palace to provide us. This place is very suitable, and I have asked everyone to leave in advance. You don't have to worry about hurting anyone. Jianrongxiu replied. Okay then. Hearing Jianrongxiu's explanation, Bai Ji nodded and did not continue to ask. Bai Ji, you are the best person I have ever seen, both in terms of ability and strength, but some things cannot be easily compensated by talent, but require years of accumulation. You should be only 16 years old today. 3 years ago, I remember that your strength was Soul King. Now 3 years have passed, and your strength should be in the Soul Emperor realm, but unfortunately, my strength is stronger than yours. After saying that, Jianrongxiu's face condensed, and brilliant golden light instantly burst out from her body. In the brilliant golden light, a six-winged angel with Jianrongxiu's face slowly condensed into shape, and the sound of a loud hymn sounded. In the loud hymn, the six-winged angel martial spirit instantly sank into Jianrongxiu's body. With the possession of the six-winged angel martial spirit, the brilliant golden light immediately took Jianrongxiu's forehead as the starting point and quickly spread to her whole body. Accompanied by the sound of tearing cloth, 2 pairs of white wings stretched out from behind. As the angel wings appeared, Jianrongxiu's body suddenly floated up slowly as if it had escaped the control of gravity. At the same time, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared one after another from under Jianrongxiu's feet, surrounding her body. Yellow, purple, black, and black, a total of 7 soul rings. Jianrongxiu's strength was surprisingly that of a soul saint. Shrouded in brilliant golden light, her back was after that, the white wings spread out. Because of the golden light, Jianrongxiu's eyes seemed to turn into a dazzling gold, and her originally cold and beautiful face looked even more holy and detached. Looking at Bai Ji, Jianrongxiu slowly opened her mouth. Bai Ji, do you still want to continue now? My strength is Soul Saint. You should understand the gap between a Soul Saint with a martial soul and a Soul Emperor without a martial soul, not to mention that I have a more powerful trump card. Schwer, to be honest, if it weren't for your Wuhan Hall's tricks, I should have reached Soul Saint by now, but even if I didn't reach Soul Saint, you wouldn't be my opponent. Ordinary Soul Emperors really can't be opponents of Soul Saints, but unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary Soul Emperor. Looking at Jianrongxiu, Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Because of the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prajna Sutra and the tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover, in addition to being a Soul Emperor in terms of soul power, Bai Ji is also a Soul Saint level power type Soul Master and a Soul Douluo level defense type Soul Douluo. In addition, the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit is far superior to the 6-winged angel. Ordinary Soul Douluos are no match for Bai Ji now, and only titled Douluos can barely suppress Bai Ji. Star-Forging Dragon King, possess. Looking at Jianrongxiu, who was shrouded in holy light not far away, Bai Ji shouted and directly summoned the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit. Ang! Accompanied by a dragon roar, a slender star-blue dragon suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body. It was a dragon with a typical real dragon image, with a slender body and star-blue scales all over its body. The dragon head was majestic, with 2 golden dragon horns like cast gold, and blue-purple mane burning like sparks. After leaving the body, the slender star-blue dragon circled in the air for a while, and then instantly sank into Bai Ji's body. With the possession of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit, Bai Ji's figure began to rise rapidly, and his muscles began to swell. At the same time, the gorgeous star-blue dragon scales instantly covered Bai Ji's whole body like a tide. A pair of dazzling golden dragon horns protruded from the silver-blue long hair, and the blue-purple eyes quickly turned into golden vertical pupils. With the possession of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit, in an instant, an extremely strong dragon power suddenly spread out like a landslide and tsunami. What? What? In the distance, feeling the sudden pressure of the dragon power, the snake spear Douluo and the thorny porpoise Douluo who were guarding the gate couldn't help but change their faces at the same time. Because under this strong dragon power, the martial spirits of the two people actually trembled. If they fight under this dragon power, their strength may drop by 20%. However, as titled Douluo level warriors, both of them have top-notch martial spirits. Although snake spear and thorn porpoise, one has the snake element and the other is a sea soul beast, are easily affected by dragon power, but unless they are of the same level as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, it is impossible to oppress them to this extent. And Bai Ji, according to the news, should be at most the Soul Emperor realm. How could he have such a strong dragon power? Could it be that he has a hidden second martial spirit of the true dragon level? Chapter 384, a martial spirit that rivals the true body of the martial spirit. 14th update, please recommend, please reward. You actually have a second martial spirit. On the other side, in the square outside the palace, seeing Bai Ji actually summoned a strange dragon martial spirit, and it was a dragon martial spirit that could make her feel oppressed, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but change her face immediately. Her six-winged angel is the most advanced martial soul on the continent. According to Grandpa Qian Douluo, only the legendary sea god martial soul of the sea god island can be compared with it, and then there is the legendary true dragon martial soul, and Bai Ji summoned a true dragon level martial soul. Why, didn't you expect it? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ji smiled faintly. Humph. Even if you have a second martial soul, your second martial soul has no additional soul rings at all. Even if it is a true dragon level martial soul, it is impossible to offset my angel's true body. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Qian Rongxiu snorted. Then let's see. Bai Ji shook his head at Qian Rongxiu's stubbornness. Moyanteng, come out. With a thought, Bai Ji summoned Moyanteng again, and with Moyanteng as thick as ancient trees growing out of the ground, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black and black slowly rose from under Bai Ji's feet. Is he really a soul emperor? Seeing the 6 soul rings pulsating around Bai Ji, Qian Rongxiu had a clue in her mind. Bai Ji, I'll show you how big the gap is between a soul saint and a soul emperor. Stretching out her arms, the 2 pairs of white wings behind Qian Rongxiu also spread out. As Qian Rongxiu spoke, the 7th black soul ring suddenly lit up among the 7 soul rings surrounding her body. In an instant, the golden light emitted from Qian Rongxiu's body became even more dazzling. Endless golden light condensed around her body, and finally turned into a 6-winged angel body that seemed to be solid and composed of holy light. The face of this body was Qian Rongxiu. In the dazzling golden light, the 6-winged angel composed of holy light and Qian Rongxiu's body overlapped again. As the 6-winged angel of holy light entered her body, the 2 pairs of white wings behind Qian Rongxiu instantly turned into dazzling gold. At the same time, an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation also erupted from Qian Rongxiu's body. Came out. After entering the martial soul true body state, Qian Rongxiu's strength actually increased several times. Angel Realm. After activating the angel true body, with Qian Rongxiu's low shout, the brilliant golden light burst out from her body again, instantly covering the entire square. Enshrouded in the golden light, Bai Ji suddenly felt a strong sacred breath coming, and under the suppression of the sacred breath, the dragon power he released was suppressed back into his body. In addition to the sacred breath, Bai Ji also felt that a stream of holy light-like power was constantly trying to invade his body, but was blocked by the dragon scales. As a member of the Galaxy Dragon clan, he travels in the galaxy every day. The dragon scales of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul can not only resist physical attacks, but also energy attacks. The purifying ability of the angel realm in the state of the martial soul true body is indeed something. Feeling the endless flow of holy light, although these holy lights cannot break through the defense of the dragon scales, it is a bit annoying to keep interfering like this, and Bai Ji can't help but frown. Swallowing field, open. With a move of faith, Bai Ji instantly unfolded the swallowing field belonging to the Moyunteng. In the past 3 years, Bai Ji has been practicing in seclusion, and naturally he has also entered the field of Moyunteng's innate field. Although because he has not condensed the martial soul true body, the swallowing field is still in a semi-awakening state, it can only absorb the energy in the field, and cannot swallow the energy from the outside, but it is enough to resist the angel realm. With the activation of the swallowing field, a strong black and purple light instantly burst out from Bai Ji's body. but because of the suppression of the angel realm, the swallowing field stopped after expanding to a position 3 inches away from the body, but with the swallowing field, the endless flow of holy light suddenly encountered the enemy. After entering the swallowing field, the holy light was instantly swallowed and then converted into soul power. You actually have a domain. Seeing Bai Ji's whole body covered in black and purple light, Qian Rongxiu was a little surprised. Why can't I have a domain? Bai Ji shook his head. Okay, I underestimated you, but even if you have a domain, there is one thing you may not know, that is, the real awakening of the innate domain is to have the 7th soul skill, the martial soul true body. The innate domain without the martial soul true body can only play a limited auxiliary role, and only through the martial soul true body can the effect of the domain be truly manifested. Even if your domain is at the same level as mine, the gap in the domain level is something you cannot make up for at present. Now I will let you see the true power of the innate domain. After speaking, Qian Rongxiu suddenly raised her right hand, and as a soul ring surrounding her body lit up, the endless golden holy light turned into a golden holy fire and condensed into a golden holy sword in her hand. Bai Ji, take it! Looking at Bai Ji, Qian Rongxiu shouted loudly, and with the 2 pairs of golden wings behind her, Qian Rongxiu's figure instantly rose to the sky, and then endless golden light suddenly burst out. Under the dazzling golden light, Qian Rongxiu's figure instantly turned into a golden meteor and flew towards Bai Ji. Heavenly Net! Looking at Qian Rongxiu falling like a golden meteor, Bai Ji did not dare to be careless. As the soul rings around his body lit up, the 2nd soul ring skill Heavenly Net was activated instantly. Countless moyun vines like towering trees suddenly rose from the square and quickly intertwined above Bai Ji's head to form a net shield composed of vines. While using the Heavenly Net, Bai Ji also stretched out the dragon claws of his right hand and began to secretly operate the 9 yin divine claws. With the influx of true energy, the sharp dragon claws covered with star blue dragon scales suddenly bloomed with a cold light. In the air, Qian Rongxiu, who was falling like a golden meteor, held the holy sword condensed by the blazing holy fire, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the net shield composed of the sky net and the earth net with a shrill whistle. However, facing the moyun net shield covered with sharp poisonous thorns in front of him, Qian Rongxiu's expression did not change, and he did not think of swinging the holy sword in his hand to break the net shield. Just when he was about to hit the net shield, his figure was blurred, and then he instantly passed through the net shield composed of the moyun vine like a phantom. Holy light flame slash! As his figure blurred, Qian Rongxiu actually passed through the shield composed of the sky net and the earth net, and suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. Looking at Bai Ji under him, Qian Rongxiu shouted loudly, quickly raised the holy fire sword in his hand, and slashed it down suddenly. The blazing holy fire instantly burst out, condensed into a half-moon slash in the air, and flew towards Bai Ji. Seeing the holy fire slash coming towards him, Bai Ji did not dodge, but stomped his foot on the ground, and flew up in an instant. When he was about to collide with the holy fire slash, Bai Ji swung the dragon claws of the 9 yin divine claws. With a burst of star blue divine light, the sharp dragon claws directly brought out 5 star blue scratches in the air, instantly tearing the holy fire slash apart. For a moment, the holy fire in the sky suddenly exploded. But just as Bai Ji was tearing apart the holy fire slash, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji in the holy fire, a golden light pierced Bai Ji. Chapter 385, Heaven and Earth Net plus Thorns Strangling plus Ultimate Absorption equals Tree World Descends. 15th Update. Facing Qian Rongxiu's sudden attack, Bai Ji's mental power was not able to detect it because of the suppression of the angel field, but at the critical moment, Bai Ji's body instinctively responded. The golden vertical pupil instantly turned into silver white. From the perspective of the Eye of Insight, the speed of the holy fire sword piercing in front of him was slowed to the extreme. Looking at the holy fire sword, Bai Ji's left hand dragon claw suddenly stretched out and grabbed the holy fire sword, while the right hand dragon claw directly grabbed Qian Rongxiu's chest. This flying dragon claw, in addition to the sharpness of the dragon claw itself, also has the blessing of the 9 yin god claw. Even Qian Rongxiu in the state of the martial soul true body can't resist it at all. After all, angels are not creatures that are good at defense. Looking at the dragon claws, Qian Rongxiu also realized this. Behind her, 2 pairs of golden wings shook violently, and Qian Rongxiu's figure turned suddenly in the air. In her hand, the sharp holy fire sword also turned, changing from stabbing to sweeping, and the brilliant holy light burst out, and it actually swept Bai Ji away in an instant. After the sudden burst that pushed Bai Ji away, Jian Rongxiu's figure blurred again, and she actually appeared behind Bai Ji. In the angel realm, she is the absolute master and can teleport in the realm at will. This is also the reason why she was able to pass through the net shield formed by the Moyun vine before. Hula! In her hand, the blazing holy fire sword slashed out again, and instantly cut Bai Ji's back, but as Jian Rongxiu imagined, the scene of the holy fire sword passing through Bai Ji's body did not happen. Instead, after the holy fire sword slashed on the dragon scales actually burst out with a faint star blue light, preventing the holy fire sword from advancing an inch. What? Seeing that her holy fire sword was blocked by the dragon scales, Jian Rongxiu was shocked. But at this time, Bai Ji also realized Jian Rongxiu's position and found that Jian Rongxiu was behind him. Bai Ji's heart moved, and the majestic soul power burst out instantly, pushing Jian Rongxiu away. While pushing Jian Rongxiu away, Bai Ji turned around instantly and rushed towards Jian Rongxiu. Facing Bai Ji rushing towards him, it may be that the previous teleportation was not used casually, but needed to be used sparingly, or the use itself required some prerequisites, so Jian Rongxiu did not dodge Bai Ji's attack by teleporting, but suddenly launched her first soul skill. As the first soul ring surrounding her body lit up, endless golden light quickly gathered towards her left hand, and in a moment, a holy light shield with a golden halo was formed. Holy Shield Strike! Looking at Bai Ji rushing towards him, Jian Rongxiu stretched out her left hand and raised the light shield in her left hand. Bang! Facing the light shield in front of her, Bai Ji could only slap the dragon claws that were originally intended to swing at Jian Rongxiu towards the light shield, but just when Bai Ji slapped the dragon claws on the light shield, the golden halo on the light shield suddenly became very bright, and a powerful recoil force instantly burst out, pushing Bai Ji out. After performing the Holy Shield Strike to push Bai Ji away, Jian Rongxiu quickly stopped with the flapping of the golden wings behind her. Looking at Bai Ji, who was blown away by her Holy Shield Strike, Jian Rongxiu's figure blurred again, and then appeared in front of Bai Ji the next second. Hula! In a whistling sound, the blazing holy fire sword was raised high again. Looking at Bai Ji under her, Jian Rongxiu quickly swung the holy fire sword down, and the golden holy light shone, and she kept waving it down, one sword after another. Clang, clang, clang! The holy light sword, which had no entity and was condensed from energy, actually made a clanging sound like a real sword when it chopped on Bai Ji's dragon scales. Facing the slash of the holy fire sword, although the dragon scales under Bai Ji's casting star Dragon King martial spirit and the strong body forged by the Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover were enough to resist the attack of the titled Douluo level, that was mainly physical attack, but the slash of the holy fire sword, in addition to physical attack, also came with special energy attack. This made Bai Ji unable to play a big role even though he had magical dragon scales, an extremely strong body, and the flying catkins force that could unload force. Of course, if Jian Rongxiu's attack was only at the Soul Douluo level, Bai Ji's dragon scales that could resist energy attacks would be enough to defend, but with the blessing of the martial spirit's true body and the angel field, Jian Rongxiu's attack power had reached the titled Douluo level. The reason why the Soul Emperor and the Soul Saint have such a huge gap is because of the martial soul's true body, and this gap is determined by the quality of the martial soul. Because the higher the quality of the martial soul, the higher the strength bonus it can bring to the soul master in the state of the martial soul's true body. The reason why Lu Erlong was able to entangle Lord Yala was because the strength bonus brought by Lu Erlong's fire dragon true body was far greater than the blessing brought by Lord Yala's golden eagle true body. But even if Lu Erlong's fire dragon true body can bring more than 10 times the blessing to the soul master, but as a divine martial soul, the six-winged angel can bring more than 10 times the strength to the soul master. The power bonus of the master is estimated to be more than 10 times, which is comparable to when Bai Ji first obtained the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit. With the blessing of the angel's true body, plus the 30% power blessing brought to Jian Rongxiu by the angel field and the blessing of the holy fire sword, Jian Rongxiu's attack power has now reached the titled Douluo level with a power increase of nearly 20 times. Because he was in a state of being knocked away, although Bai Ji could clearly see the trajectory of the holy fire sword under the eye of insight, he was helpless and could not make a move, but even in this state, there was no way out. 8 Spider Lance, out. Although the body was difficult to respond because of the knockback, the 8 Spider Lance was not one of them. Facing Jian Rongxiu's attack, Bai Ji directly chose to inject soul power into the ribs and summoned the 8 Spider Lance. With a sound of tearing cloth, 8 deep purple sharp spider legs suddenly stretched out from behind Bai Ji, and then under Bai Ji's control, they stabbed Jian Rongxiu frantically. Facing the crazy attack of the 8 spider spears, Jian Rongxiu naturally swung her sword quickly to resist, but because of the practice of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, plus the consumption of NTZ 50, Bai Ji's mental power and brain development are extremely powerful. In addition, in the past 3 years, in order to perfectly control the 8 spider spears, Bai Ji also practiced the distraction control of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and achieved a great accomplishment. At this moment, the 8 spider spears were completely wielded by Bai Ji, and Qian Rongxiu used a sword to fight against 8 spears, and naturally gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the situation was not right, Qian Rongxiu also had the idea of keeping a distance. As the 4th soul ring surrounding her body lit up, the brilliant golden light burst out again, and the endless golden light quickly condensed into an angel composed of holy light. The 3 pairs of wings behind her closed and held Qian Rongxiu in her arms. Holy Guardian. As the holy light angel condensed and took shape, the 8 spider lance thrust by Bai Ji suddenly seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and was firmly resisted by the holy light angel. Then, a golden light flashed, and the holy fire sword burning with blazing holy fire was swung out heavily, instantly repelling Bai Ji. After repelling Bai Ji, as the 5th soul ring surrounding his body lit up, in the flow of the golden halo, the feathers on the 2 pairs of golden wings behind Qian Rongxiu suddenly stood up like a tide, and then fell again. However, after this change, the wings behind Qian Rongxiu seemed to turn into swords, releasing an inexplicable sharpness. However, after being repelled by Qian Rongxiu, seeing Qian Rongxiu's changes, Bai Ji immediately retreated rapidly. He planned to fight in a different way. As a control-type soul master whose strength was mostly in the Moyantang martial spirit, facing a soul master like Qian Rongxiu who was both offensive and defensive and not weak, he chose to fight in close combat instead of playing to his strengths. That was simply cutting off one's own arm. Seeing Bai Ji retreating quickly, Qian Rongxiu was unwilling to fight at a distance, but instantly turned into a golden stream of light and rushed up again. But looking at Qian Rongxiu rushing towards him, Bai Ji suddenly stretched out the 8 spider lance behind him, and in an instant, countless Moyantangs spread out quickly and whipped Qian Rongxiu. At the same time, under Bai Ji's control, countless Moyantangs as thick as towering ancient trees in the square also instantly soared into the sky and entangled Qian Rongxiu. Facing the overwhelming Moyun vines attacking from below and in front, Qian Rongxiu wielded the holy fire sword in her hand to chop, sweep, and stab, picking up the Moyun vines one by one. At the same time, the 2 pairs of golden wings behind her kept flapping, cutting, and slapping the Moyun vines one by one. Ice, fire, thunder explosion. Seeing that there were enough Moyun vines surrounding Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ji immediately had an idea and activated the 4th soul skill, Ice, Fire, Thunder Explosion. With the blooming of the 3-color light, in a roar, the overwhelming Moyun vines exploded instantly, and the violent air waves swept to all directions with the broken vines. The 3 energy torrents of extreme cold, heat, and lightning also suddenly erupted, covering the surrounding houses with a layer of charred black and frost. Because the ice, fire, thunder explosion exploded in the air, it did not cause much damage to the palace, but the sound it emitted attracted the attention of some people in the palace. In the palace outside the imperial palace, Douluo and Sumotion realized the problem almost at the same time after hearing the sudden explosion. They rushed out of the palace and rushed towards the battlefield where Bai Ji was, regardless of the obstruction of the imperial guards. On the other side, after launching the ice and fire thunder explosion, Bai Ji once again launched the 5th soul skill, the 2-life flower shadow, under the cover of the broken vines and smoke. As a phantom solidified, Bai Ji's figure instantly disappeared into the air. Shortly after Bai Ji launched the 2-life flower shadow, a golden stream of light instantly rushed out of the smoke and dust and came to the sky. After seeing Bai Ji's position, Qian Rongxiu swooped down like a meteor again. On the way down, Qian Rongxiu's figure suddenly seemed to be virtualized, turning into light and shadow, but her momentum soared again. Angels are coming. But watching Qian Rongxiu swooping down again, Bai Ji also controlled the phantom clone to rush towards Qian Rongxiu, and the 2 figures met in mid-air. Looking at the phantom clone rushing towards her, Qian Rongxiu was just about to swing the holy fire sword in her hand, but suddenly, Qian Rongxiu had a problem. There was no swallowing field around the phantom clone. This is not the real Bai Ji. Heart feeling something was wrong, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly prepared to retreat, but under Bai Ji's control, the phantom clone had already raised its head and looked at Qian Rongxiu. With the phantom clone's eyes, an evil light flashed, and with the activation of the soul transfer method, Qian Rongxiu suddenly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Seeing that the phantom clone had completed the task, Bai Ji's figure appeared again. Looking at Qian Rongxiu not far away, Bai Ji took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils shrank instantly. Ang! Accompanied by a shocking dragon roar, the ghost prison Yunfen Tianlong roar, which was mixed with mental attacks and dragon power shocks, was instantly launched. Qian Rongxiu, who had just recovered from the attack of the soul transfer method, instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness again under the ghost prison Yunfen Tianlong roar. After knocking Qian Rongxiu into a dizzy state, the first, second and third soul rings surrounding Bai Ji's body bloomed with brilliant light at the same time. After Bai Ji injected all the soul power in his body into the soul ring, countless Moyun vines as thick as ancient dragons suddenly rose from the ground in an instant. In mid-air, more Moyun vines grew on these Moyun vines again, just like trees sprouting branches. Countless thick Moyun vines seemed to turn into towering ancient trees, turning the entire square into a forest of Moyun vines. While Qian Rongxiu was still in a state of unconsciousness, this forest of Moyun vines grew violently in an instant. Countless Moyun vines waved and bound Qian Rongxiu tightly in a moment, and then the ultimate absorption was launched. The terrifying devouring power instantly squeezed out the soul power in Qian Rongxiu's body, which was already not much. As the soul power was exhausted, the golden light shining around Qian Rongxiu dimmed instantly. The tree world descended. This combination soul skill developed by Bai Ji based on a certain ninjutsu of the same name in a certain movie, consisting of thorn strangulation, heaven and earth net and ultimate absorption. Consuming 2/3 of the soul power in the body, he instantly summoned a primeval forest composed of giant Moyun vines. Even if a titled Douluo was bound, under the ultimate absorption launched by this forest, his soul power and physical strength would be instantly drained, and he would eventually lose his combat ability. Chapter 386 Defeat Qian Rongxiu, 16th update, please recommend, please reward. I lost. Waking up from the state of unconsciousness, he found that all his soul power had disappeared completely, and his body was tightly bound by countless Moyun vines, unable to move at all. Qian Rongxiu did not say anything, but chose to admit defeat directly. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat me. It seems that ordinary titled Douluo can no longer threaten you, and when you are promoted to Soul Saint, there should be no one in this world who can threaten you. Looking at Bai Ji, Qian Rongxiu's face was very complicated. With a top-notch martial soul like the six-winged angel, no one knows better than Qian Rongxiu how much a soul master with a powerful martial soul can improve his strength after condensing the martial soul true body and being promoted to the Soul Saint. Since Moyun Teng can have the talent field, it can be proved that Moyun Teng is definitely a top martial soul with quality not inferior to the six-winged angel. But in addition to Moyun Teng, Bai Ji also has a second martial soul, and it is also a true dragon-level dragon martial soul of extremely high quality. The effect of adding two martial souls, one weapon and one beast, is definitely not a simple 1 + 1 = 2, but greater than 2. Without the martial soul true body, Bai Ji can defeat her who has the martial soul true body and is not inferior to ordinary titled Douluo in the talent field angel field. After having the martial soul true body, Bai Ji, whose strength has increased significantly, is completely enough to defeat ordinary titled Douluo and escape from the hands of Super Douluo. The main reason why Qian Rongxiu wanted to subdue Bai Ji was to keep Bai Ji under her wings and protect her safety. She had thought about subduing Bai Ji before, but now Qian Rongxiu treated Bai Ji more as a friend than a subordinate. Now that she knew Bai Ji could protect himself, Qian Rongxiu gave up her previous plan. Hearing Qian Rongxiu admit defeat, Bai Ji also lifted the combined soul skill tree realm descend. As the sky-wide Moyun vines exploded, Qian Rongxiu's figure suddenly fell from the air, but perhaps because too much power was extracted by the ultimate absorption, and then she was tied up by the Moyun vines for too long, Qian Rongxiu was unable to move for a while. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's situation, Bai Ji hurried forward to catch Qian Rongxiu. Are you okay? Looking at Qian Rongxiu in his arms, Bai Ji asked with concern. I'm fine. Hearing Bai Ji's concern, Qian Rongxiu's cold face couldn't help but blush. She struggled to stand up from Bai Ji's arms, and looked at Bai Ji. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath. Bai Ji, you should go back quickly, take your people with you. Although I can't guarantee that the spirit hall won't attack you, I will try my best to restrain my people and prevent them from attacking you. When I successfully conquer the continent, I will be able to control the Spirit Hall's right to speak. At that time, I hope to represent the Spirit Hall and form an alliance with your future city. The Spirit Hall may not be very bright in your heart, but I believe you also understand that this world is not black and white, and the Spirit Hall is just a relatively large piece of grey. Maybe its previous behavior was not so consistent with its identity, but I can guarantee that under my control, the Spirit Hall will always be the Spirit Hall, a sacred place that helps everyone in Douluo continent awaken their spirits, and you only need to make your future city a real place of progress. Drive the progress of the soul guide technology of the entire continent, and turn this world into the world you and I talked about at the beginning. I know and believe you, Schwer. If there is anyone in this continent who understands me the most, I believe it is only you. This world needs change, and as a city of progress, the future city will never become an obstacle to change. Your Spirit Hall has tried to kill me again and again, but what I hate is always the Spirit Hall led by your Pope, not the name of the Spirit Hall. I will wait until you unify the continent before I settle my hatred for your Spirit Hall. At that time, while taking revenge, I will help you master the power of the Spirit Hall. I hope you can turn the Spirit Hall into the Spirit Hall I saw when I was a child, and turn it into a real Spirit Hall. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ge also smiled. Bai Ge actually didn't hate the Spirit Hall completely. Although the Spirit Hall tried to kill him again and again, it was the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, such as Bibi Dong, who made the decision, not the entire Spirit Hall. Bai Ge actually had a good impression of the Spirit Hall because of Su Yuntao and Ma Xiunyo. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had been helping all the civilians of Douluo continent to awaken their spirits for free. It was not possible to think that the entire Spirit Hall was rotten to the core just because the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall did some wrong things. This was a generalization. If things could really be as Qian Rongxiu said, she would successfully unify the continent and reform the world according to Bai Ge's idea. Bai Ge would be responsible for developing the city of the future into a real city of progress, and the Spirit Hall would become a pure religious organization to help the people of the entire Douluo continent to awaken their spirits. There would be nothing wrong with such a world, right? Just when Bai Ge and Qian Rongxiu were talking, Douluo and Su Motion finally arrived. Originally, when they were in the auditorium, Qian Rongxiu handed Emperor Shuye to Douluo, but after leaving the auditorium, Qian Rongxiu found an excuse to take Emperor Shuye away by herself, saying that Douluo was only good at using poisons, not good at healing, and she was going to find a person with strong medical skills for Emperor Shuye. But Qian Rongxiu did not drive Douluo away, as this would only make Douluo suspicious. After driving Douluo away with the excuse, Qian Rongxiu asked someone to take Douluo to an unused palace to wait, saying that if there was a need, she would still summon Douluo. When Douluo and Su Motion arrived, Shilong, who was responsible for guarding the front door, immediately blocked their way. Your Highness has an order here, no one is allowed to pass. Looking at Douluo and Su Motion, Shilong was not afraid of facing two-title Douluo, but directly summoned his own martial spirit, a snake spear about 2 feet long, with a curved spearhead and a sharp point like a snake tongue, divided into blue and purple. At the same time, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose slowly from under his feet, and then circled the snake spear. Are you also a title Douluo? Seeing Shilong, Douluo, and Su Motion couldn't help but feel a little doubtful at the same time. When did a strange title Douluo appear on the continent again? It seems that someone is coming. Because he was in the state of being possessed by the martial spirit of the star-forging Dragon King, and because of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, Bai Ge himself had extremely keen perception, so when Douluo and Su Motion arrived, Bai Ge felt it instantly. Schwer, you should change back quickly. If your true identity is discovered, it will be very troublesome. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ge said with concern. Yet. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Qian Rongxiu nodded. As the brilliant golden light bloomed again, under the golden light, Qian Rongxiu's originally curvy body began to shrink rapidly, and soon turned back to the body of Shui Qinghe. Her long golden hair also quickly shortened and turned into short hair, and her originally cold and pretty face also changed rapidly, becoming only slightly feminine. Brother Shui, you are so beautiful. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bai Ge teased, and Qian Rongxiu's face blushed slightly when she heard Bai Ge's words. Hey, Shuer, I have always had a question, I don't know if I can ask, that is, when you turned into Shui Qinghe, how did you solve the problem of urgency? Do you go to the men's toilet or the women's toilet, or do fairies not need to go to the toilet? For some reason, this question suddenly popped up in Bai Ji's mind. Why are you asking this question? Qian Rongxiu was a little ashamed. I'm just a little curious. Bai Ji scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. What men's toilet, women's toilet? With my status, I can build a private toilet anywhere. Why do I have to go to a public toilet for men and women? You idiot! Qian Rongxiu was so angry that she was speechless. So that's it. After hearing Qian Rongxiu's explanation, Bai Ji couldn't help but clap his hands violently. He finally got the answer to the question that puzzled countless people in his previous life. Okay, let's go quickly, otherwise they will all fight. Qian Rongxiu was very tired when she found that Bai Ji suddenly made a fool of himself. Well, let's go. Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bai Ji straightened his face. Chapter 387 Preparations before leaving, 17th update, please recommend, please reward. After removing the summoned Moyun Vine and exiting the state of being possessed by the martial spirit of the star-forging Dragon King, Bai Ji finally came to the front entrance of the palace after taking Qian Rongxiu through a messy square. At the front entrance, Snake Spear Douluo Shilong and Thorny Porpoise Douluo Ci Shui had already confronted Douluo and Su Motion. Both sides summoned their own martial spirits or entered the state of being possessed by martial spirits. 9 soul rings were slowly moving around their bodies, and the surging soul power pressure spread to the surroundings, but because both sides had concerns, they did not dare to take action first, but just confronted each other with solemn faces, competing in momentum. What happened? Bai Ji said as he brought Qian Rongxiu, who had turned back into Shui King He, to the entrance. Young master, are you okay? We heard the explosion and the dragon roar before, and we all thought you were in danger, so seeing that Bai Ji was safe, Douluo and Su Motion couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now both of them have joined Dan Pavilion with their respective families and settled in the future city, enjoying the various benefits of Dan Pavilion as well as the various conveniences and entertainments of the future city. At the beginning of joining, the two wanted to repay Bai Ji's kindness and saw Bai Ji's potential. Facts have proved that they were indeed right. Bai Ji did not disappoint their expectations, both in terms of strength and ability. Now, whether it is the Bailan family, the Juxin Haitang family, or the Longxi family, they have become part of Dan Pavilion and are inseparable from Dan Pavilion, just like the former Haoshan sect and the 4 major clans of Li, Po, Yu, and Min. However, unlike the former Haoshan sect and the 4 major clans, the current Dan Pavilion has reached the level of Haoshan sect in terms of size, and has 2 titled Douluo. If the next selection is made for the top 3 sects, Dan Pavilion will also be able to become one of the top 3 sects. But as the head of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ji has not yet branched out, and there is no descendant to inherit the foundation of Dan Pavilion. If Bai Ji has an accident, I am afraid that the huge Dan Pavilion will fall apart in a short time, which makes the two of them nervous. I'm fine. I just had an itchy hand just now, and I had a sparring with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's nothing. Seeing Douluo and Su Motion's nervous faces, Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Had a sparring with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo and Su Motion looked a little weird. It's not impossible to have a fight, but the problem is that as far as they know, Shui King He's strength is obviously not Bai Ji's opponent. The fight was so intense before, with the violent explosion and the deafening dragon roar. Bai Ji obviously used all his strength. Can Shui King He withstand it? But after thinking about it, another possibility emerged in the minds of both of them, that is, the one who was fighting with Bai Ji might not be Shui King He, but a subordinate that Shui King He subdued, whose strength might be a titled Douluo. Since Shui King He was able to subdue the 2 titled Douluos in front of him, it is normal for him to have a 3rd titled Douluo around him, but this 3rd titled Douluo might be Shui King He's personal guard, and it is inconvenient to disclose it, so Bai Ji lied that it was Shui King He himself. As for why there was a fight, it was probably the problem of Emperor Shui yet. As for what the problem was, the two of them did not consider it. After all, the person who should consider this matter was right in front of them, so they didn't have to worry about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter to them whether it's Emperor Shui yet or Shui King He who's on the stage. In fact, because Bai Ji and Shui King He have a good relationship, they would rather Shui King He be on the stage. Your Highness. On the other side, after Bai Ji and Qian Rongxiu arrived, Shilong and Ci Shui also saluted Qian Rongxiu respectfully, but because Douluo and Su Motion were around, Shilong and Ci Shui were not stupid enough to call him young master this time. After all, Jian Rongxiu's identity is Shui Qinghe now. Okay, Senior Douluo, Uncle Motion, we should go. After explaining the problem, Bai Ji said. Let's go, now. Douluo and Su Motion were a little surprised when they heard Bai Ji's words. Now Emperor Shuiye is suspected of being poisoned, so isn't everyone allowed to leave before the suspicion is cleared? Aren't we here to attend His Highness's promotion ceremony? Now that the promotion ceremony is over, leave the next thing to His Highness. Let's go back to the city of the future. There are still many things in the city of the future that I need to deal with. Bai Ji smiled faintly. But Douluo and Su Motion were still a little confused, but when they looked at Shui Qinghe looked calm and did not object, which made them even more confused. Did the murderer find it? Or did they reach an agreement? Although he was very confused, since Shui Qinghe did not object, he could leave if he could. Anyway, whether it was Emperor Shuiye in power or Shui Qinghe in power, it would be good for they didn't have much impact, but staying here and getting involved in such things would be very troublesome. Your Highness, see you next time. After leaving the palace, Bai Ji did not plan to leave the palace immediately. Now Jian Rongxiu has asked the people of the Spirit Hall to disguise as guards to take over the guard work of the entire palace. In a few days, after announcing that Emperor Shuiye died of excessive poisoning, Jian Rongxiu will probably officially inherit the throne, first start the purge of the court, then start the communication with the Spirit Hall, and start preparing for war. However, although Jian Rongxiu is the young master of the Spirit Hall and has some of his own people in the Spirit Hall, the main voice of the Spirit Hall still comes from Bibi Dong's faction, and most of the senior executives are also Bibi Dong's people. After Jian Rongxiu successfully seized the Tiandu Empire, both factions entered the Tiandu Imperial City and there will definitely be various frictions, which will definitely have an impact on the sole master world of the Tiandu Imperial City. In the original novel, although it was after Jian Rongxiu failed to seize the Tiandu Empire that the Spirit Hall finally destroyed the Five Elements Academy, even if Jian Rongxiu has successfully seized the Tiandu Empire, Bai Ji dare not guarantee what kind of crazy things Bibi Dong will do to retaliate against the Qian family. It is estimated that those who obey me will prosper and those who disobey me will perish is just the most basic. Bibi Dong is determined to retaliate against the Qian family and the world. If the Spirit Hall succeeds in unifying the continent, she will successfully retaliate against the world. If the Spirit Hall fails, she will destroy the Spirit Hall and the Qian family, and successfully retaliate against Qian Sunji and the Qian family. In the whole world, except for the Master and Jian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong probably regards everyone as her enemy. As long as she is not satisfied, Bibi Dong can do anything. If the Five Elements Academy does not submit to the Spirit Hall, it is not impossible for Bibi Dong to order the massacre of the Five Elements Academy. Anyway, if they were killed, they would be killed. In Bibi Dong's opinion, if there were survivors from the Five Elements Academy who could retaliate against the Spirit Hall, destroy the Spirit Hall, and destroy the Qian family, that would be exactly what she wanted. So to be on the safe side, Bai Ji was still prepared to let Huo Xiaotian move the Blazing Fire Academy out of Tiandu Imperial City, and Tian Shui Academy would also be mentioned for Shui Bing'er's sake. Because he had Jian Rongxiu's prince order in his hand, Bai Ji had no obstacles in the palace and met Huo Xiaotian very smoothly. Although Bai Ji did not tell Huo Xiaotian the real situation when advising him, he just said that Tiandu Imperial City was about to face a major earthquake and asked him if he wanted to go to the future city with him to take refuge. Huo Xiaotian was very smart and had a sense of crisis. In his opinion, the matter of Emperor Shuiye was full of doubts. Although he didn't know the reason, with Bai Ji's identity and status, it was impossible for him to lie to him about such a thing, so Huo Xiaotian agreed very readily. On the Tian Shui College side, Bai Ji also told the same story. Under Shui Bing'er's advice, Shui Linglong finally agreed. Chapter 388 Return to the City of the Future, 18th Update, Please recommend and reward. After leaving the palace with Huo Xiaotian and Shui Linglong's family, they spent nearly 2 days to make all preparations. With the people from Shuo College and Tian Shui College who were willing to leave, under the guidance of the Steam Soul Guide car, a convoy of thousands of carriages marched towards the city of the future. Starting from Tiandu Imperial City, if there were only Steam Soul Guide cars, it would take about 3 days to return to the city of the future, but because of the existence of carriages, it took nearly 7 days for the convoy to arrive at the city of the future. The Steam Soul Guide car drove quickly on the flat concrete road, and the whistle sounded woo-woo, while behind it, the mighty carriage convoy slowly moved forward. Because of the huge scale, the convoy was discovered by the patrolman on the city gate before it arrived at the city of the future. Soon, a large number of soul masters blocked the city gate. The soul guide steam car quickly reached the city gate, and with a burst of steam escaping, the car door was slowly opened. As soon as Bai Ji got off the car, two figures threw themselves into his arms like swallows. Wrong, Yuren, what's wrong? Looking at the two girls in his arms, Bai Ji was a little surprised. Bai Ji, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was destroyed, and Dad said that Tiandu Imperial City might also have an accident. I thought you would be in danger. Now I see that you are fine, it's really great. In his arms, Ning Rongrong said with a trembling voice. There was indeed an accident in Tiandu Imperial City. His Majesty Shuiya had an accident at the promotion ceremony of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He was poisoned and unconscious. It is still uncertain whether he is alive or dead, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has stabilized the situation. Bai Ji touched Ning Rongrong's head and explained with a smile. Your Majesty is poisoned and unconscious. After hearing Bai Ji's words, a solemn voice came. Bai Ji looked up and saw that it was Ning Fengzi, and with Ning Fengzi were Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurong. However, due to Bai Ji's influence, Sword Douluo Chen Xin did not have one arm chopped off as in the original novel. Bai Ji estimated that although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was destroyed, there should still be many disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect who survived. Uncle Ning, wrong, it is said that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was destroyed. What is going on? Although he knew the reason in his heart, he still pretended not to know when he saw Ning Fengzi. In fact, I don't know what happened either. Ning Fengzi sighed. I was originally planning to take Uncle Jian to participate in King He's promotion ceremony, but I didn't expect that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was surrounded by a group of men in black. Although these men in black did not reveal their identities, I can guess that these men in black are from the Spirit Hall, because apart from the Spirit Hall, no other force can send out three titled Douluo at the same time. But what the Spirit Hall didn't expect is that because of your Baiko Dan, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu have greatly improved their strength. A year ago, Uncle Jian had successfully promoted to the 97th level Super Douluo, and Uncle Gu also successfully promoted to the 95th level. And because of your help, I also got rid of the shackles of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower Spirit, and my spirit evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, and my strength has also reached the Soul Douluo realm. Ning Fengzi chuckled. With my assistance and Uncle Jian's strength, although there are 3 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, we still successfully broke through the siege of the Spirit Hall and fought out with some disciples. However, because we were worried about the subsequent reinforcements of the Spirit Hall and considered the safety of the remaining disciples, we did not dare to stay in the sphere of influence of the Spirit Hall for too long, so we could only come to your future city in the end. By the way, Bai Ji, didn't the Spirit Hall attack you? Ning Fengzi asked with some doubts. They did, when I went to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for the 7th Soul Ring and prepare to condense the spirit body to ascend to the Soul Saint. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's interference, I would have been a Soul Saint now. Bai Ji's face was also a little ugly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Fengzi also sighed. He knew how abnormal Bai Ji's Moyantang was. In Douluo continent, there were very few top martial souls, and among the top martial souls, there were only a handful that could allow soul masters to have a talent domain before being titled Douluo. If Bai Ji condensed a martial soul true body and promoted to Soul Saint, in the state of martial soul true body, the already abnormal Moyantang would become even more abnormal, and under the martial soul true body, the talent domain would also have a second awakening and become stronger. With the martial soul true body and the talent domain, plus Bai Ji, who was already very abnormal, and Bai Ji's awakened second martial soul, Bai Ji's strength could be multiplied several times, and fighting or even defeating the titled Douluo might not be a problem. There was a threshold from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint, a natural chasm. A soul master who only had a strong martial soul could fight Soul Douluo after being promoted to Soul Saint and condensing a martial soul true body. As Bai Ji, whose martial soul and spirit ring configuration surpassed those of his predecessors, could easily kill a Soul Saint before crossing this threshold, Ning Fengzi would not be surprised at all when he said that he could kill a titled Douluo after being promoted to Soul Saint. It is very important for you to be promoted to Soul Saint. It is enough to make your strength leap forward. When are you ready to go to the Stardo Great Forest again? I will let Uncle Jian go with you. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengzi looked at Bai Ji and said. Thank you, Uncle Ning, but let's wait another day or two. Thinking that there was no news about teacher Yu Xiaogang, Bai Ji shook his head after thinking about it. On the other side, Tiandu Imperial City, the Imperial Palace. After driving away to Gubo, because Qian Rongxiu had found ordinary doctors with strong medical skills for Emperor Shuiye, they could not solve the mixed poison that Emperor Shuiye had been poisoned with, so after 2 days of fermentation, Emperor Shuiye died as expected. After Emperor Shuiye died, Qian Rongxiu expressed her condolences and said that she would do her best to track down the murderer. At the same time, in grief, she would also prepare to take up the throne. After all, a country cannot lack a master. The day after the death of Emperor Shuiye was announced, Qian Rongxiu successfully ascended the throne as Shui King He. After ascending the throne, Qian Rongxiu not only eliminated dissidents in the court, but also immediately put Prince Shuixing and Shuibeng under house arrest, on the grounds that the two tried to rebel after the death of Emperor Shuiye. Although the two were not killed, the crime was put on them. Even if they did not die, they would probably have to live alone in their own mansions for the rest of their lives, which would highlight Qian Rongxiu's kindness. After dealing with the problems in the court and successfully controlling the Tiandu Empire, Qian Rongxiu was ready to return to the Wuhan Hall to report. After making the arrangements and plans for the next day, Qian Rongxiu summoned Shadow, who had been trained for many years for this day. After handing the plan to Shadow, Qian Rongxiu secretly left the Tiandu Empire. Target, Wuhan City. Chapter 389 Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong, 19th update, please recommend and reward. Wuhan City, Pope's Hall. In the magnificent meeting hall of the Pope's palace, Pope Bibi Dong sat at the highest seat, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a spirit master wearing the uniform of the spirit hall walked in quickly, then half knelt in front of Bibi Dong and said, "Your Majesty, the young master wants to see you." Hearing the voice, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, and on her cold and majestic face, a flash of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Let her in." "Yes." After receiving the order, the Soul Master quickly withdrew from the meeting hall. After a while, Qian Rongxiu, who was wearing a black robe and had restored her female body, walked in quickly. "Is it going well?" Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong asked. But Qian Rongxiu did not answer Bibi Dong's question, but looked at Bibi Dong with a faint look. "Failed? If it failed, it failed. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant sect have been destroyed by us. Although Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen have fled with some disciples, the 2 major sects have been seriously injured. It will take 4 or 5 years to recover to the peak. Now we have the advantage and can also start the backup plan." Seeing that Qian Rongxiu did not answer, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with disappointment and sighed. "No. I succeeded." Qian Rongxiu's cold voice rang out in the meeting hall. "Why didn't you answer me if you succeeded?" Bibi Dong's face looked a little ugly after hearing Qian Rongxiu's words. "Answer you? I still want to ask you a question. I said that Bai Ji is my man. I asked you not to attack him. Why did you still attack him?" Looking at Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu said coldly. "He is your man? This is what you think is wishful thinking. If he surrenders, you should hand over Dan Pavilion, but did he?" Bibi Dong sneered. "In your mind, is it true that everything you like in the world should be yours? If not, you have to kill its owner and take it from its owner? You are so disgusting." Listening to Bibi Dong's words, a trace of disgust flashed in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. "Qian Rongxiu, how can you talk like that? Don't forget your identity. Will I hurt you again?" Bibi Dong was angry after hearing Qian Rongxiu's words. "My identity? You won't hurt me?" Ha 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 ha! Qian Rongxiu suddenly laughed, and tears came out of her eyes. "Your Excellency the Pope!" Qian Rongxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "In this world, I only have one relative, that is my grandfather. Apart from my grandfather, I have no relatives. I remember someone once said that it was a mistake for me to come to this world. He is dead, and someone got what someone wanted. Now I am me, and I have nothing to do with someone. What did you say?" Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bibi Dong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. At the same time, a powerful aura like the abyss in the sea suddenly burst out from her body, pressing on Qian Rongxiu, making Qian Rongxiu's face suddenly pale. "Someone should know what I said." Although oppressed by the huge aura, Qian Rongxiu still showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "You." Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bibi Dong was so angry that she trembled. Dan Pavilion has never done anything against our Wuhan Hall. It's you who always wants to send someone to murder Bai Ge. I said that Bai Ge is my man. I will deal with Dan Pavilion's affairs myself in the future. I hope you won't attack Bai Ge again if you still care about my identity. Enduring the oppression of Bibi Dong's momentum, looking at Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu said lightly. Okay, I've said what I want to say. I'm leaving. After saying that, Qian Rongxiu was ready to turn around and leave. You don't understand. Behind him, Bibi Dong's voice suddenly came. I don't understand. Qian Rongxiu laughed sarcastically, and then left without looking back. You don't understand anything. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's back as she left, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, and her cold and beautiful face became more and more distorted. After taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong suddenly lowered her head. I heard that Ning Fengzi went to the city of the future. Bibi Dong muttered to herself. Suddenly, Bibi Dong smiled. Her smile was beautiful, like a blooming poppy, charming but extremely dangerous, making people stay away. I heard that Bai Ge has many confidants. If he died suddenly, I guess many girls would be sad, right? Bibi Dong muttered to herself, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Someone come! Suddenly, Bibi Dong shouted loudly. Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a guard wearing the uniform of the Spirit Hall ran in quickly and half knelt in front of Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, what do you want? Go, call Elder Jin Crocodile to me. Bibi Dong said lightly. Yes. After receiving the order, the guard quickly withdrew from the meeting hall. A few minutes later, a sturdy middle-aged man in a black robe embroidered with gold thread walked in quickly. Into the meeting hall. Your Holiness, what do you want me to do? Looking at Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile Douluo bowed slightly and asked. Is everyone back? Bibi Dong asked in a light tone. Except Shilong and Si Shuet, they are all back. Golden Crocodile Douluo replied. Yes. Having gotten the answer, Bibi Dong nodded. The Yueguan and Gaimei operations failed. That Bai Ge is not dead, but because of us, his Soul Emperor promotion to Soul Saint also failed. If nothing unexpected happens, he should go to the Xingda Great Forest again in the next few days to hunt for the 7th Soul Ring. I want you to send someone to watch him. If he sets out, you take people to make another move. This time, take more people and make sure to get rid of him. Bibi Dong's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. Take everyone with you. Golden Crocodile Douluo hesitated. Yes, take as many as you can, take Yu Guan and Gui Mei with you, let them atone for their crimes. We have already taken action and made enemies. If we let him grow up smoothly, you must know what will happen in the future. Bibi Dong said lightly. Yes. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo no longer hesitated. By the way, this is for you. As if thinking of something, Bibi Dong took out a hideous and weird statue and threw it to Golden Crocodile Douluo. I heard that Bai Ge has a flying soul beast pet, and it also has the ability to teleport. This statue, as long as the soul power is injected, can turn the surrounding 100 miles into a restricted air zone, prohibiting flying and teleporting. Remember to use this when the time comes. Looking at the statue, Bibi Dong said slowly. Yes. A few minutes later, after giving everything instructions, Bibi Dong slowly lay down on the back of the throne on her body, watching the back of Golden Crocodile Douluo leaving. Schwer, I won't let you repeat my mistakes, no. A low murmur slowly sounded in the empty meeting hall. Chapter 390 Douluo Hall, Angel 9 Tests, 20th Update, Please Recommend, Please Reward. On the other side, the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall is the building second only to the Pope Hall in Wuhan City, and it also represents the strongest power of the entire Wuhan Hall. In the tall dome building, as soon as you enter the door, you will see a wide hall. The dome is nearly 30 meters high and divided into 3 floors, each floor has 10 rooms. Except for extremely special circumstances, the first condition for being able to live here is that the soul power must reach level 90 or above, and have the strength of the titled Douluo level. This is the real place of the highest power in the Wuhan Hall, even the Pope is subject to its constraints. At this moment, the Elder Hall was quiet everywhere, not even a servant was waiting. In the wide hall, there was only a huge 6-winged angel statue made of pure gold, 10 meters high, and a man in grey was sitting cross-legged on the ground facing the statue quietly. Grandpa. Accompanied by a sound of footsteps, Jian Rongxiu slowly walked into the hall. When she saw the man in grey, Jian Rongxiu's calm expression finally showed a little excitement. Shweer. Hearing the voice from behind, the man in grey stood up and turned around, revealing a handsome middle-aged face with long golden hair. The man in grey was none other than Jian Douluo, the person with the highest cultivation level in the spirit hall. What's wrong, Shweer? Seeing Jian Rongxiu's eyes were a little red, Jian Douluo was a little confused. Argued with her again. Yet. Jian Rongxiu nodded silently. I asked her, I told her not to attack Bai Ji. Why did she send someone to kill Bai Ji? She said because Bai Ji did not surrender to us, did not hand over Dan Pavilion, but Bai Ji did not oppose us. Is it because he did not surrender to our Wuhan Hall, and he still has things that they covet, so they have to choose to kill people to take these things away? Jian Rongxiu was very angry. Shweer, this world is like this, the weak are preyed on by the strong, because our Wuhan Hall is stronger, so she can naturally say black is white, and white is black, and there is only one way to change these, that is to become stronger than her, and replace her. Only in this way, you can turn Wuhan Hall into what you want, and turn this world into what you want. Looking at Jian Rongxiu, Jian Douluo said earnestly. I know, Grandpa. Hearing Jian Douluo's words, Jian Rongxiu nodded. But, Grandpa, why didn't you stop her? Jian Rongxiu asked with some doubt. I couldn't stop her, Jian Douluo sighed. How is it possible? Aren't you a level 99 titled Douluo? And she should be at most level 95, right? Jian Rongxiu was a little surprised to hear Jian Douluo's words. Shweer, do you also believe in levels? In the early stages of Soul Master training, levels do have an overwhelming advantage, but after reaching the Soul Saint level, those Soul Masters with powerful martial souls will exert their strength. Powerful martial soul avatars, talent domains, and even better soul ring configurations will all be factors that make up for the level gap. Twin martial souls, especially powerful twin martial souls, will have a crushing advantage over single martial soul masters after becoming titled Douluo, not to mention that her cultivation is actually level 99. Jian Douluo sighed. She is also level 99. Are you no match for her now? Jian Rongxiu still found it hard to believe. Yes. Jian Douluo sighed. Now her strength is no less than mine. She is still so young. Perhaps, she will become the first person to reach another level in many years. Now the second and third worshippers have supported her. Even if it is me, if her decision is not wrong, I will also support her, because she will lead the Wuhan Hall to go further, at least it seems so at present. What you need to do now is to help her, not to go against her. In fact, your talent far exceeds that of your father. It is not only from the six-winged angel inheritance he left you, but also from the talent inherited from Bibi Dong. No matter what, she is your mother after all. Mother? Didn't she say that my birth was a mistake? I don't have such a mother. Jian Rongxiu was angry. Hey! Jian Douluo could only sigh at Jian Rongxiu's anger. Shweer, if you want to prove her wrong, then you should practice hard. If one day, your strength becomes stronger than hers, and your ability becomes better than hers, then your decision will naturally be more powerful than hers, and at that time, you will naturally be right. But Grandpa, I can't wait. I have successfully seized the Tiandu Empire and will soon carry out the plan to unify the continent. But by then, she will definitely interfere with me. I don't want to be led by her. I want to do it myself. Is there no way for me to gain power quickly? Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth. Yes, but it will take some time. Since you have seized the Tiandu Empire, can you stay here for a long time? After thinking for a while, Jian Douluo said. Yes, I have handed over the arrangements and plans for the future of the Tiandu Empire to Yingzi. He only needs to give orders according to the plan and let the ministers implement them one by one. Jian Rongxiu said in a deep voice. Well, then come with me. After thinking for a while, Jian Douluo nodded, and then walked out of the Elder Hall with Jian Rongxiu. All the way to the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall is located at the top of the Spirit Hall's Divine Mountain. Compared with the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall, the Douluo Hall is smaller, but it enshrines all the titles of all the titled Douluo since the establishment of the Spirit Hall. Entering the Douluo Hall, on the three walls of the Douluo Hall, each wall is dedicated to a piece of golden square plaque. Each plaque is about half a meter high and 1 foot wide, with only 3 or 4 large characters on it. Those are the title plagues of all the titled Douluo in the history of the Spirit Hall, and there are hundreds of them. In the middle of the Douluo Hall, there stands a statue, a 6-winged angel statue that is 10 meters high and golden all over, with 3 pairs of wings stretched behind it, holding a huge golden sword in his hand and pointing it directly to the sky. Around the golden sword, there seems to be a layer of faint golden flames circling. There is also a similar statue in the Elder Hall, but compared with this one, if there is any difference between the two, then the 6-winged angel statue in the Elder Hall is just a statue, while the statue here has a soul. Shuer, kneel down. Qian Daoliu said seriously as he brought Jian Rongxiu to the 6-winged angel statue. Hearing Qian Daoliu's words, although she was a little confused, because the 6-winged angel has always been the belief of the Spirit Hall, Jian Rongxiu did not object, but knelt respectfully in front of the 6-winged angel statue. Calm down, and summon your martial soul. Qian Daoliu said majestically as he slowly walked to the front of the 6-winged angel statue. Hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Jian Rongxiu took a deep breath and began to calm down. After calming down, Jian Rongxiu summoned her own martial soul, a 6-winged angel with the same face as hers. SHH. Looking at Jian Rongxiu kneeling in front of him, Qian Daoliu shouted loudly, and suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Jian Rongxiu. As Qian Daoliu moved, the golden 6-winged angel statue suddenly shone brightly, and the faint golden flames on the long sword in the statue's hand suddenly burst into flames. A golden light column instantly fell from the sky, completely covering Jian Rongxiu's body. In the golden light column, golden light flowed, and Jian Rongxiu's body was slowly pulled up and floated under the golden light. Suddenly, the golden light column suddenly burst out with shining golden light, and countless golden lights condensed into floating feathers in the Douluo Palace, and then condensed into 9 light curtains. Seeing these 9 light curtains, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but show an excited look in his eyes. It turned out to be Angel 9 tests. The Angel 9 tests that countless generations of Douluo Palace masters have been waiting for finally appeared. Grandpa, what is Angel 9 tests? In the light column, Jian Rongxiu looked confused when she heard Qian Daoliu's words. You don't need to know what the Angel 9 trials are. You just need to know, if there are 8 light screens in front of you, then you will be the next Lord of Douluo Palace. However, if there are 9 light screens in front of you, don't ask why. I will tell you when I should. From now on, for a long time in the future, you have to complete the 9 tests from the angels. Grandpa will always be with you. Qian Daoliu showed a kind smile on his face. How long will it take? Thinking of the Tiandu Empire and her own plan, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but ask nervously. You can't complete all the 9 tests of angels with your current strength. If you only complete what you can complete with your current strength, 1 month is enough, but in just this month, your strength can at least reach Soul Douluo, and it may not even be titled Douluo. Qian Daoliu smiled faintly. Yes. After hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Jian Rongxiu finally felt relieved. Please recommend and reward. The 20-hour burst is over. Yanjai, please recommend and reward. Chapter 391 Go to the Xingde Great Forest again, first update. Please recommend and reward. Tiandu Empire, the city of the future. After several days, Bai Ge finally got the news about the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. In this soul-hunting operation launched in advance by the Spirit Hall, although the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect was still destroyed, because the Golden Iron Triangle including the Master happened to be visiting the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect at the time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect was not completely destroyed as in the original book. But like the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, although the sect buildings were destroyed and many disciples died in the Spirit Hall's raid, many people from the Yu family survived and are now in Shrek Academy in the Tiandu Imperial City. After confirming that the Master and the other 3 were fine, Bai Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, he originally wanted to take Douluo and Sumotion to help the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. However, although Jian Rongxiu asked him to leave the palace, it was certain that the people of the Spirit Hall were still monitoring him. If they saw him taking Douluo and Sumotion out of the city, the Snake Spear Douluo and the Thorny Porpoise Douluo beside Jian Rongxiu would not just stand by and watch. This had nothing to do with Jian Rongxiu. Although the Snake Spear Douluo and the Thorny Porpoise Douluo respected Jian Rongxiu very much, Bibi Dong was still in charge of the Spirit Hall after all. So after thinking for a while, Bai Ge gave up the idea of leaving Tiandu Imperial City to help the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Because Bai Ge also knew that the Seven Treasures glazed sect was much stronger than in the original book. In the original book, the Spirit Hall failed to destroy the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and it was even more impossible now. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect should be fine because of the 3 masters and the 95 level Yu Yuan Zhen, so Bai Ge did not go there, but dealt with his own affairs and finally chose to return to the city of the future. Ning Fengzi and Jiangu Douluo arrived at the city of the future safely. In the Tiandu Imperial City, the 3 masters and the Yu family were basically safe and sound. After preparing everything, Bai Ge took Douluo, Sumotion and Jian Douluo Chen Xin to the Xingda Great Forest. Xingda Great Forest is the largest primeval forest in Douluo continent, spanning the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. In the Xingda Great Forest, there live the most soul beasts in the Douluo continent in terms of number and variety. And according to legend, in addition to the endless ocean, only in the Xingda Great Forest is it said that people have seen traces of soul beasts of the 100,000 level. In Douluo continent, before reaching Soul Venerable, soul masters usually hunt for soul rings in the soul hunting forests artificially cultivated by the 2 empires. However, after reaching Soul Venerable, since the best soul ring configuration for Soul Venerable should be a 1000-year soul ring, and because in the soul hunting forest, 1000-year soul beasts are already very rare, not to mention that they have to meet the development requirements of soul masters usually hunt for soul rings over 1000 years in natural primitive forests such as the Stardo Great Forest, and this is even more true for 10,000-year soul rings. After entering the Stardo Great Forest, the group went straight to the core area. Soul beasts with a cultivation level of more than 10,000 years are almost impossible to see in the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest, and only in the core area can suitable soul beasts be found. In fact, Bai Ge can now completely set his sights on a 100,000-year soul beast, but the only 100,000-year soul beasts that Bai Ge can find seem to be the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. However, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape both have a history with Xiao Wu, so Bai Ge can't do it, so Bai Ge can only set his sights on ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. At least the wisdom of a 10,000-year soul beast has not yet fully formed. Bai Ge may feel guilty for killing a 100,000-year soul beast, but a 10,000-year soul beast no longer exists. After searching in the Xingda Great Forest with Douluo, Sumotion, Jian Douluo Chenexin and some soul saints of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ge found a more suitable target, which is an 80,000-year-old sub-dragon soul beast iron-armored Spinosaurus. As an 80,000-year level sub-dragon soul beast, its vitality is extremely strong, not to mention the iron-armored Spinosaurus with amazing defense. If an 80,000-year-old iron-armored Spinosaurus wants to run, a single title Douluo may not be able to stop it. But this iron-armored Spinosaurus the dragon was unlucky. Not only did he encounter Chen Xin, who had amazing attack power and was best at breaking defense, but he also encountered Douluo, who was good at using poison. One of them was good at breaking defense, and the other simply bypassed defense. In the end, with the joint efforts of Chen Xin and Douluo, and the obstruction of Sumotion, the iron-armored Spinosaurus had nowhere to escape. It was beaten half to death, and then was dying of poison, waiting for Bai Ge to make a move. "Sir, it's almost over." Seeing that the iron-armored Spinosaurus had been poisoned by Douluo's poison and only had one breath left, Sumotion couldn't help but remind him. But just as Bai Ge was about to step forward to kill the iron-armored Spinosaurus, accompanied by a round of applause, a group of figures in black robes suddenly emerged from the woods not far away. As expected of Sword Douluo Chen Xin, a sword energy can actually penetrate the defense of an 80,000-year-old iron-armored Spinosaurus. It's really amazing. No wonder the Palace Master has always said that you are the most promising titled Douluo who has risen recently. Looking at Sword Douluo Chen Xin, the black-robed man standing in the front couldn't help but applaud and exclaimed. "Who are you?" Hearing the words of the black-robed man, Chen Xin couldn't help but frown. "Who am I? You should know this very well. Since we have already torn our faces, let's not hide it anymore. My name is Golden Crocodile. This time I am taking the life of your pavilion master under the order of His Majesty." Golden Crocodile Douluo said lightly. "Are you sent by Bibi Dong? You actually called His Majesty the Pope by his name." Hearing that Bai Ge dared to call Bibi Dong by her name, a titled Douluo couldn't help but shout loudly. "Isn't the name used for people to call? Is it for people to worship on the tablet?" Bai Ge mocked. "You. Okay." Golden Crocodile Douluo reached out to stop the titled Douluo beside him, and then said lightly, Master Bai Ji, you are a talent, whether in cultivation or in ability. For you, the young master and his majesty have quarreled more than once. If you are willing to take the initiative to go back with us, with the protection of the young master, perhaps his majesty can spare your life, but if you don't want to, then we can only take your life now. Why do you Wuhan Hall have to put me to death? I have never done anything with your Wuhan Hall, right? Take a deep breath, Bai Ji suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. In this world, weakness is the original sin. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having something you shouldn't have at this time. After a moment of silence, Golden Crocodile Douluo said slowly. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, is this what your spirit hall is like? Greed, arrogance, jealousy, hegemony. If your spirit hall continues like this, one day it will be destroyed in your own hands. No force can fight the whole world on its own. Hearing the words of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Bai Ji sneered. Maybe, but what if we are the world? Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled faintly. You are the world. Bai Ji sneered in his heart. Qianrongxiu is indeed from the spirit hall, but if Qianrongxiu really succeeds in unifying the continent, the butt determines the head. At that time, as a generation of emperor, will she allow religion to interfere with her rights? Especially this religion is led by Bibi Dong, whom she has always hated. You guys in the spirit hall are thinking too much. When that time comes, either Qianrongxiu will throw you away and play with you, or she will split your spirit hall and take the part that leans towards her under her command, and the rest will be played with by herself. It is true that Qianrongxiu has established an empire, but that is definitely not your spirit hall's empire. Chapter 392 The Rakshasa Statue Imprisoning the Void, Second Update, Please recommend, please reward. Sorry, your spirit hall has tried to kill me again and again, but I will not leave my life to the enemy. Without any hesitation, Bai Ji smiled faintly at the words of Golden Crocodile Douluo and decisively refused. Then there is no way. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo also shook his head. He didn't want to offend Qianrongxiu, but since Bai Ji didn't agree, he had no choice. After all, the controller of the spirit hall is still Bibi Dong. Everyone, come on! Following the order of Golden Crocodile Douluo, 7 title Douluos rushed out suddenly. On the way, the 7 title Douluos summoned their own martial spirits or entered the state of martial spirit possession. Among the 7 title Douluos, there is no need to introduce the Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Gaimei who came to atone for their sins. Among the other 5 title Douluos, 2 of them have Panlong Stick martial spirits. Their titles are Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo, and their levels are both 96. The rest are all beast martial spirit title Douluos. Their martial spirits are the powerful Demon Bear, the Ghost Leopard and the White Armored Earth Dragon. Their titles are Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Holy Dragon Douluo, and their strengths are all below 95. As for Golden Crocodile Douluo, his strength is 97th level, and his martial spirit is the Golden Crocodile King, just like Douluo, is the King spirit evolved from the spirit of the Golden Crocodile. Its quality is similar to that of the Green Phosphorus Snake King, but in terms of frontal combat power, the Golden Crocodile King, who has a trace of dragon blood, is far superior to the Green Phosphorus Snake King who is good at using poison. After seeing the 8 people on the opposite side summon their spirits, they all had 9 spirit rings under their feet, which was the symbol of the titled Douluo. Whether it was Chen Xin, Douluo or Su Motion, their hearts sank at this moment. But because Bai Ji was behind them, they had to choose to fight, at least to entangle the opponent and let Bai Ji leave safely. The 3 knew that Bai Ji had a flying spirit beast pet. As long as they could give Bai Ji enough time to let Bai Ji ride the spirit beast to a high altitude, Bai Ji could leave safely. And as long as Bai Ji left safely, even if there were 8 titled Douluo on the opposite side, they were all titled Douluo, and they could still leave safely if they wanted to run. Young master, we'll stop them, you run. Run, where to run? Hearing that Douluo actually wanted Bai Ji to run, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled coldly, and then took out a hideous Rakshasa statue. With the injection of soul power, the Rakshasa statue suddenly burst into a dazzling deep purple light, and the deep purple light surged around like a tide. As the deep purple light passed through his body, Bai Ji suddenly felt that the surrounding void seemed to solidify, and the connection with the alternate dimension castle was instantly cut off. Although he could still sense the existence of the alternate dimension castle, he could no longer enter, let alone teleport through the alternate dimension castle. Bai Ji couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. It seems that he came prepared. But do you think you can beat me like this? With a cold smile in his heart, Bai Ji took out a few herbs from the space ring. These are several herbs that are mainly black, but have some blood-colored, white or purple patterns and spots on the stems and leaves. Although Bai Ji didn't know the names of these herbs, judging from the ability of the toxins to rise, they were definitely poisonous immortal products. He quickly stuffed a few poisonous immortal products into his mouth, and they melted in his mouth like ordinary immortal products, and instantly turned into jade liquid with majestic poisonous spiritual energy and poured into Bai Ji's stomach. As the jade liquid transformed from the poisonous immortal products entered his stomach, the majestic poisonous spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and the constantly gushing out poisonous spiritual energy was quickly transformed into special strange energy by the toxins to rise talent, and integrated into the soul power and body. The strange energy poured into the soul power and turned into soul power, and the integration into the body quickly strengthened the body. As the poisonous spiritual energy was continuously transformed into strange energy, Bai Ji's momentum began to rise steadily. In just a few seconds, he was promoted from Soul Emperor to Soul Douluo, and finally became a titled Douluo. What's going on? Feeling Bai Ji's momentum quickly rising from Soul Emperor to titled Douluo, but seeing Bai Ji summoning the Moyun Vine, there were only 6 soul rings rising under his feet. The golden crocodile Douluo, who was originally prepared to watch his men pretending to be cool, couldn't help but be a little confused. After taking several poisonous immortal products, in order to make the medicine work, Bai Ji activated the Spiral 9 Shadows and began to retreat quickly, while on the other side, the 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall had already rushed over. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan and Ghost Douluo Gaimei still faced Dugubo, while Saint Dragon Douluo faced Sumotion, Kyunjun, and Demon Subduing Douluo faced Sword Douluo Chinexin, and the other 2 titled Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo went straight to Bai Ji. Moyun Thruster Ray. During the rapid retreat, he felt the soul power surging in his meridians, surging like the sea, and even the swollen meridians were a little painful. With such a huge reserve of soul power, Bai Ji no longer had any scruples, and he used a combination of soul skills with full output. As the first and second soul rings surrounding his body lit up at the same time, countless Moyun vines suddenly twisted into long spears and suddenly thrust out from the ground, covering an area of hundreds of meters. With the support of the huge soul power, the Moyun vines that were born were as thick as towering trees. Several Moyun vines twisted together to become vine spears, which looked even thicker. Just one of the poisonous spikes on it was as thick as a small tree. Countless Moyun vines were born at the same time, as if a forest was created in an instant, but this forest was composed of countless vine spear trees that looked terrifying and full of thorns. Facing the Moyun thorn array launched by Bai Ji, the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo who were chasing Bai Ji only felt a tremor under their feet, and then the Moyun vine spears twisted into long spears quickly drilled out of the ground. Ghost Leopard Douluo relied on his agility to dodge the Moyun vine spears that continued to grow on the ground, but the Demon Bear Douluo was not so lucky. He did not dodge for a while and was pushed into the sky by a vine spear. If it were not for the fact that the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji was too big, resulting in 2 big poisonous spikes, although the toughness and hardness of the spikes were improved, the penetration and sharpness were reduced. And because the Demon Bear Douluo's martial soul is a bear martial soul, it has strong defense, and the martial soul has already been activated, so the poisonous spikes did not pierce the fur of the Demon Bear Douluo. But even so, after being pushed up to the sky by such a huge vine spear, Demon Bear Douluo still had lingering fears when he returned to the ground. Facing countless such huge thorny vines, if they were not pushed up, but entangled, strangled or whipped him, he would probably not be so relaxed. But Demon Bear Douluo's idea soon became a reality, because some soul saints in the Dan Pavilion had not gone far, and the other dimensional castle was banned. Bai Ji could not hide in the other dimensional castle to avoid the power of ice, fire, and thunder explosion, so even though he summoned the Moyun Thorn formation covering such a vast area, Bai Ji could not launch the ice, fire, and thunder explosion, otherwise it would be likely to hurt his own people. But if he did not launch the ice, fire, and thunder explosion, Bai Ji also had another trick. Seeing that Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were still within the range of the Moyun Thorn formation, Bai Ji directly controlled the Moyun vines that made up countless Moyun vine spears to quickly separate, and then manipulated the Moyun vines to entangle, strangle, or whip Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. As the already extremely dense forest of Moyun vine spears was instantly divided into several Moyun vine forests, facing the entanglement, strangulation, and whipping of countless Moyun vines, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo had no way to avoid it for a while. Moreover, although the strength of the Moyun Vine summoned by Bai Ge with the titled Douluo level soul power is definitely not as strong as the one summoned by Bai Ge when he was truly promoted to titled Douluo, it is not something that an ordinary titled Douluo can cut or tear apart. So facing the attack of countless huge Moyun Vines around them, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were actually a little flustered for a while. Although they can barely protect themselves because they still have soul skills, once the soul skills are used up, if they are entangled by even one Moyun Vine, followed by countless Moyun Vines launching the ultimate absorption together, at that time, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo can really experience what it means to be squeezed dry in an instant. Chapter 393, Golden Crocodile Douluo takes action, 3rd update, please recommend and reward. Roar. Entering the spirit possession state and activating the spirit true body, Demon Bear Douluo transformed into a powerful demon bear nearly 5 meters tall, waving his thick bear paws and constantly slapping away the Moyun Vines that were whipping at him. On the other side, Ghost Leopard Douluo, who also entered the spirit possession state and activated the spirit true body, transformed into a nearly 3-meter long ghost leopard, constantly waving his claws, slashing out dark light blades, and cutting the Moyun Vines that were entangled one by one into pieces. But Bai Ge took 7 or 8 poisonous immortal products, and every 2 poisonous immortal products can bring Bai Ge a title Douluo level Soul Master's Soul Power Reserve, and the medicinal power of the 8 poisonous immortal products worked together, and the strange energy converted into Bai Ge's physique also improved to a state that was not inferior to the ordinary title Douluo's martial soul and activated the martial soul true body. This was the case when Bai Ge had not entered the star-casting Dragon King martial soul. With such abundant soul power reserves, the quality and quantity of the Moyun Vines that Bai Ge could summon were greatly improved. Although because he was not truly promoted to a title Douluo and did not have the blessing of the martial soul true body, the Moyun Vines that Bai Ge summoned now were definitely not as strong as the Moyun Vines summoned when he was truly promoted to a title Douluo in terms of toughness and many other aspects, but the Moyun Vines summoned with the support of the majestic soul power were not something that the 2 ordinary title Douluos, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, could cut into pieces at will. Now, with the blessing of the spirit body, plus the blessing of burst soul skills and various other soul skills, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo can still resist the Moyun Vine summoned by Bai Ge, but the spirit body consumes soul power very terribly, plus the soul power consumed by constantly using various soul skills. If the soul power consumption is compared, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo are definitely not Bai Ge's opponents. Constantly manipulating the Moyun Vine to attack Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, Bai Ge maintained a proper rhythm and did not launch the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion. Now launch the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion, because Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo are still in the state of the spirit body, and the body protection soul skills have not been activated, Bai Ge may not be able to blow Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo to death. After all, Mo Yuntang has only been forcibly promoted to the title Douluo level now, but because it has not been strengthened by spirit rings and martial soul bodies, and there is no blessing of the key soul core level soul power of title Douluo, the power of Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion may not necessarily be able to kill title Douluo. In the past, the power of Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion could easily kill soul masters of the same realm, seriously injure or even kill soul masters of a higher realm, but that was below the Soul Emperor. But above the Soul Emperor, the Soul Saint and the Soul Emperor have a huge gap in strength because of the martial soul body, and the title Douluo and the Soul Douluo also have a huge gap in strength because of the Soul Core and Soul Core level soul power, and it is a higher gap than the Soul Saint and Soul Emperor. Bai Ge now dare not guarantee that the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion still has the ability to cross the realm and kill the enemy as he once thought. If he really reached this level, it would be fine, but unfortunately he is not. Without the key spirit body and soul core, even if his own soul power reserve reaches the title Douluo level, Bai Ge cannot guarantee to kill the title Douluo. On the contrary, since he cannot hide in the other dimensional castle, if he launches the Ice, Fire and Thunder Explosion, it may cause 10,000 casualties to the enemy and 8,000 casualties to himself. Even if Bai Ge successfully injures or even kills the Demon Bear Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo, the opponent, the leader, Golden Crocodile Douluo, has not made a move yet. If he loses 8,000, Bai Ge will definitely not be able to resist Golden Crocodile Douluo. So Bai Ge chose to slowly grind the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Anyway, he has plenty of soul power, 7 or 8 poisonous immortal products, and he can grind them to death. Moreover, if he kills them, he can also get 2 hidden reserve soul power sources. However, Bai Ge is still alert to the Golden Crocodile Douluo who may make a move. Although Golden Crocodile Douluo did not make a move, every traverser knows that such a person who is pretending to be cool and watching the show is most likely the strongest titled Douluo who is coming this time. And the fact is indeed not beyond Bai Ge's expectations. Seeing that Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were somewhat at a loss under Bai Ge's attack, although he did not want to offend Qian Rongxiu, considering that Bibi Dong's mission must be completed, Golden Crocodile Douluo still chose to make a move. Golden Crocodile King, possess me! As Golden Crocodile Douluo shouted, a giant golden crocodile with a dragon-like head suddenly emerged from Golden Crocodile Douluo's body, and suddenly sank into Golden Crocodile Douluo's body with a roar. As the Golden Crocodile King possessed him, Golden Crocodile Douluo's figure began to rise rapidly, and his muscles began to swell piece by piece. The hard muscles bulged high, like pieces of golden granite. At the same time, hard golden scales emerged from his flesh like a tide, and it was as if he was wearing a suit of golden armor in an instant, shining with golden light and majestic. As his figure changed, Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes also turned into a pair of golden dragon-like vertical pupils, and a faint dragon power spread out immediately. Is this dragon's might? Because he had always been wary of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Bai Ge naturally saw the Golden Crocodile Douluo's spirit possession, but Bai Ge did not expect that Golden Crocodile Douluo's spirit would be a golden crocodile, and a golden crocodile that had awakened dragon blood. Although most soul beasts on Douluo continent are affected by dragon's might, the ones most affected by dragon's might are still soul beasts with dragon blood. There is no way, the status among dragons is so strict. Why snake soul beasts are most vulnerable to dragon's might? That is because snake soul beasts have more or less thin dragon blood, and crocodiles, fish, and lizard soul beasts are similar. For Bai Ge, Golden Crocodile Douluo's spirit actually has dragon blood, which is definitely an unexpected surprise. Just when Bai Ge was surprised, Golden Crocodile Douluo had activated his spirit body again, and instantly transformed into a Golden Crocodile King with a height of nearly 6 meters and a length of nearly 10 meters. Standing up, the Golden Crocodile King looked like a guy named Sotan in a game called LOL in Bai Ge's previous life, except that he had a colorful skin and no weapons. Roar! As soon as he transformed, the Golden Crocodile Douluo raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar, and then suddenly jumped, and his huge body instantly turned into a golden stream of light, smashing into the Moyun Tang forest summoned by Bai Ge. After entering the Moyun Tang forest, although countless Moyun vines also instantly attacked the Golden Crocodile Douluo under Bai Ge's control, the strength of the 97th level Golden Crocodile Douluo was much stronger than that of ordinary Douluo. Originally, the difference in strength between a titled Douluo at level 95 and a titled Douluo below level 95 was like a natural chasm. After level 95, the strength of a titled Douluo at each level is extremely huge. The strength of a titled Douluo at level 97 can be imagined. Facing countless attacking Moyun vines, Golden Crocodile Douluo directly swung his claws and tail, chopped and exploded the attacking Moyun vines one by one, and rushed all the way. Golden Crocodile Douluo came to the side of Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Then, under the leadership of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo opened the way and solved the Moyun vines that kept attacking them. The 3 titled Douluos rushed straight to Bai Ge. Facing such a powerful titled Douluo as Golden Crocodile Douluo, ordinary Moyun vines were basically useless. Bai Ge retreated while urging all the soul power accumulated in his body, and began to brew and summon a giant Moyun vine, that was the real Moyun vine. Chapter 394, The Sky-Covering Giant Vine, Fighting Golden Crocodile Douluo. 4th update, please recommend, please reward. As Bai Ge was brewing, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a huge monster was about to break out from the ground. On the other side, Golden Crocodile Douluo was still waving his claws and swinging his crocodile tail, tearing or blowing up the thick Moyun vines that attacked one by one. Behind him, Violent Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo cooperated to deal with the Moyun vines that Golden Crocodile Douluo had no time to deal with one by one. Boom! Just as Golden Crocodile Douluo was still fighting with the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ge, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked, and a huge black cone-shaped object with a cold light suddenly broke out of the ground, almost piercing Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was clearing the way and had no time to take care of other things. But before the 3 of them could react, countless huge cone-shaped objects continued to pierce out from the ground, and the ground began to crack and collapse. The 3 of them flew back and forth among the trees, dodging the sharp conical objects that kept piercing from the ground, but there were too many cone-shaped objects sticking out from the ground, and the ground was still cracking and collapsing, and countless trees were trapped in a dark crack. For a while, the three could only move with the help of towering trees. What is this? Continuously flying on towering trees, looking at the black and purple cones that kept sticking out from the ground, emitting a faint cold light, and extremely sharp at a glance, each of which was as high as a towering tree, and the thickest bottom was not inferior in thickness. Ghost Leopard Douluo was extremely confused. What is this thing? Isn't the martial soul of Bai Ge on the opposite side a vine? The previous vine spear is fine, but this thing is obviously not a vine. Don't you think this looks like a thorn on a vine? Golden Crocodile Douluo's face was extremely ugly. Is this the thorn on the vine? Hearing the words of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were both stunned. A thorn was like a towering tree. How thick was the vine? The Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ge before had a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Although it was indeed very thick, each one was like an ancient giant python, thicker and longer than a towering tree, but some soul saints whose martial souls were vines could also summon vines of similar thickness in the state of martial soul true body. Although the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ge before surprised them, it was not shocking. But now, Bai Ge has consumed all the soul power stored in his body for a period of time to summon the Moyun vine. Although there is only one, the thickness is far beyond everyone's imagination. The diameter is more than 100 meters, and each thorn on it has a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, and the height is like a towering tree. Such a vine weighs at least dozens of tons. If it is whipped hard, not to mention the force it carries, just the weight alone, few people can withstand it, at least Golden Crocodile Douluo can't bear it. Wait a moment and be careful, I will hold him back. You go find Yu Guan and Gui Mei and ask them to come over. This guy is indeed a demon that the young master has taken a fancy to, and the Pope wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. Although I don't know how he suddenly became so strong, the vine he summoned now can probably destroy a city in a few minutes. Such a huge vine, even if I am hit, I am afraid I will lose half my life directly. Without Yu Guan and Gui Mei's Liang Yi stillness field, we will never be able to get close to him, but will face the threat of death under the attack of this vine. Looking at the dark purple that has vaguely emerged in the cracks on the ground, Golden Crocodile Douluo's face is particularly solemn. Yes. Hearing the words of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo also looked very heavy. Boom! The ground continued to shake, and as the ground continued to crack, a Moyun vine with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a height of more than 1,000 meters finally drilled out of the ground. At this time, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo had already avoided a distance, but under the control of the Moyun vine controlled by Bai Ge, the three were still within the attack range of this giant Moyun vine. Bang! Under Bai Ge's control, the black and purple sky-high giant vine stretched and bent quickly, and then suddenly whipped down like a long whip. In an instant, the power transformed by the heavy weight and powerful force whipped the air with a gas explosion sound, and the whole Moyun vine whipped down to the place where Golden Crocodile Douluo and the other two were in a posture that covered the sky and the sun. Get out of the way! Facing such a huge vine, the thinnest spike on it is 4 or 5 meters thick and dozens of meters high, and the thickness and weight of the entire vine are even more shocking, weighing dozens of tons and nearly 1,000 meters high. Such a vine is simply not something that humans can resist, or only the legendary gods can easily resist such a huge vine. Boom! Although the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ge this time has an amazing size and the range and breadth of its attack have reached an extremely terrifying level, the three of them, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, are still titled Douluo after all, and they still managed to dodge at the last moment. With a deafening roar, the huge Moyun vine suddenly fell to the ground, crushing countless trees. The heavy weight and overbearing force of the Moyun vine directly pulled out a tunnel more than 1,000 meters long and tens of meters deep. The deep tunnel was densely packed with conical pits pierced by the huge spikes on the Moyun vine, which was terrifying. Go! After avoiding the attack of the Moyun vine, the Golden Crocodile Douluo quickly adjusted his body shape and rushed towards Bai Ge again, while the Demon Bear Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo turned around and ran towards the battlefield where Douluo was fighting with Yu Guan and the ghosts. Facing the attack of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Bai Ge naturally retreated while summoning countless Moyun vines again to interfere with the advance of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The Golden Crocodile Douluo could not fly. Facing the Moyun vines that Bai Ge kept summoning, he could only choose to spend his energy to tear up the Moyun vines that attacked him and rush out of his own way. But at this time, he still had to face the attack of the giant Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji, so his movements became particularly difficult. However, Bai Ji would not consider the feelings of Golden Crocodile Douluo at this moment. Maintaining such a huge Moyun vine consumes an astonishing amount of soul power, and controlling such a Moyun vine consumes an astonishing amount of mental power. Although the soul power is sufficient at present, Bai Ji's mental power is only enough to support Bai Ji to control this Moyun vine for more than half an hour, so Bai Ji must hurry up and fight quickly. Star-casting Dragon King, possess. Looking at the Golden Crocodile Douluo who was still colliding in the endless Moyun vine forest in the distance, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the Star-casting Dragon King martial spirit instantly emerged from his body. The star blue dragon's figure was dreamy and magnificent. It groaned in the air for a long time, and then instantly sank into Bai Ji's body. With the possession of the Star-casting Dragon King, Bai Ji's figure began to rise rapidly, and his muscles began to swell. At the same time, countless star blue dragon scales quickly covered Bai Ji's body like a tide. In his long silver blue hair, the majestic golden dragon horns slowly poked out his head, and a pair of star blue eyes instantly turned into a pair of golden dragon vertical pupils, and the majestic dragon power suddenly burst out. Chapter 395 Hidden Fatal Blow, First Update, Please Recommend, Please Reward. What? Suddenly feeling a strong dragon's might coming, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked up and found Bai Ji in the state of being possessed by the Star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, and was inexplicably shocked. This is Dragon martial spirit possession? But no one has ever told him that this Bai Ji has a second martial spirit, and the second martial spirit is of such a high bloodline level, it may even be the legendary true dragon level martial spirit. Feeling the fear and trembling coming from the depths of the bloodline, Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart sank. Originally, he had to tear apart the constantly attacking Moyun vines and avoid the attacks of the giant Moyun vines summoned by Bai Ji, which had already exhausted him. Now he was oppressed by Bai Ji's dragon might again. His Golden Crocodile King martial spirit has a trace of dragon blood in his body, which makes his martial spirit far more powerful than the ordinary Golden Crocodile martial spirit, but if he is oppressed by the dragon might of a high-level dragon, he will be affected even more. The spirit possession state that Bai Ji currently displayed was not any dragon spirit possession state that he was familiar with, but the sense of oppression was far stronger than any dragon spirit that he knew. Under the oppression of this dragon might, his strength dropped by nearly 30%. This decline was not a decline in one aspect, but a comprehensive decline in all physical qualities, which was simply adding insult to injury for Golden Crocodile Douluo. Dragon Blood Explosion. Faced with this situation, Golden Crocodile Douluo could only choose to activate the explosive spirit skill that had been hidden. Although it was a temporary solution, if he could wait until Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen and Ghost Douluo Gaimei arrived, the situation might change. With the activation of the fourth spirit skill Dragon Blood Explosion, Golden Crocodile Douluo's body suddenly swelled again, and his body became even larger. The sharp claws between his claws instantly extended to the length of a sickle. With a roar to the sky, Golden Crocodile Douluo began to wave his claws again, swung his crocodile tail, and began to tear and explode the Moyun vine that was constantly attacking under Bai Ji's control. Humph! Seeing the Golden Crocodile Douluo's actions, Bai Ji just smiled coldly. He naturally saw that Golden Crocodile Douluo had used an explosive soul skill, which usually lasted for about half an hour, and he would definitely not be able to outlast it. But in this situation, he could choose not to control the giant Moyun vine for the time being, and wait until the effect of Golden Crocodile Douluo's explosive soul skill was over, and then he would control the giant Moyun vine to attack. Wouldn't that be enough? Giving up controlling the giant Moyun vine, Bai Ji began to focus on summoning ordinary Moyun vines. Of course, these ordinary Moyun vines were also Moyun vines that could withstand the attack of Golden Crocodile Douluo. But as for fighting Golden Crocodile Douluo in close combat, Bai Ji didn't even think about it. The reason is very simple. He doesn't have a martial soul body, this is the first, and the second is that the toxin surge will only increase his strength and soul power, but not his defense, which means that his defense is actually only at the soul Douluo level. Using the defense of a soul Douluo level defensive soul master to fight a titled Douluo whose strength is unknown, and this titled Douluo has activated the martial soul body and burst soul skills, and the other soul skills are unknown and unactivated. If he goes head-on, he may be beaten into a muggle. He is not stupid. He can obviously die by consuming, so why take this risk? Bai Ji always likes to plan everything before taking action. At present, Bai Ji's idea is to use the majestic soul power in his body to summon countless Moyun vines to hold the golden crocodile Douluo. When the golden crocodile Douluo's explosive soul skills are over, he will burst out the soul power accumulated in his body at once, control the golden crocodile Douluo first, and then directly control the giant Moyun vine to flatten him. This is the most perfect and safe plan. As for the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo who left, Bai Ji didn't think much about it. Although the dimensional castle was sealed, he still had a 3-minute invincibility card. In Bai Ji's opinion, demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo should have gone to get reinforcements, but he would deal with them as they came. There are still several poisonous immortal products left in the space ring, enough for him to continue to explode for a while, plus the 3-minute invincibility card. It's stable. Golden crocodile Douluo kept approaching Bai Ji, and Bai Ji was like walking a dog, retreating while manipulating the endless Moyun vines to entangle golden crocodile Douluo, making it difficult for him to advance. Time passed in the stalemate, and just when Bai Ji and golden crocodile Douluo were in a stalemate, 2 figures, one black and one white, suddenly flew over from the side. Ghost Shadow Earth Pond Hand. With a low shout, a large area of black ink suddenly emerged from under Bai Ji's feet, and then countless black ghost hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and instantly grabbed Bai Ji's feet. Moyun Thrust Array. Sensing a sudden soul power fluctuation under his feet, Bai Ji was caught by the Ghost Shadow Earth Pond Hand launched by the ghost, although he did not have time to react. But Bai Ji also instantly activated the combined soul skill Moyun Piercing Array, and quickly summoned a large number of Moyun Vine Spears at the location of Yuegwen and Gaimei. Unless both of them can fly, it is impossible for them to easily pass through this Moyun Vine Spear Array with the obstruction of the Moyun Vine Spear Array. Lianji Stillness Field. But unlike what Bai Ji thought, Yuegwen and Gaimei had no intention of rushing over. Seeing that the Ghost Shadow Earth Hand launched by Gaimei successfully bound the target, the two of them jumped up immediately, and the 2 figures, one black and one white, overlapped in the air. As the 2 figures overlapped, a total of 18 soul rings instantly detached from the 2 people and merged into a huge gold and silver halo in the air. As the gold and silver halo took shape, circles of strange energy fluctuations suddenly burst out from the halo and spread to the surroundings at an astonishing speed. Wherever the strange energy passed, everything fell into stillness. Swallowing Field. But just when the strange energy was about to pass through his body, Bai Ji did not panic, but quickly activated the innate field of Moyun Vine Swallowing Field. Although the martial soul fusion skill of the 2-element static field is powerful, it is only a special field after all. As long as you are not covered by the field, you will not be affected by the field. Although Bai Ji's devouring field has not been fully awakened, it can still protect Bai Ji from the influence of other fields. What? Seeing Bai Ji's body covered in a layer of black and purple halo, and being exempted from the influence of their 2-element static field, Yu Guan and Gui Mei couldn't help but widen their eyes. It's my turn. Looking at Yu Guan and Gui Mei who were still in midair because of the martial soul fusion skill, Bai Ji sneered in his heart, and instantly summoned countless Moyun vines from the ground under the feet of the 2 people, tightly wrapping them up. Because the martial soul fusion skill was activated, before the martial soul fusion skill was released, the 2 were in a state similar to invincibility, but Bai Ji controlled the 2 at this time, and when the martial soul fusion skill of the 2 ended, he would let him do whatever he wanted. While manipulating the endless flow of Moyun vines to continue to entangle golden crocodile Douluo, while waiting for the end of Yuegwen and Gaimei's martial soul fusion skills, Bai Ji did not feel the approach of danger at this moment. Not far behind Bai Ji, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and a dark purple poison needle suddenly shot out from the void. Without any sound, the dark purple poison needle shot straight at Bai Ji at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at the back of Bai Ji's head. Although Bai Ji is not afraid of any poison, such a poison needle can threaten people not only with the poison on it, but also with its unparalleled piercing lethality. If such a poison needle is really successfully pierced into the back of the head, then Bai Ji has no other possibility except death. Chapter 396 Blue Cotton Bird's Eye by Sacrifice, Second Update, Please Recommend and Reward. The dark purple poison needle was as fleeting as a flash of light, and appeared less than 3 meters behind Bai Ji in the next second, and Bai Ji did not notice it at all. But just when the dark purple poison needle was about to pierce the back of Bai Ji's head, a red light suddenly shot out from Bai Ji's waist, blocking the way of the poison needle. The red light condensed into a figure in an instant. It was the blue bird's eye. However, At this moment, the blue bird Xiaobai was full of dazzling white light, and the body seemed to have turned into a light blue crystal, and the wings seemed to have turned into 2 pieces of white jade. The dark purple poison needle was firmly blocked by the white light, but the body of the blue bird began to become more and more transparent. Xi. A mournful cry sounded from the blue bird's mouth, and as the body became more and more transparent, the blue bird involuntarily turned back to its original Kixie blue bird form. Behind him, Bai Ji turned his head quickly after hearing the sound. When he saw the Kixie blue bird, Bai Ji was still a little confused, but when he felt that the vitality of the Kixie blue bird was constantly fading, Bai Ji couldn't help but panic. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Bai Ji was a little confused and wanted to reach out to touch the Kixie bluebird, but the layer of white light made it impossible for Bai Ji's hand to touch the Kixie bluebird. Is this a sacrifice? Looking at the white light getting brighter and brighter, it shone brightly, and finally turned into a blazing silver-white divine fire. In his mind, a memory popped up, which made Bai Ji anxious. Xiaobai, stop now. Why do you want to sacrifice? I can still find soul beasts. I don't need you to sacrifice at all. You will die like this. Stop now. Looking at the Kixie bluebird shrouded in the white light, Bai Ji's eyes suddenly turned red. In his mind, the past scenes kept emerging. From the hatching of the bluebird Xiaobai from the egg to now, although there were no ups and downs in the process, the feelings accumulated by nearly 10 years of companionship, even a dog can become a family member, not to mention the Poca copyright Monday whose wisdom is not inferior to that of humans. The current Kixie bluebird is no different from a family member to Bai Ji. Watching his family step by step towards death in front of him, Bai Ji's heart was full of sadness, confusion, shock, and anger. Why is this? Xi. Seeing Bai Ji's red eyes and grief, Kixie bluebird, which was shrouded in the white light, suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a low cry. You told me not to be sad. You are very happy now because you finally protected me and fulfilled the responsibility of a Poca copyright Monday. Because of the mental connection, although Bai Ji could not understand Kixie bluebird's tone, he understood the meaning of Kixie bluebird's cry. Following Kixie bluebird's gaze, Bai Ji saw the dark purple poison needle behind Kixie bluebird, which was firmly blocked by the white divine light. Judging from the height, if it were not for Kixie bluebird's obstruction, this poison needle should have directly pierced into his back of the head and killed him instantly. Is this the reason for your sacrifice, Xiaobai? Looking at the dark purple poison needle, Bai Ji muttered to himself blankly. Shame, grief, pain, countless emotions surged into Bai Ji's heart at the same time, and 2 lines of tears could not help but flow out of Bai Ji's already red eyes. Pa, pa, pa. Just when Bai Ji was heartbroken, a burst of applause suddenly came from not far away. A beautiful woman wearing a black robe and a purple gold crown, with a graceful and elegant appearance, was walking over while clapping. What a touching master-servant relationship! Bibi Dong shook her head and said with emotion. Bibi Dong, it's you. Seeing Bibi Dong, Bai Ji immediately understood everything. The dark purple poison needle that wanted to kill him must have been sent by Bibi Dong. Thinking of this, Bai Ji gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the limitation of the 2-element static field, his mental power could cover the area of dozens of meters around him at any time, and he would definitely be able to detect the poison needle, but because Yu Guan and Gui Mei sent out the 2-element static field, he could only be forced to retract his mental power, so Bibi Dong took advantage of it. Yes, it's me. I knew that if I wanted to kill you with this group of guys, there would definitely be accidents, so I came too. This time, you can never escape again. Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer. Bibi Dong, because of the teacher and Shuer, I forgave you again and again in my heart, because I know that you are a poor person, but you challenged my bottom line again and again, you are simply looking for death. Looking at Bibi Dong, Bai Ji's suppressed anger finally broke out. At this moment, his anger was burning to the sky. I'm looking for death? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed neurotically. Little guy, there are too many people who want me to die, and you are far from qualified. This time, you should think about how to escape. You, a little pet, are willing to sacrifice yourself to protect you. It's very touching, but the invincibility time of sacrifice is limited. After speaking, Bibi Dong's mouth slowly showed a trace of cold arc. Xi. Unconsciously, the time of sacrifice was about to end. The whole body of Kixie bluebird had become transparent. The burning white divine flame was lingering around Bai Ji. As it burned, the white divine flame gradually began to gather and finally turned into a circle of black halo. This is the soul ring of Kixie Bluebird, which is equivalent to a 10,000-year soul ring in terms of cultivation years. Xi. Another cry. At this moment, the body of Kixie Bluebird has turned back into a blue bird again, and a light and shadow emerged from the body of the blue bird. This is the soul of Kixie Bluebird. After another cry, the soul of Kixie Bluebird looked at Bai Ji with nostalgia for the last time, and then slowly sank into the black soul ring. With the entry of Kixie Bluebird's soul, the black soul ring suddenly shook, and then the soul ring quickly shrank, and finally turned into the seventh soul ring on Bai Ji's body. Because Kixie Bluebird voluntarily sacrificed, Bai Ji did not need to refine the soul ring this time. Feeling the soul power pouring out from the soul ring, this time, Bai Ji finally succeeded in being promoted to Soul Saint, but Bai Ji's heart was not happy at all, but full of grief and anger. He was indeed too kind. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, he was wrong from the beginning. As a weak person, what right did he have to pity others? If he had directly destroyed the Wu with a nuclear bomb mushroom, there wouldn't be so many things in Soul City, but because he felt sorry for Bibi Dong, Master Gu and Qian Rongxiu, he gave up this solution that should have been the best solution again and again, and instead placed his hopes on Qian Rongxiu to try to resolve the conflict. This is really stupid. He should have been an active conqueror, destroying the Spirit Hall and conquering Douluo continent. This is what a traverser like him should do, instead of living in a corner, handing power to others, and always passively waiting for others to put the butcher knife on his neck. He was wrong, but from now on, he will not continue to make mistakes. Chapter 397 Star Forging Dragon King? Ash Lord State, 3rd update, please recommend, please reward. The anger in his heart was almost burning to the point that Bai Ji was about to lose his mind. As the 7th soul ring was completely absorbed, Bai Ji instantly activated the 7th soul skill, Mo Yun Zhen Shen. Unlike weapon-type spirit avatars like the Clear Sky Hammer, the spirit avatar of the Moyun Tang will not appear, but will be expressed in a special buff form. In the Moyun avatar state, the toughness, hardness, and resistance to various attribute energy attacks of the Moyun Tang summoned by Bai Ji will be increased by 500%, and in addition, the summoning speed of the Moyun Tang and the soul power required to increase its size will be reduced by 50%. Of course, more importantly, in the spirit avatar state, the devouring field of the Moyun Tang spirit will evolve from the absorption field in the semi-awakening state to the real devouring field, and only with the devouring field can the power of the Moyun Tang spirit be truly manifested. With the activation of the Moyun avatar, the black and purple devouring field covering Bai Ji's body quickly completed the second awakening, turning from black and purple to pitch black, and then an incomparably terrifying devouring force instantly erupted. Under the pull of this terrifying devouring force, whether it was the spiritual energy around, the visible sunlight, the invisible starlight, or the grass and wood essence contained in the trees, the earth vein energy hidden in the mountains and rivers. All kinds of spiritual energy at this moment continuously flowed into the devouring field on Bai Ji's body. With the influx of spiritual energy, the devouring field began to expand rapidly, and then began to devour all the spiritual energy around it more frantically. In this way, in almost a blink of an eye, the devouring field had expanded to 10 meters, 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters around Bai Ji. The place covered by the devouring field instantly fell into darkness, because all the sunlight inside was devoured by the devouring field, and because the grass and wood essence was plundered, the trees in the devouring field also decayed. The endless flow of various spiritual energy, part of which was converted into energy to maintain its existence and expansion by the devouring field, and the other part was converted into soul power to supply Bai Ji. The vast soul power continued to flow into the body like a surging sea. Under the extreme anger in his heart, it was as if a switch was touched. The star blue soul power surging in Bai Ji's body began to change inexplicably. The color began to become darker and darker, and finally turned into a shining orange-red. And the change of soul power was not the only thing. At the same time as the soul power changed, Bai Ji's body also began to change gradually. The star blue scales gradually turned into shining orange-red. At the same time, a destructive breath suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body. If Bai Ji in the state of being possessed by the Star-Forged Dragon King's martial spirit was like a vibrant life planet, then Bai Ji in the state of being possessed by the Star-Forged Dragon King's martial spirit is now a destructive red giant star. Or this state of being possessed by the Star-Forged Dragon King's martial spirit is no longer an ordinary state of being possessed by the Star-Forged Dragon King's martial spirit, but should be called the Star-Forged Dragon King o Ash Lord state. As the devouring domain continuously converted the devoured energy into soul power and poured it into the body, the soul power in Bai Ge's body began to change from star-casting soul power to ash soul power. If star-casting soul power represents vitality, then ash soul power represents destruction. It takes almost dozens of star-casting soul power to convert one ash soul power, which can already show that ash soul power is superior to star-casting soul power in quality. As Bai Ge entered the star-casting Dragon King o Ash Lord state, Bai Ge's sensitivity to the Jotyen stars also instantly increased by dozens of times, especially to the stars. In the state of being possessed by the star-casting Dragon King martial spirit, the stars that Bai Ge could sense were basically ordinary planets. Although Bai Ge could sense the stars, it was very vague because the stars were too violent. But at this moment, Bai Ge could clearly sense the star above his head, and the boiling star power in the star seemed to sense him as well, and began to cheer. However, although he sensed the star power in the star, it was difficult for Bai Ge to directly summon the star power in the star, because sensing and guiding are different. Sensing is just resonance, while guiding requires the consciousness to be completely connected to the target star. Only in this way can the star power in the star be summoned. However, Bai Ge's current mental strength is simply unable to directly summon the star power in the star. The so-called guidance is actually just guiding the free star power in Douluo star. But even so, the increased sensitivity to the star power was enough to allow Bai Ge to instantly draw all the star energy, or sunlight, within a radius of hundreds of miles, turning the area into darkness in an instant. Seeing that the color of Bai Ge's dragon scales had changed and his body was emitting a destructive aura, although Bibi Dong was a little confused, she didn't care too much. What she cared about now was the devouring domain. During the process of Bai Ge entering the state of star-forging Dragon King or Ash Lord, the devouring domain was still expanding, devouring everything around and within the domain. Outside the domain, the devouring domain greedily devoured all the spiritual energy that could be touched like a black hole, including the star energy and sunlight. In the devouring domain, not only the free spiritual energy, but also the vitality in the body of the living body, the devouring domain did not intend to let go. Countless towering trees decayed and withered because the devouring domain drained away their vitality. Countless soul beasts that had no time to dodge were instantly drained of all their vitality and turned into mummies. Even Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, who were shrouded in the domain, could feel a devouring force trying to devour the soul power in their bodies. But because the four of them were titled Douluo, they were still able to resist this devouring force. However, the devouring domain expanded more and more, and the devouring force became stronger and stronger. If the devouring domain continued to expand, even Bibi Dong would not be sure. This domain. Bibi Dong's face was gloomy. We can't delay any longer. Go together and kill him. With Bibi Dong's order, the four rushed towards Bai Ge at the same time. Endless soul power continued to flow into his body, and then was first converted into star-casting soul power, and then into ash soul power. In the state of star-forging Dragon King o Ash Lord, Bai Ge felt that his physical state was dozens of times better than that of the ordinary star-forging Dragon King spirit. Whether it was defense, strength, speed, or recovery, this was an all-round improvement. However, in this state, the soul power consumption in the body was also dozens of times that of the ordinary spirit, but because of the devouring domain, the soul power consumption could be completely ignored. Boom! 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 Sensing Bibi Dong rushing with three titled Douluo, Bai Ge's heart moved. As a large amount of soul power disappeared in the body, in the violent earthquake, several Moyun vines, which were even larger than the giant vines that Bai Ge had summoned before, suddenly broke out of the ground, and the thick vines directly penetrated into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Under Bai Ge's control, several huge Moyun vines suddenly bent like a strong bow, and then in a violent explosion, the Moyun vines suddenly danced wildly and whipped Bibi Dong and the other four. However, since there were only a few Moyun vines, even if they were huge, it would be very difficult to deal with a real strong man, so Bibi Dong and the other four easily avoided the attack. But the next second, countless Moyun vines, although slightly inferior in size, but equally huge, broke out of the ground one after another, dancing wildly towards the four people, forcing the four people to retreat again and retreated hundreds of meters in a row. Looking at the giant Moyun vine forest dancing wildly in front of them, Bibi Dong's face was particularly gloomy. Ah! Suddenly, Bibi Dong raised his head and let out a sharp roar, and a huge purple-black spider suddenly emerged from Bibi Dong's body. It was Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider King. With the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong's upper body was quickly covered by a layer of purple-black carapace, while the lower body, originally slender legs, became a spider-like body with the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, a huge spherical spider abdomen, 8 thick long legs, and green fluff all over the spider legs. Drops of mucus kept oozing out of the fluff and dripping on the ground, making a series of corrosive sounds. And with the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red slowly rose from under Bibi Dong's body. The soul ring configuration of Bibi Dong's first 7 soul rings was exactly the same as Bai Ji's. Entering the state of martial spirit possession, Bibi Dong's face was very gloomy. She hated her current appearance. Go! Looking at the large area of Moyun vines in front of her, Bibi Dong gave an order and rushed out again. Quickly arriving in front of the giant Moyun vine forest, Bibi Dong directly manipulated the spider legs of the lower body to spray out a strand of tough spider silk, which stuck to a giant Moyun vine, and then suddenly jumped and swung directly to the giant Moyun vine with the spider silk, and began to move quickly between the Moyun vines. Although Bai Ji was constantly manipulating the giant Moyun vine to split into more and smaller Moyun vines to try to restrain and stop Bibi Dong's body was extremely flexible, and the Moyun vine was unable to stop Bibi Dong's approach for a while. Chapter 398 The Power of Ash Soul Power, First Update, Please Recommend, Please Reward. With the sprayed strands of tough spider silk, it was like swinging on a swing. Bibi Dong, in the form of half spider and half human, kept climbing and jumping on the giant Moyun vines, moving quickly. Facing the Moyun vines that were constantly entangled and whipped around, Bibi Dong summoned 8 huge dark purple sickles that were suspended around her body. Under Bibi Dong's control, the 8 extremely sharp sickles kept spinning and whistling beside her, cutting the attacking Moyun vines into pieces one by one. In this way, Bibi Dong used the 8 dark purple sickles that almost turned into afterimages, cutting through the thorns all the way, and soon approached Bai Ji, coming to a position where only a few Moyun vines were left from Bai Ji. As she gradually approached Bai Ji, grey-green and red light suddenly burst out from Bibi Dong's body. The dazzling 3-color light almost instantly covered Bai Ji's black swallowing domain. These are Bibi Dong's 3 major domains, the Death Domain, the Rakshasa Domain, and the Killing God Domain. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon power emanating from Bai Ji's body was not inferior to any domain in the state of the Star-Forging Dragon King or the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ji might have been suppressed by Bibi Dong's 3 major domains. After clinging to the last giant Moyun vine, Bibi Dong manipulated the 8 spider legs in her lower body to crawl quickly. After arriving near Bai Ji, Bibi Dong suddenly jumped up. As the soul ring surrounding her body lit up, a dark sphere quickly condensed at the front of Bibi Dong's lower body. Death Binding. The dark sphere suddenly shot out, scattered in the air, and finally turned into a spider web, quickly covering Bai Ji. This spider web ejected by the Death Spider Emperor is not only tougher than you can imagine, but also contains a deadly poison. Even if an ordinary titled Douluo is caught in the web and then the deadly poison on the web enters his body, he will instantly lose the ability to resist. Roar. However, facing Bibi Dong's death binding, Bai Ji suddenly let out a dragon roar. As the ash soul power in the body burst out, the orange-red, even somewhat dark red ash soul power instantly formed a ring with Bai Ji as the center, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the ash soul power swept through, the trees instantly turned into ashes, and even the ground was crystallized due to the destructive high-temperature impact. As for the death spider web, it was annihilated into nothingness under the impact of the ash soul power before it even landed. The dark red ash soul power did not dissipate after annihilating the death spider web, but immediately hit Bibi Dong, who was falling from the air. As the ash soul power hit, before she could react, the destructive energy impact and the high-temperature airflow instantly knocked Bibi Dong out like a kite with a broken string. The purple-black carapace that originally covered Bibi Dong's body was instantly turned into charcoal under the impact of the ash soul power, and then cracked. The powerful high-temperature impact penetrated through the carapace and penetrated into the flesh, almost roasting the flesh under Bibi Dong's carapace, emitting waves of tempting barbecue aroma. High temperature and explosion are only the most direct manifestations of the ash soul power. In addition, the ash soul power also has a special radiation erosion effect, which is the most terrifying. Ash soul power and ordinary star-casting soul power are not of the same nature. Starcasting soul power is actually a kind of power derived from the combination of Biming true Qi and star power. Star power is born with any Galaxy Dragon clan. It is mild in nature. It is the power born after the Galaxy Dragon clan devours the star power emitted by the life planet, but the Ash soul power is different. Ash soul power is only after the Galaxy Dragon clan devours enough red giants to ignite the life core in the body. For the life core, the Galaxy Dragon clan has many names, such as Dragon Balls, Pronuclei, Star Cores, etc. Only after the life core in the body is ignited, will the Galaxy Dragon clan derive such a special source of energy, just like a flame. Normally, the Galaxy Dragon clan will only use ordinary star power, or the power of star casting. When encountering an enemy, if the enemy is very strong, the Galaxy Dragon clan will activate the flame in the body. The flame will quickly convert the starcasting star power into the more destructive and destructive Ash star power, and at the same time, the Galaxy Dragon clan itself will enter an overload state, that is, the Ash Lord state. In the Ash Lord state, the strength of the Galaxy Dragon clan can increase by dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times, which only depends on the number of red giants devoured by the Galaxy Dragon clan and its own star power reserves. The more red giants devoured, the stronger the flames in the Galaxy Dragon clan's body, and the higher the efficiency and quality of the flames in converting the Ash soul power. Only when the star power reserves are sufficient, the Ash star power finally converted can allow the Galaxy Dragon clan to sustain a battle. The real Galaxy Dragon clan needs to devour enough red giants to ignite the life core in the body and have the Ash Lord state. However, Bai Ji has the Galaxy Dragon clan's martial soul. Although the Galaxy Dragon clan's martial soul can allow Bai Ji to have many Galaxy Dragon clan abilities, it can even allow Bai Ji to transform into a Galaxy Dragon clan for a short time after activating the martial soul true body. But the martial soul is only a martial soul after all, and it is impossible for Bai Ji to completely become a Galaxy Dragon clan. At least Bai Ji does not have the life core of the Galaxy Dragon clan in his body, and he cannot directly devour planets and stars like the Galaxy Dragon clan, but can only absorb and refine star power. This is the innate disadvantage of the race. A young Galaxy Dragon clan can be larger than a star, and even if Bai Ji is possessed by a martial soul and activates his martial soul true body, he cannot be larger. Having reached this level, the methods by which the spirit can enter the Ash Lord state are naturally different. The Galaxy Dragon clan can enter the Ash Lord state by directly activating the flame in the body, but Bai Ji must have two conditions to enter the Ash Lord state when the spirit is possessed. The first is to be angry enough. Anger is like a flame that ignites soul power, and the second is to have enough soul power. Because the quality of the Ash soul power is far higher than that of ordinary starcasting soul power, it naturally requires a large amount of soul power to transform, so anger alone is not enough, and the soul power in the body must reach a sufficient level. Both are indispensable. The reason why Bai Ji can enter the Ash Lord state is entirely the result of the support of the devouring domain. Without the devouring domain to continuously supply soul power, Bai Ji can't maintain it for a long time even if he enters the Ash Lord state. Of course, because he is not a real Galaxy Dragon clan, even if Bai Ji enters the Ash Lord state, it is far from the Ash Lord state of the Galaxy Dragon clan. The Ash Lord state of the Galaxy Dragon clan can increase its strength by hundreds or thousands of times, which is still a conservative estimate, while Bai Ji's Ash Lord state can only increase Bai Ji's strength by dozens of times. However, even if the strength increases only a dozen times, combined with the powerful Ash soul power, it is enough to beat any level of title Douluo. What kind of power is this? Instantly injured by the impact of the Ash soul power, enduring the severe burning and pain from her body, Bibi Dong climbed on a moyun vine, her eyes full of shock, anger, and confusion. Although the high temperature and explosion of the Ash soul power made her very embarrassed, in the state of martial spirit possession, Bibi Dong's body's own recovery ability plus the recovery ability brought by her deep soul power can quickly make her recover. But facing the radiation erosion of the Ash soul power made her a little helpless. The ordinary soul power in her body almost collapsed at the touch of the Ash soul power, and was completely eroded in an instant, and only the divine power accumulated over many years of transformation could barely curb the erosion of the Ash soul power. This suddenly made Bibi Dong feel a little scared. Aren't gods the strongest? Why would divine power also encounter opponents? Although she was a little frightened, Bibi Dong had no choice. Bai Ji is already so difficult before he reaches the level of titled Douluo. If she doesn't kill Bai Ji now, she will have to wait for him to grow up. Not to mention growing to titled Douluo, judging from the current situation, she may only be a soul Douluo, and she will not be Bai Ji's opponent. Such a monster, who has a grudge against her, must die. Chapter 399 Hard Fight with Rakshasa Demon Scythe, Second Update, Please recommend, please give me a reward. With murderous aura in her heart, Bibi Dong directly summoned the second martial soul-devouring spider emperor, looking at Bai Ji, who was covered in a layer of orange-red halo. Soul-devouring spider emperor, possession. After instantly removing the martial soul possession of the death spider emperor, Bibi Dong quickly entered the soul-devouring spider emperor's possession state. Although the death spider emperor's spirit possession was removed, Bibi Dong's removal was to summon the death spider emperor alone in the form of a spirit avatar, and then the main body entered the soul-devouring spider emperor's spirit possession, rather than taking the death spider emperor back into the body. Even Bibi Dong's physical fitness could not withstand the simultaneous spirit possession of two souls, so she could only use this method to take advantage. As the soul-devouring spider emperor possessed her, Bibi Dong's scorched carapace began to fade quickly, revealing her restored snow-white skin again. Behind her, accompanied by a sound of tearing cloth, 8 dark green spider legs quickly stretched out of the body, and at the same time, 7 black, red spirit rings quickly rose from under her body. After exiting the Death Spider Emperor's spirit possession and entering the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor's spirit possession state, Bibi Dong's body seemed to be reset and restored to its original state. While being knocked away, Bibi Dong directly manipulated the 8 spider legs behind her to spit out tough spider silk that stuck to the nearest few giant moyun vines, forcing her body to stop in the air. With the help of the spider silk's buffer, after stabilizing her body, Bibi Dong swung down directly on the spider silk, and the whole person fell on a giant moyun vine again, and the differentiated Death Spider King fell with Bibi Dong. While manipulating the Death Spider King, Bibi Dong ran quickly. The 8 spider legs behind her, like 8 spider spears, continued to spit out spider silk, allowing Bibi Dong to move flexibly in the air, avoiding the attacking moyun vines one by one, and approaching Bai Ji again. Rushing towards Bai Ji again, in Bibi Dong's hand, with a flash of purple light, a huge black and purple sickle instantly appeared in Bibi Dong's hand. Combine! With Bibi Dong's loud shout, the 8 slightly smaller black and purple sickles surrounding her body quickly merged into the black and purple giant sickle in Bibi Dong's hand, turning into a larger black and purple giant sickle. Cut! After arriving at the moyun vine facing Bai Ji, Bibi Dong suddenly jumped up facing Bai Ji, holding the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand, and chopped directly at Bai Ji. Clang! Facing the magic sickle that Bibi Dong was slashing at, Bai Ji stretched out his claws to meet it. The sharp black-purple sickle chopped on Bai Ji's dragon claws, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Humph! Seeing that Bai Ji dared to take the Rakshasa magic sickle with his hands, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer. As Bibi Dong's heart moved, a purple-black airflow suddenly released from the black-purple Rakshasa magic sickle, and the purple-black airflow flowed into Bai Ji's body along the sickle blade of the Rakshasa magic sickle like a little snake. But before Bibi Dong showed a happy smile, the next second, Bibi Dong's face froze. Because the extremely evil Rakshasa divine power was annihilated by the Ash soul power the moment it entered Bai Ji's body. How is it possible? Bibi Dong was a little unbelievable in his heart. Couldn't his own Rakshasa divine power still suppress the strange soul power that had flowed into his body before? Logically speaking, the two powers should be at least of the same level. How could the Rakshasa power be destroyed so quickly? Yes, the Rakshasa power did suppress some of the Ash soul power remaining in Bibi Dong's body, but how much Ash soul power is in Bibi Dong's body, and how much Rakshasa power is there? Put a ray of light in the boundless darkness. Although light restrains darkness, if it does not occupy the home advantage, light will eventually be swallowed by darkness. But if a trace of darkness is put in the endless light, darkness will not have any chance to exist, and will be exposed under the light. Although the Ash soul power is not equal to the Ash star power, it also comes from the red giant star and the sun. The two are the same in nature and represent real light, heat, and radiation. So the Ash soul power is naturally the nemesis of all evil forces. Under the natural restraint, coupled with the home advantage, Bibi Dong's desire to use the Rakshasa power to put Bai Ji into a negative state is simply too much. But when Bibi Dong couldn't believe it, Bai Ji did not hesitate, but directly twisted his body and raised his leg to kick a whip kick. With a shrill whistle, a powerful kick rushed towards Bibi Dong like a battering ram. Not good. Feeling Bai Ji's action, Bibi Dong was shocked, but now she had no time to dodge. And considering Bai Ji's physical fitness that could catch the Rakshasa demon scythe she cut down with bare hands, if she was kicked, she would definitely be injured. So Bibi Dong could only choose to launch a life-saving soul skill. As the seventh red soul ring around her body quickly lit up, Bibi Dong's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Bai Ji and appeared behind Bai Ji. It was teleportation. Quickly teleporting behind Bai Ji, Bibi Dong waved the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand again and slashed at Bai Ji. This time, she slashed at Bai Ji's back. Bai Ji's dragon claws could resist the artifact, which was enough to shock her. If the flesh could still resist the artifact, then she would have no need to play. At the same time, the Death Spider King, who was split apart, sprayed out black streams of light under Bibi Dong's control. The black streams of light spread in the air and turned into spider webs that covered Bai Ji. Puff! Under Bibi Dong's control, the sharp Rakshasa demon scythe instantly broke through Bai Ji's ash soul power protection and tore a narrow wound on Bai Ji's back. Dark red blood immediately spurted out. Hiss! Enduring the pain from the wound on his back, Bai Ji turned around and faced Bibi Dong with his dragon claws, while Bibi Dong responded with the Rakshasa demon scythe without showing any weakness. Clang! 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 Holding the Rakshasa demon scythe, Bibi Dong kept slashing the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand towards Bai Ji, while Bai Ji quickly faced the dragon claws towards the demon sickle and kept slapping the demon sickle away. Although the Rakshasa demon scythe is a divine weapon and is extremely sharp, if Bai Ji was just in the ordinary state of being possessed by the casting star Dragon King martial spirit, I'm afraid the claws would be cut off directly. However, in the state of the Lord of Ashes, his physical fitness is comprehensively improved by dozens of times. With the condensed ash soul power, the Rakshasa demon scythe is not enough to easily cut off Bai Ji's dragon claws. While Bibi Dong was attacking, the Death Spider King split by Bibi Dong also continued to launch various attacks on Bai Ji, such as spider webs, poisonous stings, poisonous mist and venom, etc. But because of the poison surge talent, Bai Ji has a physique that is immune to all poisons. The more poisoned he is, the stronger he becomes. This makes Bai Ji directly immune to the most terrifying ability of the Death Spider King poison. Chapter 400 Bibi Dong escaped, the third update, please recommend and reward. The highly condensed ash soul power covering his body makes all objects unable to threaten Bai Ji. Whether it is a spider web or a poisonous needle, they are instantly turned into ashes after contacting the ash soul power protection layer. The only one who can really threaten Bai Ji is Bibi Dong holding the Rakshasa sickle. But compared with Bai Ji, who has a swallowing field and can have unlimited endurance, the soul power in Bibi Dong's body is limited. And every time Bibi Dong swung the Rakshasa sickle to hit Bai Ji's counterattack would occasionally hit Bibi Dong, and when the two of them came into physical contact, the ash soul power in Bai Ji's body would be injected into Bibi Dong's body. Every time the ash soul power is expelled, more Rakshasa power in Bibi Dong's body is consumed. However, compared with Bai Ji's ability to convert soul power into ash soul power infinitely, Bibi Dong's conditions for converting soul power into Rakshasa power are much more stringent. After all, she has not yet reached level 100, and she has not completely passed the test of the Rakshasa god. Of course, Bai Ji is not invincible. Although the devouring domain can devour soul power infinitely, Bai Ji cannot always remain in the state of the Lord of Ashes. The reason is very simple. The Lord of Ashes state is a state of overloaded operation of the body. It not only consumes soul power to convert the star-casting soul power into ash soul power, but also consumes mental power and places a serious burden on the body. It's just that Bai Ji practiced the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujnagong and the tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover, which created a strong body, which allowed Bai Ji to stay in the Lord of Ashes state for a longer time, but no matter how strong the body is, it has its limits. Even the real Galaxy Dragon clan cannot stay in the Lord of Ashes state forever, let alone Bai Ji. With Bai Ji's current physical strength, he can only maintain the Ash Lord state for less than 2 hours, but Bibi Dong doesn't know this. As time goes by, although Bai Ji's offensive has indeed weakened a lot, Bibi Dong can no longer hold on. In the Ash Lord state, Bai Ji's strength is beyond imagination. Every punch makes the Rakshasa demon scythe buzz, and the ash soul power wrapped in the fist also heats the Rakshasa demon scythe red. If it weren't for the fact that the Rakshasa demon scythe is a divine weapon, if it were an ordinary weapon, it would probably have been melted into molten iron by the ash soul power. On the other hand, watching Bai Ji's every punch on the Rakshasa demon scythe. The ash soul power that burst out would instantly annihilate everything around it, and even the ground was melted by the high temperature to form a thick crystal layer. This temperature is simply unimaginable and has far exceeded the magma. So whether it is golden crocodile Douluo, chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan and ghost Douluo Gaimei, they have all hidden far away at this moment, for fear of being affected. Although this level of battle is very frustrating, they really can't get involved. Wuhan is a spider of insects, even if it is the Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King, the emperors among spider soul beasts, but spiders are spiders. Due to the limitations of Wuhan, Bibi Dong is not good at frontal combat, but like Douluo, she is good at using poison and control. However, because of Bibi Dong's huge advantage in strength, Bibi Dong has been more engaged in frontal crushing, rather than really using the poison and control that she has always used. But this time, facing Bai Ji, even if Bibi Dong used the strongest poison and control ability, Bai Ji's poisoning talent plus the perfect defense in the state of the Lord of Ashes suppressed Bibi Dong to death, leaving Bibi Dong with no temper at all. On the contrary, Bibi Dong, who did not complete the complete test of the Rakshasa god, usually relied on the Rakshasa god power accumulated by the transformation of the Rakshasa demon scythe to crush any titled Douluo, and even Qian Daoliu, who was restrained by Wuhan, was not her opponent. However, facing Bai Ji in the state of Ash Lord, the Rakshasa divine power was defeated by the Ash soul power. After all, compared with the pure power of light, the Ash soul power represents the real sun, which is a combination of light, heat, and radiation. It is more lethal to evil power than pure light. Seeing that she couldn't win, Bibi Dong naturally thought of escaping. Her revenge was not yet complete, and she didn't want to die so early. Clang! Suddenly mobilizing all the soul power in her body, Bibi Dong swung the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand with all her strength. The sharp Rakshasa demon scythe cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and repelled Bai Ji. After repelling Bai Ji, Bibi Dong suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Among the 7 soul rings surrounding her body, the 6th and 7th red 100,000-year soul rings burst into shining brilliance almost at the same time. In an instant, a terrifying mental storm with multiple effects suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong and hit Bai Ji instantly. For a moment, 3 different mental attacks, mental weakness, mental confusion, and mental charm, suddenly made Bai Ji's mind blank. The Ash Lord state can indeed improve Bai Ji's physical qualities by dozens of times, but this improvement only includes physical qualities, not mental aspects. Although the extreme attributes of the Ash soul power are enough to annihilate most attribute attacks, the mental attack of invisible substances is just not within the scope of the Ash soul power defense. However, although Bibi Dong grasped the timing of launching the attack very well, it was a pity that Bai Ji's soul was bound to the system. This directly led to the fact that all mental attacks could not substantially harm Bai Ji's soul, and Bibi Dong's mental storm only impacted Bai Ji's consciousness into a blank. Seeing that Bai Ji did not seem to be killed by the mental attack of his 200,000-year soul rings of the soul-devouring emperor, and even did not see how serious the mental damage was, Bibi Dong could not help but feel a little inexplicably aggrieved. She originally thought that she was a top genius, a freak, but she didn't expect Bai Ji to be even more evil. The Soul Saint level directly suppressed her, a titled Douluo at level 99. Although because of the test of the Rakshasa god, her current strength is not as high as the peak at level 99. Peak level. But the advantage of the twin martial spirits has reached the level of ordinary titled Douluo level 99, no one can believe that she was beaten so badly by a Soul Saint. But no matter how aggrieved she was, she knew that she was obviously no match for this monster, and Bibi Dong could let it go. Anyway, as the saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. You will have a chance to take revenge later if you run away now. If you know you can't win but still fight hard, you will definitely die miserably. While Bai Ji's mind was blank due to the mental storm, Bibi Dong turned around and suddenly inserted the 8 spider legs behind her into the ground, then pressed down the spider legs, and instantly jumped up like a spring, jumping across a distance of hundreds of meters, and fled to the distance at a high speed. Want to run? After a few seconds, he recovered his spirit and sensed through the devouring field that Bibi Dong had escaped. Bai Ji also instantly summoned the 8 spider lance, which also bounced and leaped in the star forest, chasing Bibi Dong. Now Bai Ji's whole brain was filled with anger, and his mind had only one purpose, which was to kill Bibi Dong. Since there was obviously a chance to kill Bibi Dong, Bai Ji was naturally unwilling to give up,